Good morning! Good morning, everyone. Sir, are you okay? What's happening? Are people glowing in the chat already? Do not glow so early on this, the day of my daughter's wedding at the Capitol. Boing. Oh, hiya! Happy glowy day. It's a glowy day. We're not gonna have that debate until 7 p.m. So I'm gonna have to try and, contain my tangents a little bit here. We're all watching at the bureau. Thank you.
There was an accident and now I'm stuck in traffic. Haven't moved for 5 minutes. I have to pee, and don't have any spare bottles laying around. Please pray for me.
Why didn't you pee before you left your house? You should always pee before you leave your house. That was instilled in me as a child. I hope you can make it through the traffic alive and breezy. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Tangents are yet infinite. I can't miss Alex Jones debating 3 people that don't make sense in that debate. He's a truck driver. Oh, that's right. He probably didn't leave home. He's probably been on the road for ages. Well, fuck. Life has many doors, fed boy. That's true. That's true. Moose Nugget, please remember to buy food if you haven't today. I got some food I'll heat up before the debate because we're gonna go late. Thank you for the $2. Alex will go on a 3-hour-long tangent, but as soon as Israel's mentioned, he'll shut down. I don't know how long that debate is supposed to be. And I'm gonna have to find out exactly where to watch it, because I don't remember. What debate? The only names I remember are Alex Jones on the one side, and then the other side is the Krasenstein brothers and Destiny. It's very weird. It's very weird. Love for the tab vixen. Thank you! Rock and roll Tyrannosaur. Thank you for the member. Thank you for the member. Are there any food containers in the truck cab? Oh no, don't piss in the Tupperware. You'll never get the smell out. Glenn Greenwald on Alex's side. Yeah, I can't remember the name of the other two. Glenn Greenwald, Alex Jones, and there was a third guy. Happy Insurrection Day. The ad makes it look like it'll be on X or Twitter. Ooh, that'll be even easier to find if that's the case. Time for Destiny to get publicly paraded again. I just want to know how long it'll take for someone to bring up his marital situation. You get more Tupperware when you get Chinese. That's fair. I'm still upset that that Chinese place I ordered from, while very good and the only good Chinese food place I've ordered from in my area since I've lived down here, on DoorDash, their prices are heavily inflated. And I mean, like, usually they inflate the price of the food maybe $1 to $2, you know? But, like, they're inflated $5 to $7 per item. And it's just like, what the fuck?
Alex Jones is having a debate on the same day I see his game on Steam.
I'm a little upset that his game is on Steam now because I bought it off of Steam. I wonder if there's a way to, like, connect my account so I don't have to buy it a second time. The ad says streaming live on X and ZeroHedge.com. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you, Binary Mind. Glow in the dark smiler. Please no jump scare. Thank you for the member. Thank you for the member. Chinese places tend to have good standards. Best if you can find one that gives you a good amount for your money. Ooh. I don't know where you live that you think Chinese food restaurants have good standards, but I tell you what, those things are swarming with bugs and mold everywhere in the US. I can add a non-Steam game to my library. Well, yeah, but it's like, it's on his website. It's a browser game. When you get banned on Twitch if you watch Destiny, I don't know. I don't fucking know. I love giving Nim cock and ball torture. I mean, flavor boosters. Pippa opened a restaurant. I don't know if I would trust Pippa opening a Chinese restaurant, you know? Probably can't connect it since it's like a Flash game. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. I'm not gonna sit here and listen to some cuckold berate me. I hope he says that. Holy shit. Holy shit, I hope he says that.
Tuesday night's anal night.
How long did I watch Bao play Class of 09 yesterday, hoping the disease will spread to her whole friend group? I watched her play most of the white supremacist arc she was on. I was hoping she was gonna get the Islamic ending where they blow up the school, but I didn't watch that long. I had to start answering messages, so I had to lower the volume. This edible mold sounds fun. I heard the story about some like truck club ripping down a poster for Black Lives Matter.
Random Polish guy works quite
Based
well,
truck
but
club.
is also very hard to clean off, while German lube doesn't work very well as lubricant but is easy to clean off. Maybe someone will find this information useful.
What the fuck? I'm gonna have to reread that because I'm confused as to what's happening. Can't tell if Bao is genuinely into inflation or if it's a meme she's leaned into too hard. Either way, it's funny, and her California Girl song will stay stuck in my head forever. Destiny does seem to be indefinitely banned on Twitch. I don't think it matters if I watch him. I think the thing is I can't have him on my show, right? Like, if someone gets banned on Twitch, I can't stream with them. So as long as I don't have Destiny on my stream, watching stuff with him in it is fine. As far as I am aware. She didn't get any of the racism endings. She got the school shooter one, though. I'm sad that she hated Jeffrey so much. Oh, I'm so sad. Jeffrey's my favorite. Closely followed by Kyler, because I love the entrances of "What up, sluts?" Oh my god. No Destiny collab. I don't think that was ever going to happen anyways. So no need to worry. Karen best girl. Karen least Menhera, I suppose. Destiny could have a relatively decent debate, maybe even entertaining. However, the golden ticket of being a cuck will always be used against him. Oh man, it's so sad. It's so sad. Kier versus Destiny debate would have been good, though. I don't think so. I don't think that would have been good, because we would have been two autists screeching at each other. Kyler did nothing wrong. Jekka did nothing wrong. Nicole is the worst girl and the worst part of the game. Good lord. Jeffrey's a VTuber fan. Of course. Everyone hates him. You'd think, you know, he has a gigantus fetish. Bao does the inflation bit. They could have got along. Oh my god. Duskblight, thank you for the $5 doodles. Blaze the Palpatine speech after the Jedi assassination attempt on January 6th. Jesus. Tapped a like on Twitter about Viva Frey's YouTube video about the island list being censored, and your Twitter got instantly flagged for unusual activity. It's not suspicious at all. I haven't tweeted the last few days. I still haven't gotten any help on my support ticket, but I haven't tweeted about it. I should probably retweet that again. Maybe send in like a 10th ticket. I don't know how many I'm up to now. Two autists screeching at each other as if the entire isn't the same. What? Help. Just got here. All you heard was giant titty and legit Star Wars. This is your friendly reminder that I've never watched Star Wars. Everything I've seen about Star Wars is either memes or outrage, so... Happy January 6th day. What the fuck, never watched? I'm not big on movies. Like, I'll watch movies with other people, but I don't watch them by myself, you know? Aren't missing anything? Don't watch it. Never watched Star Wars. Actually a woman. I can't help it. None of the Star Wars are really worth the watch time. Man. Watch the original 3 and enjoy them. I watched Star Trek when I was younger, so I had that Star thing. Happy Entrapment Day. I want to do thank yous early so I don't get fucking lost and confused on where we are, because I'm bad at keeping track of things. But before I do that, remember how I told you guys it's really important to not spread fake things because people will just disregard everything else you say as soon as one thing is fake? As soon as one thing is like not a real thing, they're just like, well, everything else you say just doesn't matter anymore. Unfortunately, I fell for something fake, chat. I fell for something fake. Where's my browser? I love the 6,000-year-old long-come demon vampires! Oh no!
If you email the Alex Jones Gamed devs, they're giving out Steam keys if you bought the browser key.
Oh, hell yeah!
I think they would get approved.
Oh, hell yeah!
Honestly, same.
Thank you, Airshi! I'm gonna have to do that. Thank you, Airshi. In Azehara's clip video, Azehara, the beautiful handman, put out another clip video of me, and I pulled up this random tweet to like springboard off of talking about subversion. I didn't check this tweet. I didn't check this for accuracy. There is nothing called the End World Hunger Act, but there is a hunger act with a different name that gives $4 billion-ish in military aid to Ukraine. It has nothing to do with puberty blockers, though, so I'm sure this person was just kind of trying to take the piss here. Trying to take the piss. And I would feel remiss if I didn't say, like, hey, I used something that wasn't real But the act that does give aid to Ukraine, if you go over here to the Congress website, there's the Global Food Security Reauthorization Act of 2022, which is reauthorizing the Global Food Security Act from I think it's 16? I think it was 2016, 2015, somewhere around there. And this was the original one posed in July of 2022. And then in December of 2022, it passed and became law. And in the text of the bill, again, you can see here when it passed, and it says at the top here, Global Food Security Reauthorization Act. And if you scroll down to amend the Global Food Security Act, this is what pops up when you click on the National Defense Authorization Act. So why it switched from Global Food Security to National Defense when you click open this doesn't make sense. This is the full text of the bill, which is much longer than the tiny section that I have open, as you can see. Much longer here. In the text here, Ukraine is mentioned. Ukraine is mentioned down here. Ukraine is mentioned down here, and let me make sure I'm reading the correct spot. Blah, blah, blah. Authorizing of appropriations to implement the Global Food Security Strategy, Section 6B of the Global Food Security Act of 2016 is amended by striking $1,600,000 for each of fiscal year 2017 through 2023, and inserting $1.23 billion for each of the fiscal years 2024 through 2028. And then down here, Russia's unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine has exacerbated existing food insecurity crises around the world, most notably in Ethiopia, South Sudan, Yemen, Afghanistan, and Somalia, where more than 750,000 people are at risk for famine, starvation, and death. How does Russia and Ukraine affect Ethiopia, Sudan, Yemen, Afghanistan, Somalia? You need to notice, historically, UA grew something like 20% of the world's wheat. UA, I don't know what UA stands for, actually. I was gonna say United Arab Emirates, but it's missing a letter for that one. Russia exports grain. Ukraine is a large wheat provider. Ukraine produced grain that was exported there. Feeding third world countries is why we have armies of them coming here. They're both massive grain exporters. UA is Ukraine. I've never seen Ukraine abbreviated. My bad. Literally never seen its country abbreviation. Ukraine grew a huge amount of wheat for Africa and the Middle East. You actually know this because either Russia or Ukraine also produce most of the world's fertilizer. I didn't know that either. Have our own breadbasket. Let the Euros sort their own out. You've seen the shortened version of Ukraine? I've seen UKR, but that's not the country code thing. Ukraine was and is called the breadbasket of Europe. Also, good evening. Good evening! When the Ukraine war started, food prices skyrocketed in Europe. Understandable now. I suppose UK would get a little confusing. Yeah, it would. I think it's specifically the ammonia fertilizer. Conflict caused huge ripples across the world. Yeah, this is the only food thing I could find regarding Ukraine. And it's still just that is a lot of money that we are pumping into them. And then down here, after they say that they're going to give the 1.23 billion
what the fuck?
Through 2028, they also have the Authorization of Appropriation, Section 492A of the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961 is amended by striking $2.7 billion for each of fiscal years 2017 through 2023, of which up to $1.257 billion, and inserting $3.9 billion for each of the fiscal years 2024 through 2028, of which up to $1.7 billion. So they talk about the 1.2 billion up here for food aid specifically. And I don't know what the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961 specifically sets out, but I'm not sure why we're giving another 3.9 billion through that act. Food aids. The food aids is this one. Food aids is up here. This is different. Weapons. Yeah, it's a little odd. The 60s ruined everything. Regarding fertilizer, Morocco economy is going to suffer when Norway gets the phosphate mining underway because their economy depends heavily on it. I don't know much about Morocco besides them being a heavy tourist attraction country. Big truth. While you're not in favor of the war, most of the money in these bills is in the form of surplus and old military equipment. Money is to buy new military equipment for the US military. Why would they be adding into a bill saying that they're giving foreign assistance money that we are spending on ourselves? I don't think you understand exactly. Paying taxes is for the poors. Giving 3.9 bill because money gotta flow. War's fantastic way to lose sight of some money. I mean, it could be laundering. It could be laundering, but this is the only thing I could find in relation to it. It has nothing to do with puberty blockers. So this is the only weird Ukraine bill where underneath food security, and they talk about how much they're giving for food security, which I'm a bit more of an isolationist. I feel like we have a lot of issues in our own country. Why are we giving billions to another country when we have to take care of shit here? But regardless, this up here that's highlighted has to do with the food. This down here does not, which, strange. Surplus of old equipment is being sent to Ukraine, and we buy new equipment for ourselves. You do realize that it's not just the old equipment that's being sent, right? Which is why we're sending them billions of dollars. It's not just the equipment. Ukraine also has a lot of hidden biolabs. I don't know about Ukraine's hidden biolabs. A lot of it is old equipment. Yes, I'm sure there is a lot of old equipment. I've seen the old equipment. We've read the articles about the old equipment, but they're not only sending old equipment. Sending billions to Israel is also fucking dumb. Again, I would like to have a more isolationist policy where we just stop sending aid everywhere as much as we can. I know that would create, like, a power imbalance because we suck up all the like, power imbalance shit by just paying off everyone, but I don't know, man. I really hate that we send money elsewhere instead of taking care of things at home that really need fixing. Like, our healthcare system's terrible, our VA is terrible. We have homeless crises in multiple countries. Like, our food prices are out of control. It's really dumb. We need to be selling the equipment, not giving it away. That too. That too. Oh god. Was YouTube going through some, like, motherfucking spam shit? Motherfucking spam shit? So they name it things like that, and then they pack it with other things that they want and say, how could you be against the Food Security Act? Yes. That was the whole point of my rant that Azehara put up there. But because I started talking about this one, which doesn't exist, there is a bill that is giving about 4 billion, more than 4 billion, actually, if we do those numbers, in military aid to Ukraine. Has nothing to do with puberty blockers, though, so this is completely not real. This is completely not real, but since I talked about it, and since that's not real, everything else I say is just disregarded. Which is unfortunate, honestly. It's a shit post. It is a shit post, and you know, like I shouldn't have talked about it. I should have checked it before bringing it up, but I did not. I think the US will ever implement actual healthcare? Unfortunately, probably not. Medical industry makes too much money. Lethal aid is given under the land lease program. America loves proxy wars. I hate what we do. I hate what we do, and I hate that other countries that like to complain about America meddling in affairs also will be the first people to be like, well, America should keep giving us money. If you don't want us to meddle, stop asking for money. Gotta fund the military-industrial complex, baby. Yep. They would implement Canadian healthcare. I'm sure we would try. Like, I would not put it past our government. There's a weird bot spamming shit in chat. It's been happening for a while. I don't know why. We have to stop evil Putin or else he'll rebuild the Soviet Union and take over the world. That's what the warmongering politicians and media propagandists told me. So it must be true. Man, the KGB was very successful in infiltrating our society already. They don't really need to even do anything. Hopefully the US does not do government healthcare. It would be best to break up the duopoly of insurance. Dag the tanker, I understand what you're trying to say, but again, you are just incredibly fucking wrong. We're not reading number statistics on what we're giving for the war. We were reading number statistics that were pumped into a bill on food security. That has nothing to do with military assets, that has nothing to do with tanks, that has nothing to do with military equipment. That is liquid cash being sent to Ukraine. Just ignore both Obama and Trump are voted in with promises of reducing our presence overseas, mostly in Iraq, since that was the big thing. And then Obama actually didn't do anything about that, and Trump tried to. He was the only president in how fucking long to talk to North Korea. He tried to strike deals with China and Russia. He put sanctions on them when they wouldn't play ball. I love giving them cock and ball torture. Cash getting converted into military equipment. Americans are still brainwashed to think Russia's the equivalent of the Empire from Star Wars. I was like, they already did the damage that they did back in the day. Like, I don't think there's some super big bad bully man to the United States. To the area around them? Yeah, absolutely. You suspect the money wouldn't be used for anything even if it wasn't sent to them, unfortunately? I don't know, because I feel like, again, our government is in a position where it doesn't really care about us, and we need to make actual changes to what's happening in our own country. And sending billions of dollars overseas in liquid funds or in the defense bills where we do send equipment, we shouldn't be doing that. Trump is an orange moron, nothing more. I expected more from him, for sure. And I'm disappointed that he didn't get more done. But I wouldn't call him an orange moron, for fucking sure. And the picture of Trump and Kim Jong-un goes hard. You know, I hardly care, but you are around them. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Russia is an issue to the countries around them, but also, I don't think that the United States should be responsible for fighting everyone else's wars. My penis like a dick balloon. And especially if the people are going to constantly complain about the United States meddling in their country's affairs. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
Found a new deposit of phosphate just last year that would make them have a larger reserve than Morocco.
You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't have us paying for absolutely everything and complain you don't want us meddling. Alright, like you take the money and you deal with us meddling, or you say, no, I don't want your American gross money, get the fuck out. Trump made too many enemies too fast, unfortunately. Who will pay for Europe's shit if we don't? They can pick up their own bills. That was another thing, when Trump told the European countries to start paying their fair share when it came to their defense budgets. Everybody got mad at him, and it's like, no, they absolutely should be paying their fair share. It's not our moral duty to fund countries who actively refuse to fund their own defenses? Yeah. And a lot of the countries that we send aid to have corrupt governments that don't do anything for their population. So basically all we're doing is buying off other governments to pretend to be our allies while they do nothing for their population. They do not pay their agreed amount for their own defenses. They don't. Given our government, or a part, is just ignoring federal law and protecting country borders and has been destroying previous federal and state fences on the border with video evidence while threatening Texas if they do drop people back in their own countries. Yeah, I have a tab somewhere where, like, a fucking border patrol guy got in trouble for actually deporting people. Europe's countries should foot their end of the bill, like they should be, because they're a part of NATO. Yeah. Your country, CIA finances the entire government there. Jesus Christ. They have to pay their fair share. They'd have to implement austerity programs and whatnot. If you're saying that, like, countries are unable to pay for their own defenses, that's their own problem. That's not my problem. Without the US, most of Europe would be speaking either Russian or German right now. To be fair, NATO building up an arsenal at Russia's border essentially is why we are where we are in Ukraine. That's also kind of weird. He wasn't deporting immigrants, he was deporting Biden voters! Hard agree. If the British government paid for its own security, it could have a decent military industry again? I mean, maybe. I don't know the state of the UK's military specifically. I just don't want to be paying for other countries' shit. Instead, NASA's top dog spoke German, Jesus. Nocturnal, thank you for the $1, dude. Thank you. To push access to resources and markets as opposed to stopping communism, the NATO thing was the right message, but the wrong way of delivering it. Without the US, Europe would have fought to a stalemate in World War I. I'm not talking about World War I. I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about, right, if we get involved in a war, it makes sense to pump funds into our allies as well. I just don't want to get involved in a war that has nothing to do with us. UK is currently telling white men to not volunteer. What the fuck? That's so weird. That's so weird. Back-to-back World War champions. World War II had nothing to do with you as well? Oh, man. Oh, man. I don't know how much I could talk about World War II. It's like, I also kind of agree. The UK is now... Jesus Christ. Except for Japan, right? There's the conspiracy theory that, like, we baited Japan into Pearl Harbor so that we would have an excuse to get involved in the war. I'm wondering how much of a conspiracy that was until Japan involved. Japan got a little egotistical there. They got a little egotistical. That's JP schooling. Is it? I'm not sure. I only recently heard that there was any kind of conspiracy theory about Pearl Harbor. Like, growing up, I just assumed, like, yeah, they bombed Pearl Harbor because they were, you know, they were wanting to do something. Kinda did. We cut off trade with them while funding Europe. 100% baited them, but they did do it of their own volition. Jesus. Two sons say that we had a reason. It wasn't ego that made the Japanese attack Pearl Harbor, it was the desperation. Yeah, I remember back when I was learning in high school, they talked about how Japan had, like, we wouldn't have been able to do a normal military offensive because of how do I phrase this? What's the word I'm looking for? Like, how fanatical the Japanese military were. We needed to basically make them feel like everything was hopeless in order to get a surrender. Japan needed to act before their oil reserves ran dry. They were murdering Chinese. We cut them off for being terrible. Did we know about Unit 731 at that point? I don't remember when we found out about that shit. I'm very fuzzy on old timelines, chat, considering I can barely remember timelines from when I'm alive. Japanese were the original Abomba Claw warriors. Unit 731 was made in 1942. Not Unit 731, but we knew about Nanjing. Oh, okay. The issue is coddled Americans living in suburbia do not understand what a real threat and real danger is. Ukraine is just one tiny goal Putin has. His ultimate goal is conquering the U.S. The U.S. patriots claim to be saviors, yet were too pussy to turn the guns on the USSR, and instead sold the country and the neighbors for a shaky alliance that ended with the Cold War anyway.
Tuesday night's anal night.
I don't think Putin has a goal of conquering the U.S.
by trying to inflate my penis like a dick balloon.
If Putin wanted to come and conquer the U.S.
Don't want to take away from history chatter, but US locked Jap out of oil back then, so they pretty much no way but to destroy Pacific Fleet and invade Indochina.
Don't think you'd have liked to live in a World War III world where we fought Russia? Imagine Putin could do that, or even dream of that, yeah, right? I don't think he would be capable of doing anything to the US. And even if he did, right, he would have to do so much fucking cleansing, it wouldn't even be funny. Like, if we're painting Putin as some sort of, like, up on a pedestal evil communist ruler, right? He would have to purge so many people in the United States. Like, how would you even round up that many feminists and gay people? How would you even achieve that in the US? Speaking of Russia, tomorrow's Orthodox Christmas. I had absolutely no idea that there was a Christmas in January. So we should let him take over. It's funny how Russia constantly thinks about invasions and such when both sides have nukes. Kirsche, please don't make me glow. Just nuke the US. Oh my god. Free Starbucks. All of you Europeans should just speak Russian. I don't know, speaking German might have been better. We're still using the purple hearts that were intended for the casualties during the invasion of Japan. Almost 80 years later, there are thousands in storage. Wonder why they made so many. I mean, I guess they expected more casualties, maybe? I don't know. Is purple heart when, like, there's a casualty, or is that when you get harmed and then, like, you come back alive but not in one piece? I can't remember, chat! I can't remember. Wounded? Okay. If they were really worried about Putin, they'd start giving helicopter rides to commies already here. Yeah, I mean, if we thought communism was legitimately a threat, which, the Marxists have taken root in our country, we should start offering the helicopter rides again. It's funny, after all this time, all the government changes over the centuries, Russia really mostly acts the same. We expected over 1 million allied casualties at the minimum. Jesus Christ. Master Goa, thank you for the $10 doodle. Soviet Union's dead, but we can never forgive the Russians for defending Nazis. Soros is still upset about it. We prop up Ukraine because it's the largest remnant of Nazis remaining in the world. I do not know about the Nazi per capita of countries.
Yo, Doc, we heard you liked Balkans, so we made you New Balkans, but with nukes now.
New Balkans? The only thing I know, fun fact, about suspicious warriors. The only thing I know about suspicious warriors is because I wanted to go to the Maldives for so fucking long. I don't care if it's pronounced Maldives, chat. I'm gonna pronounce it Maldives. I wanted to go there for so fucking long. And then I saw a lady get arrested for wearing a bikini, and I was like, what the fuck? It's a tourist resort island. Why did she get arrested for wearing a bikini? And I looked it up, and it turns out the Maldives are a Islamic country, and you can't go off of the designated tourist reserves or you'll get arrested for indecency. And the Maldives also have the highest export of ISIS fighters. So I was like, oh, maybe I don't want to go there anymore. It's not worth traveling abroad. As Azrael thank you for the $10. Highly recommend Dan Carlin's Hardcore History. Supernova of the East covers all of the USA versus Japan. It's not that expensive and nice to listen to while grinding. Oh, that could be interesting. That could be interesting to listen to. It's not the UK with the most ISIS fighters. Not yet, but I'm sure they'll catch up. I'm sure they'll catch up, dude. How's my Russian accent? I can't speak Russian. I can't speak Russian. Master Go, they give it the $2. Globalists hate Russia because it stands in their way. Please stay in the designated Aram degeneracy zone, lady tourist. Danny D, they give it the $9.99. Japan land invasion, wounded and casualties were estimated in the low million. We only ran out of the old Purple Heart medals around 2008. Russia barely has the money for the Ukraine invasion. Yeah, they seem a bit ambitious. I will say. That's a little ambitious. I'm gonna scroll up. I'm gonna scroll up and do the current stuff. Ikaron, sorry to hear about your bussy. Bussy! Ikaron, hey, they give it the $5. New Balkans with nukes, dude. Omega Resnove. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Can't stay long. Too many black pills are bad for your mental health. Wanted to ask about Xenosaga and Xenogears remakes that I mentioned and where I heard them. There are no remakes.
Doing the same thing it was doing 60 years ago. Constantly destabilize its neighbors and invade to protect people's security by installing loyal puppets.
There are no remakes.
Revolution of 1968.
I'm pretty sure I call the Czech Republic Czechoslovakia still, and I guess I shouldn't. I guess I shouldn't call it that, but like, I don't know what the difference is, chat. American education! There's no remakes of Xenosaga and Xenogears. In the last DLC from Xenoblade whatever the fuck, I don't remember what stream I went over it on, but I watched all of the cutscenes from the most recent Xenoblade DLC. And they all but announced that they will be continuing Xenosaga's story. So Xenosaga was supposed to be a 6-game series that was cut short at 3. And at the end of the Xenoblade DLC, they show characters from Xenosaga talking. They show, I'm pretty sure it's Old Milsha. I can't exactly remember off the top of my head now. And the Vector logo is all over everything in the like little time warp space that the characters are standing in. So it basically confirms, and at the end of the DLC, you show, they show like the 2 planets from the end of Xenosaga 3, as well as Cosmos's fractured corpse flying through the planets, which is the exact shot from a different angle at the end of Xenosaga 3. So they're continuing the story. It's going to be continued. They haven't announced anything, to my knowledge, But that ending in Xenoblade basically confirms what they're going to be doing. What they're going to be doing. Just call it Bohemia. You're tired of California infecting your state of Arizona? Laserpig has covered why Russia does what it does and how they're blundering. He had a Russian boyfriend at one point and is very good at researching military equipment. He also just got out of a year-long Gamer Subs sponsorship. Oh, he also just got a year-long. I was like, what? What do you mean? Slovakia broke off from the rest of the country is the difference? I don't know much about Balkan history, chat. Czechoslovakia was one nation of two ethnic groups that gained independence from Austria-Hungary, and then they broke up mostly because nobody cared enough to keep them together. Oh. A TLDR. Czechoslovakia ended in 1992. Related, Serbia has only been a country since 2006. That was a little weird. Felt like putting a round peg into a square hole. What? Creator played the long game to continue Xenosaga. It wasn't really a long game. It was that Nintendo had bought the majority of Monolith Soft back in the day. And because of the IP being split at that point between Nintendo owning majority share and Bandai Namco, they assessed whether it would be financially viable to continue the Xenosaga series. And Nintendo was basically like, at this point in time, we don't think it's worth it for us to do so. So they didn't. And then Xenoblade was named as such as an homage because Tetsuya Takahashi did not think he would get to finish his original series. Now, however, with all of those little thingies in the end of the DLC, it looks like potentially Nintendo is going back and maybe buying out the IP from Bandai Namco. Well, I'm not going to be sure exactly how this works until they make an official announcement, but they wouldn't be able to put in all of those things to basically show that they're going to continue the game if that wasn't the plan, in my opinion. Why do I stream whenever you're about to sleep? I've been streaming at the same time for years, my guy, I'm sorry. They show Lost Jerusalem and a glowing object that looks like Cosmos, yeah? Yeah. You really care about those Xeno games. I grew up loving those games. The Xenosaga games were the reason I got into getting angry about video game censorship, why I imported a Japanese PlayStation in order to play games so the ESRB didn't molest them. Do you know any other crippled
sex kittens that Kirsche Elder Orb?
Like, the censorship in Xenosaga, even as a teenager, didn't make any fucking sense to me. It didn't make any sense. You lost your job today! I'm sorry, Emu, my dude. I hope you find a new job quickly and don't have to worry about your paycheck stuff. Did I play the Xenoblade DLC? No, I just watched the cutscenes. I just watched the cutscenes from it. Calling Slovakia Balkan. I don't know what's going on over there, chat. I am completely ignorant about Balkan and Balkan-adjacent history. How's the silly Foxu's day today? We're chillin', dude. Canada's also only been an independent country since 1984. That's true, they used to be a UK state, kind of like Australia. Somebody get the Foxu a map and bop her on the nose. What do you mean? I believe all US Americans deserve, like, maps and stuff. How do I recommend playing the Xenosaga series? Well, they have, like, a lot of cutscenes, so get popcorn. Get a lot of popcorn, dude. Slovakia is north of Hungary, and even Hungary is not the Balkans. Well, it has a Slovakia sounds like a Balkan name. Imagine growing up. You're too American for this conversation. That's what I'm saying! I don't know what's happening, dude.
Does this guy think he's a subscriber?
Do I think all three Xeno series will be canonically tied together?
Doing?
Probably. That looks like what they're trying to do.
Mr. Walk Down Me, I'm the walkway. Lead me to the building. Fuck
you.
What is this garbage? I'm the king of the simps. I'm the simp meister.
My nose is icky.
Right. Who's this guy think he is? Who bought these goddamn bits here? It's not my biddies. It's not my bits, not my problem. That's
Unemployed,
what I
let's fucking go, dude. Let's go!
You don't like the subscribers, you suck. I'm in love with subscribers. I'm in love with them. They're so beautiful and cute.
We have the long alerts left in here, chat.
I love subscribers. I love looking at them. And I love simps. I love things with subscribers and simps on them, like blankets and towels and begs. I love them.
Simps.
Forever.
Boston mode. Yeah, they're a minute long. Both the song and that one are a minute long. As Maria, thank you for the 25 gift sub. Thank you. Master Go, thank you for the $2 doodles. Katsuhiro Harada wants to remaster Xenosaga. I would be down for a remaster if they would not molest them with current year sensibilities. And somebody asked, how did they censor Xenosaga? They censored a lot of the blood and gore from the games. Like when people would get stabbed in cutscenes, there wouldn't be blood effects. One of the most prominent ones that sticks out in my mind is Shion in the hospital. I think it was in either 2 or 3. When her mother and father are getting murdered by the corrupt Realians. Her father doesn't have any blood on him. Her mother doesn't have any blood on him. The formative cutscene where it shows that she had like a mental break is when she's kneeling on the bed after the Realians have killed her mother. While she was under the bed, there was no blood falling on top of her from her mother being stabbed. And in addition to that, when she kneels on the side of the bed afterwards, her mother's blood is pooling in her hands, and then she drops all of her mother's blood on the ground and touches her face. In the English one, there's no blood in that entire scene. 0 blood. So it looks really fucking stupid, for lack of a better way to put it. Another one is in Xenosaga 3, Jin gets stabbed by a large sword from one of the eggs units, and it goes entirely through his body and roots him to the ground. He has 0 blood when that happens as well. No blood. no blood. And it just looks, again, really fucking weird. There's also a shower scene with Shion. In the English version, the shower scene has more fog to obscure more of her model than the Japanese version does. The censorship is so lame. It really is. You're out of the loop. You heard I was going to do a 2D model. Any ETA when you're going to debut it? I sent a message in my model group recently asking if there would be an ETA, since as of next month, we will have been working together for about a year, which is kind of long for a 2D model. So I wanted to know like what the progress timeline is going to be looking like. How did I read the Japanese game? I couldn't. I had like basically the menus memorized from playing it in English so much, so I was able to navigate the game very easily based on just knowing where things were. I wasn't able to understand, obviously, them speaking Japanese, but if they repeated a word often enough, like Shion, I could then tell which kanji were like her name and whatnot. The muscle memory technique, yep. Playing Xenosaga Freaks was probably the hardest, because Xenosaga Freaks didn't have an English equivalent, and so I had to basically, like I was some sort of archaeologist figuring out how to read Egyptian hieroglyphics. I had to just figure out what I was looking at and what each character. I guess I was translating it technically, but like I still can't speak Japanese. No fan translation. No, you didn't have fan translation patches for PS2 games on the PS2. Knowing Nintendo, they will and make it exclusives on their consoles like they did with Bayonetta. Xenosaga didn't have the greatest graphics when it first came out, so I can't really be disappointed if it has graphics that are bad enough to run on the Nintendo Switch. Like, I'll still probably be disappointed that it could be better, but I'd rather have it than not at all. That's funny, you lost yours on New Year's Eve, what the heck? When you were visiting family in 2017 Ukraine, you also began, or you've been to a resort that the people are... When you were visiting family in 2017 Ukraine, I also been to a resort. The people there are brainwashed. They're afraid to speak Russian. I'm talking about West Ukraine. I have no idea about any of that. I have no idea about any of that. It's like 8 hours of cutscenes in just one Xenosaga episode. Xenosaga 2 had some sort of an issue where they like weren't going to release it in Europe, and then they released a DVD of episode 2, and it was like 30 hours of cutscenes or something. It's actually ridiculous. Why do I pronounce Xenosaga 3 as Xenosaga Freaks? I don't. There's Xenosaga 1. I'm pretty sure 1 is Der Wille zur Macht, right? 2 is Jenseits von Gut und Böse. 3 is Thus Spoke Zarathustra. And then Xenosaga Freaks is a game that only came out in Japan. There's Xenosaga Freaks that was based off of how much the Japanese liked the game series. It never released in the West. There was also Xenosaga 1 and 2 remade for, I think it was the DS. And then there was Xenosaga Pied Piper, which was a standalone for the Wonder Swan that was Ziggy's story only. Can speak Japanese okay-ish, can understand a fair bit when listening to conversations, but you can't read a single moon rune. They're hard. In Xenosaga Freaks, they had 2 different kinds of, like, puzzle games. One of them was reading katakana, and the other one was reading kanji. And I was like, I can't do either of these! I can't do either! There was also Xenogears on the PS1. Yeah, I was talking about, like, the saga specifically. Xenosaga is a prequel to Xenogears, and Xenogears came out first on the PS1. Kirsche knowing this much about Xenosaga's hot. What the fuck? Albedo's awesome. Albedo was my biggest fucking man crush. Holy shit. And, like, Crispin Freeman fucking nailed that character. I have been in love with Crispin Freeman as a VA for so many fucking years. So many fucking years. As Albedo's my husbando. I'll fucking fight you, Lulu! He's mine! The kanji man? Yeah. Pikahiri, thank you for the 500 yen. Xenoblade 2 is so bad, it sparked you learning JP to escape Western localization situation. Now you live in Japan, you don't hate localizers enough. I'm sure there was some shit that was localized in the Xenosaga games that I, like, probably didn't notice. Xenoblade, I haven't played yet. I'm sure it'll take them years to come out with the next Xenosaga storyline one. So I would like to play the Xenoblade games before those come out. Watching the DLC cutscene to get all of the Xenosaga information from Xenoblade, the English VA are fucking terrible. The English VA are so fucking bad. It was hard to listen to the DLC cutscenes for Xenoblade. I was just like, what the actual fuck were they thinking? Xenoblade had British English. It was so bad. It was so fucking bad. Wilhelm is the best guy in Xenosaga. Ain't no way. Albedo is the best. Wasn't Albedo kind of a twink? No, that was Rubido, the midgety one. Speaking of hating localizers. Why are we speaking of hating localizers? At this point, it's not even clear if Saga is the prequel anymore. There's a good chance Gears, Saga, and Blade all happened at the same time with the space-time dilation stuff. That's true. That is a true fair point. You love Crispin Freeman and Slayers. He's a very good VA. Highly love. Nintendo of Europe wanted to localize it. Nintendo of America's localizers decided it was too much work. What the fuck? Hell, they aren't bad. They're just British. Same thing. Fuck localizers generally. You hope the Japanese AI translation takes off. Same. Especially after seeing, like, how angry the localizers were getting that people were happy that AI was gonna take over. Fuck them. If you can't do your job right, and if you can't do your job without shitting on the people who consume the media that your job is, you don't deserve that job. Localizer rage feeds your soul. Exactly. It's not true the British VAs they get for Dragon Quest do a good job. I haven't played Dragon Quest, so I'll have to just take your word for it. You hate it when you say English VAs are garbage and the argument is just, it's just cringe writing and you don't like hearing it. Yeah, it's just cringe writing. It's not you injecting the sussy baka Dan's game.
Tuesday nights,
totally.
anal night.
I believe you. Almighty Lonely thing for the $5. Xenoblade's fantastic, but like 700 hours into 2 alone. Absolutely play it in JP though. Yeah. That's like when everybody was complaining about like Yang Yi being the voice actor for Kiryu in Yakuza. Yeah, he definitely doesn't fit that character. And I think it's really weird that they allowed that to go through. And I think this is an issue. I think this is an issue with VAs in general. Is I don't know why they hire who they hire, be it like nepotism or an incestuous industry. But they don't hire people for characters in anime based on how they sound. And so there's always that disconnect when watching English VA where it's like, you sound nothing like the character looks, and thus I am taken out of the story. You missed PS2 Star Ocean. The cinematics were peak and the story was interesting. I love Al Bull Knox, dude. What was the origin of Tuesday Night's Anal Night? That is a Dr. Uncle Turtle Boy, who is a journalist in Massachusetts. He's working on exposing the police department for covering up a murder and trying to blame it on the guy's wife at this point in time. He's gotten arrested a few times because they're trying to get him to shut up by claiming he's doing witness intimidation. He called, I think it was a councilwoman. He called a councilwoman, and he called her a candy ass, but he said the real word. And I'm pretty sure it was that same phone call where he said Tuesday night's anal night. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was the same phone call where he was talking to the councilwoman, because she had a video come out where, like, a guy who she was having sex with, I don't remember if it's like her husband or her boyfriend, or I don't remember who the fuck it was, some guy she was having sex with took a video, and her disabled son is in the room while they're both, like, half naked still. And her husband, boyfriend, whatever the fuck he is talking about how she let him do it up the poopa and how great it was. And so Dr. Uncle Turtle Boy was like, Tuesday night's anal night. Have I ever played Star Ocean 4? You think I dig Arumat from that one? I haven't played that one. You remember that? Gross. You can hear bad acting in any language. Listen to the many dubs of any series that you like. You'll easily be able to pick out the bad ones. You only hate it because it's in your own language as a complete coat. There are plenty of people who are bilingual and multilingual. English anime voice actors who work for Sony are part of the nepotism cult. That's why the majority of English dubs are terrible. Yeah, and that's like, chat, I can never remember the difference. Alright, it's just like, I'm really bad with names, okay? There's Tara Strong and Tara Reid. I think Tara Strong is the VA, right? Tara Strong's the VA one. She also has amazing fucking range. Tara Strong, she's the right one? Okay, yeah. So, Tara Strong, someone I would vehemently disagree with politically, right? She is an amazing voice actress, and I want to see her continue to get roles. I want to see her continue to do things, because she's like a voice morph, right? Like, I can't imagine her playing a character that she wouldn't be able to fit. How strong is she? What's her bench and squat? Turtle Boy's the hero we deserve. Just some guy, thank you for the 100 biddies. Most VA roles are dominated by Funimation, and it's all the same 24 people. I mean, I definitely think there needs to be a way.
Like I'm a real pet!
Hello Kirsche, going to go to the desert to mature more. Hope you read my DM, and if I come back to the community I hoped I stop glowing.
Junebug, thank you for the $5 doodles. It's a hard thing, I think, for some people on the spectrum to understand. Where, like, even if you have the ability to pattern recognize, even if something is true,
go ahead.
Sometimes you just don't say it in public. Right, like, that's kind of like when you grow up as a child, and I guess this might be the difference between, like, someone on the spectrum and someone not on the spectrum, is children are assholes. Right, like a child will just wander around outside and they'll be like, Mommy, why does that man look like a skeleton? And why is that man wearing a dress? He's so ugly. And, you know, or like a kid will waddle around and be like, Mommy, why is that woman the size of a planet? She's so big. How is that possible? Children have to be taught to not notice. That's the difference between a child and an adult. You have learned to lie in order to protect yourself in public. Don't need pattern recognition. Kids aren't assholes, they're unfiltered. I mean, they're both. Children are naturally antagonistic to the anorexic and the obese. Autists don't have filters, they can't understand. You have to discern when it's appropriate to say something and not. Yeah, exactly. Which is why it's like, I know most of you guys here are probably somewhere on the spectrum. And that's fine, right? That's fine. Like, I understand the difficulties that come with that. I understand, but it's like, I still gotta slap you when you do it, because if I don't slap you, Twitch will be like, oh, look at this streamer condoning this behavior. They're little barbarians. They haven't learned yet. Autists and children can't see the Emperor's new clothes. Don't you mean they can see? Don't slap them, they'll like it. Just because you're autistic doesn't mean you have a domination fetish. What the fuck? Gen Xers brag about not being filtered. Phew. What if we like the slapping? What the fuck? Chat reflects the streamer. True! Localization, much like any other niche professional groups, are very prone to insularity. Yeah, unfortunately. I do have an entire stream where we're gonna be talking about localizers with Polt Fan. So I don't wanna get too much into localizer talk before then. Maybe we should stop lying then, let the people know how fat and ugly they are. That's cause like, you catch more flies with honey than vinegar, as it were, right? It does nothing to directly just insult someone, even if it's true. You know, if you want to help someone, insulting is typically not the way to do it. The Polt Fan, the GOAT. Let's rip Jamie Marchi a new one. Yeah. She seems really fucking unhinged. And I genuinely hope she does not get any further work in voice acting. Or localization, whichever one she's doing. They blur together in my brain. Because localizers and English voice actors tend to be the same cut of the crop. Annoying. The clothes are fake. The Emperor's fake. It's all fake! What about when we don't want to help someone? I mean, I'm just fucking... If you want to be an asshole to someone, then just do it. If you don't care, I guess. You're gonna be called an asshole for it. Just called out Asmongold and his fans? How? This woman doesn't know how to quit. She seems pretty far into the clique, though, unfortunately. Jamie pretended to not be home for months to avoid being served legal papers from Vic. Now, you guys mentioned that she was involved in that, because I didn't know that. I was like, that just makes me think of her as even worse of a person. Is Jamie the one who's like the 5th dub of Bulma? I don't remember. I don't remember what she does. It's okay to help people, but also remember the scorpion and the frog. Yes. Also remember that. Sorry to hear about your pussy.
Wanya.
Junebug, thank you for the $3. Growing up, you were rewarded for telling the truth, even after a punishment. You hate lying, and you feel like lying will build on you. You think your problem is not shutting up. I mean, potentially. Potentially. I am someone who does not like lying. I do not like being lied to. But sometimes there are things that I know I cannot say publicly. And because I know I cannot say them, I either find a way to say it differently, I find a way to make it a joke, or I just help, don't say it at all. It's a good way to go about it, yeah. Did Vic ever get exonerated? I don't remember what happened. Learn to practice with, I don't have a good way to say this. There's hard truths that don't have good ways to put things. Yeah. Yeah. Saying that you aren't home, couldn't serve papers is a lie? I have no idea. I've never been served papers. It's not about what you say, but how you say it. I mean, sometimes it is about what you say. Sometimes it is. It's like, when we were watching this stuff yesterday about Epstein, they finally mentioned Mossad. I was like, okay, well, I can say that now, and I can't get in trouble because it was said before I said it. People will still gladly go see Vic appearances. Absolutely.
Who do you hate more, journalists or localizers? Why is the answer that you can't hate either enough? I will Kirsche.
Do not the Kirsche, you fucking schizo! Nerd Whispers, thank you for the $5 doodles. I don't know if I could pick who I hate more. I feel like I hate both of them. Localizers for destroying my hobby that I escape from the news from. Journalists for just being shitty people. I kinda want to go back to when journalists actually cared about having integrity. You know? And it sucks that, like, if a journalist is trying to have integrity, the rag that they're writing for might put a dent in that anyways, because people will be like, oh, this guy writes for fucking Dexerto. Clearly he's not going to have integrity, or some shit like that, you know? Always remember, Kirsche for love, Kirsche for lewd. Do not lewd the fluffy creature! hate lying liars and being tone police. You think you may be mildly autistic. You wish you were born 30 years earlier when you'd just be considered a mean bastard and it'd be done with. Yeah. Yeah, I hate having to enact, like, censorship, right? I have to play within the bounds of Twitch's rules and Discord's rules. If it were up to me, I'd be like, I don't care what words you use as long as you're not being directly harassing towards someone. If we're not supposed to lewd the Kirsche, then why does she dress like a whore? Does your cat dress like a whore? What did he mean by this? It's like journalists are worse because they allowed Gamergate to lead to the current state of content. I don't know if I would consider games journalists actually journalists. Yes, why do you guys want to fuck your cats? What's wrong with you? Now I don't want to ask if anyone in the audience wants Cheems, ball, and gravy. Chunbagu, thank you for the $1. You realize the DM do be red, but good news is you got a job interview next Friday for security guard. Good luck on your security guarding. Can we please, as a society, move past Gamergate? Game journos are an entire tier lower than journos, which is already really low. I have to accept those cats have already found their home. I'm not allowed to have 4 manamano. I'm not allowed. Chat reflects streamer. I don't want to fuck the cats! Your cat's dressed in a stupid autistic outfit for dummies because you think he's adorable that way, and his mommy loves him, and he probably hates me for it. I've never tried to put clothing on cats, and I feel like I would get torn to shreds if I tried. You only ever agree with censorship when it's immediately hilarious? Somehow only China has delivered this? Kitsune Koibito! Thank you for the 2-month resub. What about pink rabbits? You can only fuck the pink rabbit if you're her sibling. That's how that works. Don't they hate clothes? Isn't Gamergate gonna be 10 this year? Lord, where did the time go? I just find it funny that I can read articles that have nothing to do with anything Gamergate related and it still gets brought up occasionally. And you finally understand the baby talk notification? Hell yeah! Mamakin adopted us all, Jesus. Gamergate never really left us. The real Gamergate was the friends we made along the way. Journalists either have to have integrity or bend the knee to people who don't care. I will never get over the fact that I predicted a journalist's death. Like, it's both amusing and horrifying to me that happened. Help, I am Nostradamus and I did not ask for this. Sargon really wants Trump to say Gamergate too. Oh my god. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be Gamergate? Be quiet, you're a woman and know nothing of video games. Which journo was this? I don't know his fucking name. He was a journalist. He was the one that went over to whatever country was hosting the Soccer World Cup in the Middle East. And he was like, yeah, I'm gonna wear a gay pride shirt to the cup. And I was like, this man is gonna turn up dead in a couple of days. Like, there's no way. Oh, there's no way he's gonna survive wearing a gay pride t-shirt in that country. And then, like, 2 days later, it was like, he's actually dead. He died of a heart attack. By the way, his wife is someone who was working on COVID vaccines. And I was like, all right, okay. He didn't listen to the song, did he? Emperor Creatine, thank you for the $10 doodles. Gamergate was the first time the journo class actually received somewhat widespread and stubborn pushback against a narrative they set, and it traumatized them, much like Mario 3 traumatized Cinema Robert. Oh man. It's just like, I don't know. It's weird to me that the entire point of Gamergate was like, hey, if you're gonna write articles, if you have a personal bias, just like disclose that, right? Like, we just want disclosement. If you've been paid for something, or if you've been, like, asked to do something by a friend, or if, like, you know someone who works on the game, just disclose it. And they made it into this whole weird thing about gamers hating women. I was like, what the actual fuck? What the actual fuck? Kirsche just embedded in all conspiracies. Is she a glowy? Have I ever played Depression Quest? I didn't. You think I should do it on stream and we'll see how far I get without unaliving myself? What the heck? Wasn't that Zoe Quinn's game? Am I high? If you fucked the dev of the game you're reviewing, you might want to disclose something. I think it was Niche Gamer. Niche Gamer, unironically based as a journalist website, question mark. They did like an article on Coney Confetti, and they were like, disclosure, I pay $4.99 a month for a subscription to this clown. Niche Gamer's good. Yeah, they have the disclosure, so thumbs up is good. You wish Niche Gamer was more popular? They've been fun to read the few times I've done so. The clown woman, yes. You know how much they mock it by saying Gamergate was about ethics and game journalism, but it was unironically about that? Yeah.
Addy spaghetti!
I'm thinking of the 100 biddies. It didn't help that several websites declared that the word gamers was dead, all on the same day. What the fuck? And Coney's pretty great though, so it's fine. Didn't they plagiarize? Who plagiarized? Where? Why? What article? The Coney Confetti. On a topic of playing games, have I considered playing Disco Elysium? Tangerine bought me Disco Elysium in like 2019 or some shit and was like, please play this game. And I was like, okay. And I still haven't played it. The gamers, the most oppressed group of all time. VTubers, the most oppressed even in the gamer class. Everybody hates the anime woman. I was watching a Tim Pool video the other day where he was talking about like different anime and how like the anime industry in Japan is doing much better than the comic industry in the US. And that they actually like push culture through their industry and whatnot, unlike we do here. And I was like, Timmy, you know, that's funny coming from you, considering you're racist against the anime women and refuse to speak with us. How can you praise anime while simultaneously saying that VTubers are a problem? You can play disco all you want, just don't call it an RPG. I don't know what the fuck it is. Imagine my shock! Has he accepted that VTubers are more popular than him yet? Probably not. I'm not an anime woman. I'm an anime man with a voice changer. Are like 9 of the 10 top female streamers VTubers? Yes, and the 10th is a man. You know a show that'll speak with me about culture and VTubers? Oh no, should I be worried? Jinbug, thank you for the $1. The almighty Lolly won't stop talking about Disco Elysium. He really loves that game. Same with DS for you. I intend to play everything on my backlog at some point. I just keep playing games that are really long. Alright, okay? Tim's value is when he went out and reported what he saw. Once he stopped going out, he became way more removed from reality. I really liked his on-the-ground stuff. Like, I really like that. Can't you just say VTubing is a way for women to protect themselves online and that hating the anime woman is sexist? I mean, I could, but I don't think it's sexist. I think he's just being old and curmudgeon-y. Tim said he directly competes with VTubers in his live stream slot, so he's big mad. Jesus Christ. The almighty Lolly likes Disco Elysium as he played it on stream? I don't know. I feel like that's really weird to, like, get upset with somebody who's not even in your same sphere of, like, content, right? Like, even if there's VTubers that overlap with Tim's live stream slot, I don't think the people that watch the JP VTubers are going to be watching his content. So it's not like he's losing anything. If you're gonna play disco, ignore people from Sour Disco Elysium calling it a commie game. The game goes hard against communism. The most miserable character in that game is because of communism. Yeah, I've seen stuff about the devs, so. Thoughts on the Tetris drama thing? Unbending, thank you for the 40! I don't know what currency that is. I don't know what that- I've never seen that thank you for the 40 questionable currency. I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. What, the news anchor shitting on the kid because he, like, was the first person to actually beat Tetris? Again, probably just old and curmudgeon-y. Probably just doesn't know what she's talking about and is one of those people that's just like, video games waste of time. Video games waste of time? Why did that reporter bully a child? Because people who are older now are just angry at all things. Kind of looks like a tornado money symbol. Thank you for the 40 tornadoes! I'm sure I'll survive. I appreciate it. Tell the almighty Lolly I can't wait for his Mushoku Tensei video. I don't know what that means. Tim's mad he's not as cute as the anime women. Oh my god. 40 camels! You can buy a wife now! Emperor Crazy, thank you for the $2. The tornado is an Indian rupee! Would it be racist if I still called them tornadoes? Because now I'm very fond of that. Does Tim think you're porn adjacent, like you've mentioned happens a lot, or is he really just being a grump? I think he's just being a grump. I have not seen him say that VTubers are like porn adjacent, and I don't know if he would say that, because I feel like it'd be really disingenuous. And as much as he is a fence sitter, I don't think he, like, tries to cause issues in that manner. Too late, they're tornadoes now! Rupee donations, the storm that is approaching. The tornadoes trying to make the milk truck arrive. Get a few JRPGs added to backlog. We won't ever get through it. Do you know if I play Tales of Vesperia, we won't hear you stop simping over the main protagonist, even if he's not quite hairy enough. To be fair.
I love giving Nim cock and ball torture. To be fair!
I love JRPGs, and that's some pretty fucking sexy JRPG men. But they're Japanese, so none of them have ever been hairy. I don't think I've ever seen like a hairy Japanese man. I don't know if it is like biologically possible for them to have copious amounts of body hair. I'm just gonna be real. On your way back to work, you heard that people on the radio talking about it basically calling the Tetris kid a forever virgin. Dude, he's like 13, isn't he? Why are you talking about the state of his virginity when he's that young? What the fuck? Is it just me, or do VTubers tend to be more entertaining for you too? I think for me personally, I prefer watching female VTubers and male flesh streamers. I think that women who are VTubers, in my opinion, so this doesn't get taken out of context, I feel like female VTubers are more entertaining than female flesh streamers. So I watch more female VTubers than female flesh streamers. The opposite is true for me with men. I feel like the male flesh streamers that I've watched are more entertaining than the male VTubers I have come across. And I refuse, Bagman being the exception, to watch men pilot women flesh. I think it's disturbing. You haven't been shown a good VTuber yet that you enjoy. I'm sorry that you don't enjoy me. I think that's potentially because of how the male VTubers act. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't know why it is. Male flesh tubers on Twitch? Yeah. All of the flesh tubers on my following list on Twitch, except for like 2, are dudes. Flesh streamer does sound like a Warhammer Nurgling or Tyrannid unit. I like the flesh tubers. Male tubers usually kind of sound like soy. Oh, I want more of the burly lumberjack VTubers. Maybe they can break the mold. I meant to say good male VTuber. I'm sorry! Not all VTubers! Emperor Crazy, they give you $5. What's that? A male child is enjoying something that male children like? I'm now thinking about his penor size and girlfriend possession status. That's really fucking weird. Like, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure, like, the articles on Twitter that I briefly saw said that the kid was, like, 13 or some shit. Why are you talking about him being a forever virgin? That's so weird. You want a male tuber with the deepest voice using the girliest avatar just so you can laugh? Oh, God. Because your judgment on VTubers or flesh streamers is skewed by subconsciously connecting with creators that happen to be on the spectrum, have ADHD, or rather than someone normal. I mean, maybe. Again, like, this was just from my perspective of what I like watching. If you do the flavor, you need to behave yourself. Being trans, you have to, you know, not be the Republican boogeyman that Marina is. I was like, if you are entertaining, if you can stand on your own without, like, talking about how much you love gobbling cocks or sticking your face in coochie, like, you'll be fine. The only time it becomes a problem is when someone's content relies entirely on them being like, haha, listen to the sexual stuff that I do. Most male VTubers keep hitting on other male VTubers and that disturbs you! Oh my god. You calling cock goblin code monkeys. What the hell? Deep Daddy Shota VTuber when? Jesus. I think that would be fun if they were like a burly lumberjack VTuber, like main model, right? And then occasionally would just like go into the super Shota mode, and they would still have the super deep voice. That would be funny. Salka Alpaca, they give it 1,000 yen. Hair in Japan is seen as unattractive, so most of the people stay clean shaved. I never thought about that either. I guess everybody could just be shaving. Everybody could just be shaving. I do have a couple of Japanese friends, and they are just completely fucking hairless. Like 100%, aside from their face, completely hairless. You heard her bags get a Shota model? I'd prefer watching men use a Shota model than using a woman model. Because the only reason that men use a woman model is they expect that they will get more views because they have booba. The views that you get from the people who are going to watch deep man voice coming out of booba model probably aren't the viewers you want to cultivate. Usually correct. You think woman VTubers are better than woman live streamers because the women that go into VTubing are at least a tiny bit nerdy and like anime and gaming, so they're not cringe. I'm sure there's plenty of female flesh tubers that do that as well. But it, like, when you hear of female flesh tubers, and again, this was my complaint with the, like, sexual meta on Twitch, is you just start thinking that all of the female streamers on Twitch do that kind of thing. And it's hard to escape that stereotyping. Red Heracross, they give the $2. Kirsche supports straight Shota. I don't give a shit if you like lolly. I don't give a shit if you like Shota. I don't sexualize either of those things. I feel like it's a little weird, right? I've talked about, I'm looping. I've talked about why I don't play Blue Archive anymore. It's just a personal preference. I don't care if other people like it. And I would prefer to watch a streamer that's Shota than to watch a man skinwalking as a woman.
Not even left or right issue, but certain breed of men and women not exactly gifted in grey matter department like to ad hominem using targets lack of sexual prowess. Those criticizing said boy just lack enough common sense to appeal it to underage kids.
Eker on hate, they give it a 550. I always thought the virgin comment was really stupid as well. Because it's like, why would I make fun of a man for being a virgin? Like that, if I don't want men to be promiscuous fuckboys, why would I make fun of a man for being a virgin? That doesn't make any sense. Did I see Tectone's recent spurging about a lolly Genshin Impact YouTuber? I did. I like Eggy Man, alright, okay? Like, fucking full disclosure, I like the Eggman. I'm really disappointed in the way that he worded his take and how he went after a smaller YouTuber for doing, like, lolly tier list stuff. I saw that he purged all of his followers, he purged a lot of his likes afterwards. I'm an anime woman. I'm an anime woman. I would love to be able to talk to people who play around in, like, my sphere of the internet. And then they have, like, these takes that are strange. Tectone doubled down on stupid. I saw. Good old your likes, follows, our public moment. Yeah. You do enjoy how Techie is so confrontational for no reason. I enjoy quite a bit of Tectone's content. I enjoy Tectone as a person. He has quite literally been nothing but nice to me personally. Right? And as someone who does not like sexualizing lolly, as someone who finds it weird, I would never equate it with pedophilia because they are fictional. They are just drawings. While I don't want to play Blue Archive because the characters in Blue Archive are canonically underage while hitting on me, while asking me to go on dates with them, I think that's weird. I don't care if someone else plays it. I don't care if someone else enjoys it. Please, enjoy all of your Blue Archive. It's not real. That doesn't make you a pedophile. It's gross, but it's not evil. In my opinion, lollies are adorable and they're for petting and protecting. You do not loot the lollies. And it's like, I played Terra, where Elin were like heavily sexualized. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute. I have Terra screenshots that I can pull up for this. I played Terra on stream, and that's how I know that these are not bannable. But the Twitter freaks would be very upset. Let me find my Terra screenshots if I can, because it's been a really fucking long time since I've looked for them. Typically, they're in... These are all Chilla's games, so they're not here. Terra screenshots. Would they be in this folder? This is a loading screen. This is a loading screen. I am one of the people who also used the uncensor patch in Terra. When Terra was brought from Korea to the West, they censored a lot of the outfits for Elin in the game. They censored them in very low quality. Very low quality. And it was really, really bad, unfortunately. I did not like the shorts. I preferred the way that the outfits were normally. Could I show you a screenshot of Pippa Stripper? Probably not. Probably not. Oh, Ziz coming in clutch with some of my Blade and Soul character screenshots. I can open that one up after. As a woman, I took a gajillion fucking screenshots of my character. Like, I had so many fucking screenshots of all of my characters. Because that's what women do, chat. That's what women do. We take tons of pictures. Let's see. What are these outfits? This was like default outfit. So these ones aren't crazy. That's not crazy. What's this one? Okay, that one. This one would be, I guess, suspicious. Do I have front facing? Hold on, I'm trying to trying to find one where I am like front facing instead of just like side or dungeoning. Man, I guess I fell off taking a million screenshots as I played longer.
Wanya.
I hope I'm gonna be done tangenting by fucking 7 when that shit starts. Okay, here we go. So they had underwear in Terra, and they had like 2-piece underwear. They had 2-piece underwear in Terra. I had my underwear modded on top of that. Terra had so many fucking cosmetic mods, dude. Terra had so many cosmetic mods. And I had... Where is my display capture? Okay. This was my underwear on my Elin. I was using Black Desert Wings as well. You could mod underwear? Yeah, you could absolutely mod underwear. This would make Twitter freaks seethe. Because this is, for all intents and purposes, a lolly body type, right? I played this character for 10 fucking years. Shiny belly. Elins were very shiny. Elins were very fucking shiny. The thighs are nice. Let me find an unmodded outfit. The Halloween outfit, I think, would probably be like the lewdest looking one on an Elin. They had a lot of the schoolgirl outfits as well, but I wasn't a huge fan of the schoolgirl outfits. They weren't my style. They weren't my style. Let me see here. God, I wore that blue fucking dress for almost everything. Where is my motherfucking Halloween outfit? I'm gonna lose my mind, chat. Okay, maybe in this folder?
Maybe?
Okay, here's an outfit. This is a default outfit. This is something that you could just buy in the cash shop. This is unmodded entirely. The wings, again, the wings are from Black Desert, but the outfit itself, completely unmodded. Elin's had a succubus outfit that was pretty lewd. I don't think I owned the succubus outfit. I don't think I owned that one. So these are only outfits that I owned. Those hips do not say lolly. They do. This is a lolly. This is a lolly, and that is why they were censored when they came over to the West. The maid outfits were cute. The maid outfits were very cute. Maid outfits were hella cute. Let's see what else we have here. I wanted to I know I have screenshots in the help, I'm dying. I know I have screenshots in the... This is the cutest maid outfit. These are my favorite maid outfits. The chambermaid ones. Chambermaid and parlor maid. Those were the cutest! Those were the cutest. Just some guy named with 100 biddies. The final leveling outfit you get has just what looks like translucent underwear almost. Leveled one just before the servers shut down. Are Terra servers still up? No. The official servers are down. Official servers are down.
I found it.
They can get in the way of people dealing with actual CSA crimes by flooding the reports with non-actionable evidence. Yes. Yes. Did we ever get the Alice dress for NA? I know I got Gameforge to give me codes to give out the Alice dress. I think I got 14 codes for it. I don't know if it ever, like, officially released.
What the fuck?
Unbending, thank you for the 40 tornadoes! You love that I nerd about MMO stuff? You guys have mostly seen me doing tangent content. When an MMO drops that I actually enjoy playing, I'll still be tangenting, but I'm also going to be a dirty, filthy swamp ass in that MMO. Someone with Elon money buy Terra so we can play again. Yeah, there's there's a private server, but obviously it's not retail, unfortunately. It's 2019. Let me see if I have more in here. Let's take a look-see-peek-see. Because I know I had a couple of more outfits that were modded as well. And one thing I liked about Terra is that it had a lot of unique underwear. Is this one of them? And so, like, in every outfit that you had, even with the Elon, the underwears, like, looked different and shit. Some of them had, like, frills, some of them had, like, little cat faces on them. I was like, they put a lot of fucking detail into it. Well, they put a lot of fucking detail. This one, do I have an image from the front? I don't think I have an image from the front. Which is unfortunate. This outfit... This outfit is a default outfit that you could get in Terra as a swimsuit. I can't remember what swimsuit it was called. This is a mod for the swimsuit to make the swimsuit look more lacy instead of the regular, like, swimsuit coloration. So it's basically a mod that is a color swap. Color swap mod. That's cute, yeah. I had a color swap mod on that. The wings are default in Terra. My staff skin is default in Terra. Kier, please. What do you mean? I'd literally played this game on stream with all of my mods. 4 years. 4 years, chat. It's like, as someone who played Terra for a decade, and as someone who is a VTuber, for me to say shit about Lolly would just be really incredibly fucking hypocritical. Here we go. Here's a shot. Here's a shot of one of the maid outfits. See on the front of the pantsuits? You got ribbons? You got ribbons on the pantsuit? What always gets you is the supposed child characters that have narrow waist and wide hips. In what world do literal children have these mature women features?
Do you know any other crippled sex kittens that crush a elder orb?
I don't know, dude. I hate Elans! Without Elans, Terra would have never been able to get free-to-play. Never would have been able to get free-to-play. Here's another one. Here's another one. This is also a default outfit that you could have just bought in Terra. The wings I'm pretty sure are a mod. I modded this outfit because it has a ducky inner tube. So I modded the outfit to not have the ducky inner tube. That is the only mod on this outfit. Mom with her child. Yeah, exactly. We're holding hands so she doesn't lose me at the grocery store. Tall lady. You wanted to try out Terra, but you were too late. Yeah. What, in my opinion, is the difference between lolly and petite as a female body type? Well, usually with petite, they have, like, a different facial structure, right? Lolly's like the entire package, as it were. It's got the big eyes. It's got the, like, almost oversized looking head. It's just like you know it when you see it is basically what it is. And there's a lot of weird people who will try to reason that what they like isn't love. We're like, this character that I like isn't lolly. They're a short stag. It's not a lolly. I don't like that. I'm not a pedo. And it's like, well, so I got news for you. That character's probably a lolly. Like we had someone in the Discord who was like, I like Laffy from Azure Lane. That's a lolly. That's a lolly. I'm sorry. You like a lolly. That's okay. So it's okay to like lolly. It's not an actual child. It's not real. I got news for you. That means you're gay.
I found it.
Short stacks and lollies are two different things. Yeah. A short stack is coward for opie lolly. What else do I have in here? What else do I have? Because, like, Elin outfits went fucking hard. Here's another one. Do I have a front-facing picture? God, Elin faces are fucking terrifying sometimes. This is another outfit that you could just buy. I modded it to no longer have the mesh jacket. But the mesh jacket looked really fucking ugly. Elin witch outfit? Yeah, I have the witch outfit. I loved the floppy hat. Holy shit, she's shiny! Daily curse for Kirsche introducing you to Owari. Fucking drugged. Owari is nice. Is she made of plastic? She's made of 2011 graphics. Please ampersand. Let's see, what else do we got in here? What else do we got in here? Oh, I do have pictures of the floppy witch hat. This is
Jeez, Sally,
this is a default costume.
Lets you have two comms?
This is a default costume, default hat. The only thing modded in this image is wings. So this is something that you could buy. You don't mind the clothes, but why is the model rubbed in baby oil? That's just, I think it's a Korean MMO fashion choice, right? I think that's just what Korean MMOs do. Black Desert has the oil issue. Blade and Soul had the oil issue. I just think it's a Korean MMO style choice, in my opinion. On this outfit, you even have like a back tattoo. You know what they say about big hands, unironically. Wasn't that the same era as the Shin Megami Tensei? Maybe there's a reason you didn't know a word of Terra until the Kier X Pippa collab? Terra came out in 2011 in Korea, 2012 in the West. So I'm not sure. I don't remember any controversies from that long ago. I'm gonna be real with you. Elin with the tramp stamp, unironically though. I'm trying to look for more shit in here. Kirsche's now a glowy. Caramel Sicko, thank you for the 2-month member. Thank you for member. There's more in that one bikini without the ducky. Oh, there's a fucking castanic ass. I liked these dresses. These dresses were really, these aren't lewd. These were probably some of my favorite costumes for Elin. Very, very, very cute, frilly dresses. People didn't use Twitter in 2011. No, Mighty Lolly, thank you for the $5. A lolly debate would be easier to take seriously if the people who were psychotically against it weren't outed as freaks themselves without fail. I agree with you. And I think some people are like psychotically against it as well. Not because they're like freaks themselves, but because they see all the backlash that happens around it on Twitter, and they're like, well, if I come out as staunchly against thing, no one will get mad at me, right? There's always that perspective as well. Unbending, thank you for the 40 tornadoes. Did I play Final Fantasy 14? If yes, got any screenshots? I did play 14. I didn't play a potato. I played Mooncat. I was a Mooncat in 14. I mostly played healers when I started, and then I transitioned into Bard. Bard was a lot of fucking fun. Love the Bardo. Let's see, what else do I got in here in the screenshot folder. In the screenshot folder. Oh, I liked the big head accessory. Those were pretty fucking fun. You could do some weird shit with the big head. Actually weird. Oh, here's an example of lingerie in the game. Here's an example of lingerie. This is just regular underwear in the game. This wasn't modded. Based Soda, thank you for the $20 doodles. Tara, you made a bunny Elin Gunner, named her Raisin from Tuhu, and dressed her up in an office outfit. Genuine fun! Hell yeah! Gabe now has a Benoit. Bard is no longer fun, it's in the grave. I hated when they made Bard a caster. I don't know how they changed Bard now, because I haven't played in ages. Remember the game had really cute Cheongsams? They did. They had a ton of fucking cute-ass outfits. One thing that I really wish Terra would have done, that Ion did, was Ion actually partnered with a handful of K-pop bands, like Miss A and Girls' Generation, to bring in 30-second dances from some of their songs as emotes in the game. I loved that fucking Ion did that. Really wished that Terra had. Unfortunately, they didn't. Maybe I can still dream, and a future Korean MMO will bring in some dance emotes from K-pop bands. Indiana Bowling, thank you for the $6.99 Canadian. Like with eco-protesters, where the people who go batshit about the environment are the same people who bought 10 packs of toilet paper during COVID. I just use baby wipes until I get a bidet. Red Heracross, thank you for the $2. Bowmage is long gone. Yeah, I played after they like got rid of Bowmage. And I was happy. I was happy with Bard post Bowmage. I was thankful they got rid of it. I don't know how they fucked it up now, though, is what I'm saying. I don't know what they did. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Ty. Happy New Year, dude. Correct, Bard got ruined in Heaven's Sword. It's been shit ever since. No more crit procs, barely any utility, only damage. Songs suck ass. I will say, after they reversed their horrible Bowmage, they did do weird shit to Bard's songs, and I was like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Astrologian and falafels are your jam in 14? I'm not a huge fan of falafels. They look like weird fetal alcohol syndrome babies. Like, I'm just not a fan. They're goofy, but that's just like personal preference, you know? Astrologian's fun as fuck. I do like that class. Thank you for the $2 Goo Sticks. Richard Alpha, thank you for the $2 Bidet Fund. It's the little things like K-pop dances that show the devs love what they do instead of actively shitting on your player base like Western devs. Yep. You main Bard for your ultimate at the moment, and it's okay. Oh no. Unless they fucked up Bard again, and more they just haven't really updated it in ages, and it doesn't really feel good compared to the newer, similar classes. That's really unfortunate. Bard is fine, y'all are bad! I don't like how they fucked with Bard's songs. I'm gonna stick to that one, though. I'm gonna stick to that one. Where is... Oh, I should be getting to the pictures of my Elin in that one dungeon, right? That one dungeon? That's my Kirstanic. That's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, this. Yeah, this. You can take some, like, really high-quality screenshots in certain areas. Like, the lighting just allowed you to take crazy high-quality screenshots. This was probably one of my favorite outfits. I absolutely loved the clockwork thing. Bard is fine. It has Asuna. Kaiser Vermilion, thank you for the $10 doodles. A Bard is now free of the cast bars. But issue is that all the jobs basically have the same skills and job identity has been shot. Someone with all jobs at 90. Jesus. I think when I stopped playing, 80 was the cap, so that sounds about right. You don't like Bard is a fucking archer class? Like, what the fuck? Sorry? Bard is a support class, not a DPS. Have archer upgrade to ranger or hunter. Bard should be separate. I agree that it should have more support features, but it's just a DPS at this point. Why does my Elin have tarred face? She's making an angry face! In the middle of angry emote! Angie! Unbending, thank you for the 40 tornadoes! Do I plan on playing Throne and Liberty? I do. Nim is currently sucked up into playing Throne and Liberty on the Korean servers, so his brain will be big and squishy to impart all of his knowledge to me when it drops. Sorry to hear about your pussy. I do plan on still asking Tectone if he would like to play Throne and Liberty. The original plan was to play Brew Protocol with him. I can never pronounce that correctly for some reason. But Protocol got pushed back pretty hard too. Help! Spoony Bard. Isn't everyone in 14 a DPS? Ah, man. At this point, kinda. At least when I was still playing, it was like everybody was expected to do DPS, and I'm used to like an Ion you weren't expected to DPS as a healer. In Terra, you really didn't have time in PvP to DPS if you were healing people. But in 14, it was always like, if you don't do damage as a healer, you bad. You motherfucking bad. What other outfits do I have left in here? That's more of the same bikini. This is more of the same bikini. Oh, that's more of the little frilly purple dress. What is this? Oh, these are like the popular. These are the popular like school swimsuit outfits. Healer, you mean green DPS? Your guild in Terra used to refer to your mystics' healing orbs as Elin eggs? You're gonna eat those Elin eggs. Been seeing people playing the Conan survival game on Twitch with the censorship option turned off. It's a very jiggly game. Is that allowed? Can you do that? You liked an EverQuest
Tuesday
where there were
nights,
support
anal
classes? I prefer my games. Do I want to say something to the congregation? No. No, I do not. Pomp on the chest is a nice detail. The pomp on the chest was because this was the more expensive version of the outfit, so you could write whatever you wanted to on the nameplate. Why does the lolly look down on me with scorn? Adam Carlson, they give it the 26. Go Stacks, they give it the $2. 14 is a dress-up sim disguised as an MMO. I would disagree with you, only because the majority of the characters suffer from same face. The Final Fantasy XIV character creator's not very good. It's not the best, alright? It's not great. What else do we have here? Oh, my special screenshot taking area with the good lighting. With the good lighting. Where are we here? You could take really good screenshots. This was an underwater area that you could get yourself into, and the lighting was pretty fucking fantastic for taking screenshots. Prefer your MMO with unique classes, even if it isn't super balanced. I just like the Holy Trinity. I just like Holy Trinity. Give you the PSO2 character creator. PSO2 is pretty good. I prefer Black Desert. Black Desert's character creator is actually fucking crazy. Out of its goddamn mind. Oh. The horse fucking has been a meme for so fucking long. I remember taking this screenshot when people were talking about horse fucking. doing the thinking emote. BDO is S tier? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Too bad playing BDO also makes you lose your mind. Yeah, I only played it for probably about a year and a half. How hungry. No one thinks about the poor horses. Jesus. Where's this come from? Terra. We're looping on Terra. 14 has it too because of a lore involving a tribe that marries horses. Jesus Christ. What watching Vosh does to a girl. Good lord. A horse for the Kirsche. Do not the Kirsche. God damn. I think that's about it. I think that's about it for all of the weird outfits that I have screenshots of. But yeah, I was like, I don't know. It just like it was like literally didn't matter to me. Like they're costumes in a video game. It's not real. I'm not like trying to lick the tummy of my character.
Welcome to Toxic Sluts.
Don't think it, don't say it. All this MMO talk makes you miss MMO worlds. Yeah, and then Ziz here brought up some of my Blade and Soul screenshots. Let me open some of these here. Let me open some of these. Blade and Soul also had pretty crazy lolly. Oh, hold on. That's the wrong thing. Don't look at my tabs. Don't look at my tabs, chat. No. Where's my fucking browser? There we go. There we go. She's not trying to lick the tummies. Pretty gay. Do not perceive. Today I fucked up by putting my Kirsche on a horse and inflating it like a protein balloon. You stop that. You stop that, dude. But I love your tab. Yeah, Blade and Soul, again, Korean MMO. So it suffered from the shiny, you could say. It was a very shiny game. Blade and Soul was around the time I started complaining about cosmetics in MMOs. Because prior to Blade and Soul coming out, you could get most cosmetics in games for like $5, if not less. The costume my character is wearing in this screenshot was like $20, $25, somewhere around there. And I was like, that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird that it's so fucking expensive. Haven't played a proper MMO in quite some time. Kind of miss it. What is wrong with the right calf? It looks like there was like some wind artifacting. This was like a kung fu style game. Little kung fu. Like I'm wearing like a bondage costume on my lolly. Leave it to NCSoft to fuck you out of your money. Nim was really far into the Blade and Soul, if you recall, for quite some time. Yeah, he was still playing Blade and Soul when I met him. You haven't played an MMO in over 10 years, absolutely refuse to get back into it since you like your free time. I would love an MMO to sink time into. And this bondage outfit, they got the Shima pan. They knew what they were doing, chat. They knew what they were doing. You would give a lot to be consumed by an MMO once again. A good MMO, unironically. I would love one. Outfit, that's just a shirt. Business Fox, you don't have MMO time. I would need to have, unironically, a manager in order to sink into an MMO again. Unironically, in order to do that. Oh, here's more of the Valentine's shirt with just a pure white underoos. This model even has cat scratches on her right thigh. Have I heard Riot is developing a League of Legends MMO? I don't know if it's a League of Legends MMO, but I have heard that they are developing an MMO. Man, I had so many screenshots in this outfit. I cannot speak! I can't tell if that's Spanish or Portuguese, but I can't speak that. You do not want to be a guild leader. A good MMO with Honorable Chatters Guild would be awesome. I would need somebody to be the guild leader that's not me or Nim. Neither of us have time for that. This was also a fun outfit. It had a really cool hair accessory that came with it too. It's an MMO set in the world of Runeterra, i.e. the League main world. It's League focus. Developer interviews have confirmed it to be in the main world of League. Some walk of shame level costumes. Jesus. You'll get shitty MMOs with lobbies that just serve to show off your paid cosmetics. No! What game is this from? This is Blade and Soul. These are Blade and Soul screenshots. Binary probably could. I don't know, man. I can't just keep giving one person more responsibilities, right? If a rooster gets scared, it becomes your human skin? I don't know what that means. Why does the thumbnail look like a porn preview? We're talking MMO costumes right now. I should upload a zip file of these screenshots for no particular reason. Wait, what did you mean by this? Thinking about it, this is a little bit like pinup burlesque. I mean, I guess Chinese pinup? I'm pretty sure this is a Chinese style outfit. Your dream Riot MMO, something mechanically like Wildstar, but set in Runeterra. I can't hear Wildstar without thinking of the donkey video on it. If I'm gratuitous, look up the Korean MMO Scarlet Blade. I feel like I've heard of that one before. You vote Almighty Lolly to be the guild leader. The name will induce fear in the heart of normies. We can resurrect Touch Fluffy Tail. I have not played Jade Dynasty, no. Blade and Soul was fine, and then they started balancing things. To be fair, when it was first out, fucking the little lolly class was OP as fuck. Oh god, what was Summoner? There we go. Summoner was pretty fucking OP. Summoner and Gladiator were both absolutely fucking crazy. Non-open world MMO Blade and Soul. I hated the way that they did PvP as well. The fact that this was when they were starting in MMOs to try and figure out how to put consensual, non-consent PvP in the games was awful. If you're gonna have open world, full fucking send it. Don't give me like 7 trillion different factions that I have to change into costumes in order to fight for. Don't do that. It's dumb and it's gay. If you have open world, give me the actual rape PvP that it should be. Summoner was garbage to play versus, yep. You remember playing PvP and every summoner was just an exercise in cock and ball torture? Yeah, I also played Summoner. Obviously. Wonder if anyone here has heard of the MMORPG called Hit 2? Nope. Nope, I have not heard of it. I do not know. I think I need to explain to chat what rape PvP means. No, I think people who play MMOs understand. Especially when I just talked about the cosmetics and why they were bad. Just let the PvP haters stay on the PvE servers. I hate that. When PvE players roll on PvP servers and they're just like,
You need to change your PvP server for me because I hate this and this was the largest server, so I don't want to go to the lower populated PvE. Fuck you! You choose to either deal with the PvP and roll with your friends, or you go to the fucking PvE server where you belong. Skill issue. Open world PvP filters a lot of players. That's why a lot of MMOs with open world PvP die. You have 2 servers. If you don't want open world PvP, don't roll on the PvP server. It's literally that simple. It's called journal voice. People whined about open world PvP not having level caps and made the game awful. You're always gonna have those like idiots who can't actually compete in open world, and so they go beat up on people 40 levels under them. And those assholes are always going to exist, and they always will suck. It's a small price to pay. I am willing to pay it. Delicious gamer sups. You like EVE Online for making it non-optional? EVE Online is too hardcore for me, which is why I never played it. But never play. It's too hardcore. Call those people free stuff dispensers. Yeah. It's so easy to kill those guys that try beating up on the low-level players because they can't compete against people their actual level. You and your friends were in a PvP server in V Rising. You fought like a 14-man multi-clan group who were grooming and defending a 12-year-old who would freak out if you tried to PvP around them. You wiped them all out and people started coming into the server again. Jeez. Test. What are you testing, Proctor? You weirdo. Okay, optional PvP in open world? Bruh, please. Sounds like a skill issue. Exactly! Don't roll on the PvP server if you don't want PvP in the open world. Ion PvP was fun, but then you got banned for running a VPN. You mean if you're on a PvP server, expect you to come back for your cheeks? Yeah. Yeah, I've talked about how, like, in Ion, I was one of those people where, like, me and, like, 1 to 2 other people, like a group of 3, potentially, maybe 4, would sit in front of dungeon entrances where groups of 5 to 6 would come, and we would prevent people from doing their PvP or PvE dungeons by killing them and they can't get in. And it would take, like, groups of between 15 and 20, sometimes, to clear out our small group of 3 to 4. That was like, that's peak. That's peak. If you can't kick my ass, you don't deserve to do your PvE dungeon. I loved that shit. Twitch was hiding all your messages for some reason. You think I could still see them, but they don't show up on the Stream Elements tab. Figured out it's because your VPN, you guess Twitch just filters all messages from Luxembourg. Why? What did Luxembourg do? If you were doing stuff through Stream Elements, that would be donos. That would be dono, so it would show up on screen. And I guess I can look. I don't think I had anything with your name attached to it. Yeah, no, I don't have any donos with your name, Proctor. So like it didn't go through at all. If you were tipping, Luxembourg did the tax evasion. Holy base, actual subhuman behavior, PvP gear versus PvE. I mean, if they know we're there, they're putting on their PvP gear to fight us to get into the dungeon. Luxembourg knows what they did. And we would have somebody on the Elios faction who would be reporting what people are saying in global chat to us. Oh god, it made me so fucking happy. It made me so fucking happy. Meant on-screen chat display, not the donations. Oh yeah, the on-screen has nothing to do with Stream Elements. That's pulling from Twitch. I mean, it's a Stream Elements overlay, but it's pulling from the Twitch chat. A team of 5 roll up with PvE unoptimized gear and an optimized 3-cell shows up and jumps them. You'd be very surprised if they could win against the PvP team. Right. But there's only so many groups of people that are going to come unaware of us sitting in front of the dungeon before they put on PvP gear. And as someone with actual brain cells, when I would go to do PvE dungeons with my group, and I knew that PvE dungeon was in a PvP zone,
I would put on my PvP gear to go to that entrance just in case there were people in front of it trying to prevent me from getting in. I was like, that's that easy. You just put on your PvP gear to go to a dungeon in a PvP zone. Why did I just say that I was on a gang rape gang? Gang rape is fine if it's virtual. I guess unless you're in the UK. I have a tab for that.
Wait, what is my Japan hold on, please? Go ahead. I think we may... Is he leaving the room? What the
There we go.
You never understood multiple sets of gear for PvE and PvP content seems tedious. It makes sense to have different types of gear because you don't want your PvE to be doing the same level of damage as your PvP, because players have different stats for defense and attack and whatnot. So it just doesn't make sense to have the same set of gear. I'm like, if you think it's tedious, I'm sorry, but you're just not built for, like, PvP MMOs, and that's fine. I don't think having the same set of gear would be a good idea. It's always the UK. PvEers doing PvP for the PvP gear because it was best in slot for tanks made you so fucking mad. Yeah, Ion tried at one point, like, mixing the stats, and I think Terra had mixed stats on Vision Maker as well, and it made for some hilarious shit where you could just one-shot people. He who does not have at least 2 sets of gear is never PvP'd in a Souls game. In Ion, I think Ion was when I had the most sets of gear. I had my PvE set Cleric, HP. I had my PvE Cleric set, not Magic Resist, Magic Amp. I had my PvP set Magic Resist, my PvP set HP, and then I had a PvP block set as well for when I would have to defend myself against Templars and shit. I had so many fucking sets of gear on my Cleric, it was crazy. Your gear score inflated ass out of your raid, you fucking PvP gear wearing ass out of my raid. Well, PvP gear had lower ranking than PvE gear in Terra, probably for that exact reason. WoW flip-flopped on PvP gear being different or not. You don't think PvP has ever recovered there? Oh no. I have not played Guild Wars 2, no. I'm not played that. PvP offender exposed. I am a PvP offender. I've gotten really distracted here, chat. Dr. Klaus, thank you for the 8-month resub. Thank you! Thank you, Junebug, thank you for the 420. When you think of body types, think of characters like Kana from Dragon Maid or Anya from Spy Family. For characters like Megumi or my Terra character, you don't see it as lolly in face value. They are lolly. There are different types of lolly, right? They're the lolly that look like toddlers. There are lollies that look like they're in kindergarten. There's lollies that look like Shimakaze from Azure Lane. A minor level of distraction. As a Final Fantasy XI player, you had like 20 sets of gear. I tried to get 11 working, and I could not figure out how to do it. Where's the MMO tabs? It's a nice tab! Zoo Troy, thank you for the 28-month resub. Jesus Christ, thank you. Long-ass time. They have the thighs and legs of a woman, they aren't lollies. You can keep telling yourself that, but you're just wrong. They would not have gotten censored in the West if they were not lollies. The entire reason Elin were censored on Western release is because they are lollies. Junebug, thank you for the $1. In your eyes, that doesn't look like Kana, so at face value, it doesn't look like a lolly. You guys keep getting stuck on looking like a specific character. There's a difference between like the toddler ones and something like an Elin. There's Megumin lolly and then there's a Komeko lolly. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Thank you, almighty lolly, for the $2. Gee, you used 4 sets of gear back during the Mists of Pandaria because there was gear that improved gathering and gear that improved just fishing. I don't like having that many different kinds of gathering outfits. I only did life skilling in Black Desert, and buying a different life skilling outfit for each separate life skill was just a fucking nightmare. It's a fucking nightmare. If you have to tell yourself it's not a lolly, it is. If you have to tell yourself it's not a lolly because it's something that you like, that's a cope. You are coping. I'm sorry if you feel weird for liking lolly, that's just how reality is. Never understood the problem with lollies, never cared to play like one, but it wasn't a problem. I think it's weird when people, like, hypersexualize, like, want to fuck the lolly. But again, they're not real, so I don't care what other people want to do with fictional characters. Wait, you would go around with a PvP group and stomp PvEers? You are very behind in the conversation, and no, we would prevent people from going into a PvE dungeon. They would put on PvP gear to try and get rid of us from in front of the dungeon. Still find it weird that people think you're a lolly. I think the only people that think I'm a lolly is the people who think that, like, I am a one-for-one recreation of my Terra avatar, which I was not. I make all of my MMO characters look very, very similar. I think the only exception was my Blade and Soul didn't have white hair.
Oh, I found it! Oh, I found it.
BDO released different characters for specific life skills and then went, pay $25 to transfer your life skill from your main to this new character who does it better. Rage-inducing. Unironically. Jambug, thank you for the $1. Your other dono is you looping, but do you eat pickle with your hot dog? I don't eat hot dogs, so no. Do I talk a lot about lollies? Not typically. Not typically. It's not like a huge portion of my content ever. I'd probably talk about lollies more often if I still played Terra, because I'm sure it would come up often. Rebecca from Edgerunners was stated by the creator that she's a lolly and is older than David. Yes. Lolly is a body type, not an age. And I think that's what trips up a lot of people as well. And there's so many people on Twitter who would just like, I love Rebecca, therefore Rebecca not lolly. And it's like, well, you can have your own version disconnected from reality if you like, but you still like a lolly. Therefore you are a hypocrite. Who the fuck thinks you're a lolly? That's a schizo motherfucker. People think I'm a lolly, again, because some people think that my character is literally my Elin from Terra, when it is not. Are there any new MMOs coming out that I have my eyes on? Throne in Liberty is one I'm planning on playing. She's one of the good ones vibes, yeah, right? Yeah, the Becca deniers, a big ol' Huffacopium. Reminds you of the Twitter people calling Monster Hunter Academia characters lolly when they have fully developed breasts and wide hips. Those I'm assuming are people getting lolly confused with underage, right? Looping on the Blue Archive shit. Blue Archive characters are canonically underage, but not all of the canonically underage ones are lolly, because those are two different things. Hot dogs are gross, I agree. Y'all just gonna ignore Kirsche doesn't like hot dogs. You just got here and here, lolly's a body type, not an age. You've seen tall lolly, stacked lolly, tiny lolly. What the fuck is a lolly? Is every character a lolly? Am I a lolly? What the fuck is a lolly? It's like, you know it when you see it. And if you say it's not, you're coping. I don't know how to explain it any better than, like, what I have in the past. You like hot dogs, but you have a daily glizzy limit. How many hot dogs do you eat to have a daily limit? What are you, a fucking gacha game? What is this? What about hot dogs with actual sausage? I don't like sausage either because it has foreskin and I don't want to eat foreskin on my food. I think that's gross. Ferocious Luketsu, thank you for the 9-month resub. Twitch let me have 2 alerts. Did it? Oh my god. Infernal Saxon, thank you for the $2. Whole new meaning to lollygagging. When the immediate first thing that comes to my mind whenever people mention lolly, unironically, are the pixel lolly GIFs, where, like, the lolly is standing on that weird platform and they get their skin lasered off and their organs pulled out. Maybe I've just been poisoned by the internet, but that is literally the first thing that comes to my mind. And it was amusing. It was amusing seeing all of these, like, large creators recreating that shit on Twitter, and literally no one knowing that it came from Lolly Guro. Can you imagine, like, the people in Sarue's audience who would freak the fuck out if they knew where that came from? What is wrong with you remembering that? The Doom edit where she took the laser for herself? Deep internet lore, yeah. Twitter is NPC Central, so it makes sense. Yeah. I was like, man, all of these popular artists recreating this lolly guro and no one knowing where it's from. It's called a degloving machine.
Close
Jesus.
the fucking tabs, you psychopath.
Not even that deep internet lore. Yeah, it's not crazy deep, just crazy old. Yoko from Gurren Lagann is underage. Sheena is lolly. Yeah, Sheena has a lolly model. Pippa has a lolly model. I'm trying to think. Shondo is a lolly. Agura is a lolly, and she's one of the most popular fucking VTubers. Love the edit where it's Eustace Abage saying, "Nope, ain't getting out of this chair." I started that and you knew where we were going so fast it scared me. Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah, Panko lolly. Panko Manko. Yoko after the time skip isn't true. True, she's not underage after the time skip. So tired of the lolly debate. It's rough out here, Trigger Point. It's rough out here, Trigger Point. Nano is lolly? Is NASA lolly? No. As long as they are not hurting an actual human being, I don't give a shit. Same. I really wish that Tectone had noticed my message, because I mentioned the Vice documentary. I would have been interested in seeing how he responded to the Vice documentary and the resulting backlash of, like, the politicians being like, I was taken heavily out of context. This journalist was not doing a good job. If you're a fox, why do you have so many bunny friends? Emergency food. Emergency food? Stop reminding that G was originally the Guro board on 4chan. Oh my god. She didn't even hesitate. What do you mean? Kirsche, that documentary won an award. I know. I am aware.
Is it bad to be attracted to a cartoon
I am
fox
aware.
that you don't even know that
Barbecue bunny ears. She grows them back. I can rip them off all I want. Big Bruce, thank you for the 3-month resub. Thank you. Thank you. Danny Delito, thank you for the $1. We even seen lollipops. Imagine. A. William 92, thank you for the 6-month resub. Dr. Klaus, thank you for the 8-month resub. Do not the Kirsche. That is correct. No. Jun Bagu. When you think of body types, think about the falafel over the terror one. I don't know if I would call falafel a lolly, because they're just like fat amorphous blobs. Like they don't even look like people. They just look gross. Are falafel lolly? Falafel are lolly? I mean, I guess they fit the description. They just look disgusting, like potato people. Falafel are more dull than lolly. They're potato lolly. I mean, I guess if someone's sexualizing them, I would find that weird. Oompa Loompas discrimination. They don't look. See, that's my thing. They don't look human, right? Like they don't look. They look like they're made out of clay. So it's like I guess they do fit the definition. They're small and childlike, but they don't look human. Not all lolly have to be cute. Justice for the potato lollies. We made a lolicon joke about what if there was an actual con for lollies, but no one thought it was funny. There's anime conventions. Don't look like people. Wow, wait until the ACL hears about this. I don't think they care about potato people. George Bush doesn't care about the potato people. 14 devs sexualized falafel. Multiple instances in the lore of male falafels getting in trouble for fucking people's bitches. Oh, that's weird. Falafels are literally named after a derpy food. What about Harvins from Grand Blue? I don't know what a Harvin is. I never played Grand Blue. Lalafels are the memesters half the time. I'm not a fan of the falafels. Oompa Loompas are lollies. Just because they're ugly doesn't mean they're not lolly. Give love to the Oompa Loompa. I mean, maybe I'm being pretty discriminatory by saying ugly, amorphous blob flesh creatures might not be lolly. I don't know, man. I guess they would be. It's on the definition of body type. Imagine getting cocked by a potato. They're literally peg-legged potatoes, but they're cute in a Mr. Potato way. I think they're creepy. I think they're fucking creepy. Kirsche hates short kings, confirmed. If you're a short king, but you're built like a Mr. Potato Head, yeah. Yeah, I guess I do hate you. Anime American being racist against small races. Mr. Wonka's a weird guy after all, Jesus Christ.
No.
Ikron, hey, they give the 550. Not even left or right issue, but certain breed of men and women, not exactly gifted in gray matter department, like to resort to ad hominem usage to the target's lack of sexual prowess. Oh, I remember answering this. Thank you for the 550, Ikron, hey. Unit Dorsal, thank you for the 5-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Grey Ghost, thank you for the $5 redoodles. You've encountered people who unironically think Uraraka Unga chaka. From BNHA is a lolly. I don't know what an Uraraka or a BNHA are, so... Tall people supremacy. Always lolly, but no one cares about Shota? Wow, it's just like in real life. No one cares about the men. My Hero Academia? Oh, okay. I've actually never watched My Hero Academia. I think I accidentally watched one episode when I used to go to sleep with Adult Swim on, but I don't think that counts. The thick chick from Monster Hunter. You missed nothing! Oh, okay. The potato-bodied short kings could reach the keyboard, they would be telling you how upset they are right now! And I'm sure somewhere a paraplegic in a wheelchair would be furiously wishing they could masturbate instead of just punching the button for oh on their little speak keyboard. Like My Hero, but God, I hate the fan base. Dr. Fost MD, thank you for the $1 doodle. Speaking of video, I should go back to Baldur's Gate 3 sometime with Nim. I'm missing out on a prime himbo in that game. I don't think I can stand that, dude. I don't think I can go back to that game, dude.
I found it.
June Bagu, thank you for the $1. Almighty Lolly won't stop talking about Disco Elysium.
Big boy, fuck along.
Dry ass! Thank you for the 7-month resub. If the orgasm button gets stuck, does that count as edging? That's a good question. Almighty Lolly, thank you for the $5 doodles. People hate lollies because they see them as pedo bait. You hate lollies because falafel players are in 14 are very rude. We are not the same. That's true. The people who play falafel are either really fucking creepy or they're like the comedic guy in the group, right? And the comedic guy can go one of two ways. Actually funny man who speaks in riddles or asshole. It's always one of the two for some reason. Ascot, man. Thank you, Freddy from Scooby-Doo, for the 2 months of Proom.
Thank you for the Proom.
Thank you. Google Lollycon and then Google Shotakon and then notice the discrepancy. What kind of discrepancy? Lollycon. In Japanese popular culture, Lollycon, also romanized as Auroricon or Lollycom, genre of fictional media, okay? Reality of virtual child pornography in Japan. I hate. 2011. I hate existing. Lollycon and its effects on Japanese society. Is it legal to possess Lollycon in the United States? Lollycon, sometimes short Lolly, is a controversial genre of anime or manga that features explicit sexual depictions of okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. It's not always underage. It's not always underage. Shotakon. Shotakon, sometimes shortened to Shota, Japanese slang portmanteau of the phrase Shotaro complex. Shotakon is described as a person who is attracted to fictional boys 16 or younger, or who is attracted to fictional boys who have the appearance of a character who is 16 or younger. Why are they more gentle on the women who just like the appearance of a young boy than the Lollycon people? Why is that? Urban Dictionary, Shotakon. What are Shotakons? Quora, Archive of Our Own, Shotakon Works, TV Tropes, Lollycon and Shotaton. Stop using the term Shota. Shota literally means young boy. Shotakon means young boy porn. Get over it, snowflake. It's the dictionary. Yeah, I guess that's a little weird. I guess it's a little weird where the Shotacons are treated a little bit kinder and not just directly called pedophiles. Straight Shotas for Chads. I'd say straight Shotas for the guys with mommy issues. Imagine that women getting more leniency. Why are they more gentle on the women? That should answer your question. Guys with mommy issues are preferable to guys with daddy issues. Guys with mommy issues might be able to defend me in public if I get attacked. Pussy. Guys with daddy issues just turn into sissy femboys. Why is there gender bias in social discourse? Really? Is that a question we're asking in 2023? Oh my god. Lolicon used to pull up a CP flag. There's a child pornography flag? What the hell? I didn't see that flag. Tell me who we should listen to. Jamie, pull up the pedo statistics per capita from Japan at the US. Didn't Wikipedia scrub their articles on Ball and try to claim it was just a crop fertility god and removed all mention of baby burning? I don't know? Question mark? How many articles are there about underage guys paying child support to their rapists? It's a good question. What if the same guy insists on calling you mommy in the bedroom? Well, I'm not a dominant woman. I'm more than happy if my guy wants to be the little spoon when we cuddle sometimes, but, you know, I can't be a mommy. I can't be a mommy in a sexual situation. Feminist Kirsche, they advocated for older women with younger boys. Wait, what? Google localizers changed the actual meaning. Why would they do this? Why are localizers like this? Not a literal flag, a notice. Well, I don't have a notice either. There's no notice in the Google search for lolly. He calls you mommy, but he will protect you in public. Hubby could have a little bit of being the little spoon as a treat, so you won't change the nappy. I wouldn't date a man who was into diapers in the first place, so no. You gonna be a mommy if you know what I mean. What the hell? Not a dummy mommy noted. I'm not fandom streamer! I'm not fandom! Hermeshman versus Sayer to get you started? I don't know what you guys are quoting. I don't know what's happening in chat anymore. I don't know what's happening in chat anymore. You hate the female dominant is treated as synonymous with the mommy dommy fetish stuff? Well, I mean, with a female dominant archetype, you typically get like the softcore mommy stuff, or you get the hardcore, I'm going to use my Louis Vuitton high heels to sound your penis.
Booty mom getting spanked
you know,
at work.
Like, why does it seem like you have a potential for that? I guess the voice when I read things sultry like, question mark? So when you and Pippa make a drunken mistake, which one of you is the mommy? Pippa! Pippa's the mommy! Giving Nim cock and ball torture. Former sounds better. I hate that I know what you mean. Why did I not join Fillion? Oh, for like her small streamer showcase thing? They had so many responses that she asked people to fill out a form for a video, and it was like a 2-day notice during the weekend when I stream, so I had no time to like make a video for Fillion's thing. So I was like, well, unfortunately, I guess I just lose my chance here. I lose my chance at the small streamer showcase. I'm tiny Foxu. Male variant of fatherless behavior. If I did a survey on my viewers, would I be surprised if I found people that have weird sounding fetishes like inflation, diapers, vor, etc.? Probably not, because all of those kind of go hand in hand with humiliation, and I call those degenerate all the time.
Sluts.
Subs for the fandom, Foxy. Thank you, Service, for the 3-month resub. Thank you. Thank you. Pippa's the kind of mommy that would forget to feed you for 3 days. Well, it's a good thing I grew up with my mom forgetting to feed me, or directly not wanting to. So, you know, I already know how to handle myself in that situation. What you mean is that you can have a woman who takes the lead and is more dominant without any element of the mommy fetish stuff. I don't know. Pippa doesn't like food, so it makes sense. She accepted it. She accepts a sub from someone calling her findom. What do you mean? Sometimes you just want a head pet. What can you say? Just wanting to be, like, coddled sometimes, I don't think makes a man submissive. Like, it's okay if you want to be held, if you want to be a little spoon. If you want the nice head pets with the fingernails running over your scalp, that doesn't make you submissive. That just means you want soft affection. That's like a normal human desire. Kirsche's first rule of survival: fend for thyself on dinner night. Yeah. You want to rest your head on the thigh pillows? Yeah, exactly. That doesn't make you submissive. That's just a normal desire. Want to be pampered sometimes? God damn. There is no better pampering than cock worship. I'm a fucking dormy! You're confusing dominant for capable? Yeah. Why don't Asmongold and Pippa just get wooden teeth like George Washington and intimidate people with their badass chompers? I don't know, man. I don't fucking know, man. New sound bit. All these Pippa won't feed you people are ignoring the fact that Pippa has like 20 pets. I'm not gonna eat her pets! That's rude! Wait, you can get affection from your partner? What the fuck? I know! It's a crazy concept that your significant other that claims to love you should give you affection. I don't want spoon, I just want taw-taws in the back of my head. Yeah, just fucking stuff your face in your woman's chest. And it's like, it's okay if I suffocate, I don't care, this is worth it. Wait, you guys get affection? Oh my god. Clown World's gotten so bad that wanting normal affection is considered weird. I know! And Care gives that kind of affection that leaves you weak at the knees. I was like, one of the cutest things, right? Like, I don't have to be cuddled up in your lap when we're watching TV. You can like, imagine like I'm sitting on the couch, right? Like my back against the couch back. I got my legs like straight out. You just like crawl up in between my legs. Nothing sexual. You put your head like on the top of my thighs, like near my crotch. You wrap your arms around my thigh. That's the cute cuddling position. That doesn't make you submissive. That doesn't make you any less manly. That's just you wanting affection. That's normal. And eat you out. No, I said not sexual. You pass out. It's nap time while you're holding my thigh. I don't know, sounds pretty gay. If that's gay, I don't wanna be straight. That makes you a horse. What the fuck? But then you queef and it's weird again? I mean, you'll probably get used to it. Please stop making me look at the screen like Officer K did on the pink hologram lady. Oh my god. You never get how wanting physical affection is seen as weak to some people. We're social animals, unironically. Holding a woman is gay. Never change, chat. Oh god, Kirsche pushing the leftist agenda of affection. Call me comrade, because I like affection. Also, it'd be a good position to pick you up from. Could be. There's a pair of quizzes going around about the ideal husband-wife from the 1920s. You found it interesting that many were upset by expectations for the wife, but felt the husband expectations were baseline for a man to fulfill. I've seen those going around, and like, some of it is a little silly. Like, I didn't take the quiz, I just wanted to like look at what the questions were. I'm like, what does it mean when it says dressing up for breakfast? Okay, like, I wear lingerie around the house when I'm in like a relationship. Like right now I'm just wearing like cloth, you know, normal like sleep gowns. But like I'll wear lingerie, you know, because it's like, it's comfortable, it's cute, as like whatever, dude. But like, would that be considered not dressing up because that's just something that I wear for like looking cute? You have to put on a suit and tie for breakfast. Means looking nice rather than looking like a slob. I mean, like, yeah, I'm gonna comb my hair and I'm gonna like put moisturizer on my face. You weren't paying attention? Did someone say that you queef like a horse or something like that? No. It's for the 20s, so no, right? So it's like, I don't know, getting dressed for breakfast is a little odd to me, because like, how do you answer that, really? You don't cook your bacon and eggs in a full suit. Also, horses known for queefing? Question mark? I will fuck up a chick wearing footy pajamas. That's a level of mental illness that is dangerous, Lord Brown Bear. Help. I think a lot of guys are afraid of the common story of I showed humanity in front of my partner and they were disgusted with me and left. If you are with a woman who you open up to emotionally and she sees you as lesser for doing that, fucking leave. She is not worth your time or your attention. Do the footy pajamas have a butt flap, though? Behind every strong man is a strong woman that supports him. And if your woman can't handle being your emotional support because you don't show that to other people, she is not meant to be your woman. Leave that bitch. She goes to the street where the rest of the trash goes. Exactly. It's 2024. We aren't supposed to be decent anymore. God damn. That sadly happens a lot. I'm sure it does. It's a trope that women will fucking throw shit at you that you opened up emotionally about in an argument for a reason. I'm aware. Horse queef is not something I ever thought I would hear in my entire life. Do you think the people that fuck horses have to deal with the horse queefs? Do you think it might interrupt the maregasm? They keep calling it emotional labor. I've unironically have guys have said to me that they don't want to do emotional labor. Like, if I have a problem, or if they do something that upsets me, and I'm like, hey, I want to talk about this thing that you did, they're just like, I don't want to do the emotional labor necessary to discuss this. Like, I just don't have time or desire to want to do this. It's not just women who pull that stupid emotional labor shit. That's you typoing and accidentally sending the message early. Don't black pill was what I was saying. Nim, why are you screaming at me? Term emotional labor is bullshit, and they act like I don't have to put in the effort to put up with them. Emotional labor is a really bad way to put it. Because when you're in a relationship, you're going to have to, for lack of a better way to put it, do the emotional labor, right? Like, you are responsible for yourself, and to a degree, you also affect the other person. And there are going to be conversations that are shit, and you don't want to have, but you have them because you care about the other person. We shall seize the means of emotions. Emotional labor is a bad way to put something. Feminists came up with that shit. Yeah. It's like, it's meant to make you feel like you don't want to do it. Effort is hard. Effort is too hard for them to care. Yeah, a lot of people do not want to put effort into relationships anymore, and it's a problem. And this is part of the hookup culture thing I was ranting on yesterday. Boomer, wow, thank you for the $5. We need a Control Z in real life for when Kirsche asks questions about horse lovers. Oh my god, the bullshit part is acting like it's not a two-way street. People are too busy thinking of themselves. Emotional labor only makes sense when it's a one-sided giving. Yeah. You both share a responsibility for the other, and you both need to do your part. Exactly. A relationship is a partnership. You build each other up. Doing the emotion stuff is a part of having a relationship, and if you can't do that, don't get into one. Which is why a lot of people just do hookups now. They don't want to put the effort in. Imagine having emotions. Imagine! Vinny Shitward, thank you for the 5-month resub, dude. Thank you! 5 months. I hope you've been having a good weekend too, dude. Susni, thank you for 5-month resub, my guy. Kitsune Koibito, thank you for the 2-month resub. Thank you. No. Let's see here. Let's see what I've missed here. I was trying so hard today, chat. What? Seamus Malane, thank you for the sub, my guy. Thank you. Rogues do it from behind. Thank you for the 6-month resub. Thank you for 6 months. Uncommon Cartographer, thank you for the $5 doodles. I don't want to loop on Russia. But thank you. Ouchie Sensei, thank you for the $4 doodles. Currently watching yesterday's VoD while working and playing Kino Blade X. Well, on the Wii U on your PC. Have some coin, don't spend it all at once. We'll watch later at 3 a.m. You have a good one, Gooba. Thank you, Ouchie. Ikaran, hey, thank you for the $5 doodles. Thank you for another $10 doodles, Ikaran, hey, thank you. Don't want to take away from history chatter, but US locked Japan out of oil back then, so they pretty much no way but to destroy Pacific Fleet and invade Indochina. I don't really remember enough, probably, about that. I'm not a big, like, World War II historian fact buffer, as it were. The phrase gets you raging. Weaponized incompetence. I have not heard that. I have not heard that phrase. Rogues do it from behind is a cool name. It is! It is a cool name. Imagine having to like your partner enough to have to listen to and talk to them and shit. God, I hate current dating. Sergeant Buck, thank you for the $5 doodles. Imagine the emotional labor theory of value. The more I yell at you, the more you need to pay me. Jesus Christ. Do not defend them! Do not defend them. You got a gift sub yesterday? Hello, Findom Fox Lady. I'm not Findom! I may also know that phrase as malicious comply. Oh yeah, I've heard that one. I love giving.
Please don't
men
make me mad at
cotton balls
history
to legit.
looping.
Lore Cunny, thank you for the sub. Danawar Modder Love, thank you for the 5-month resub, dude. Thank you. Irshi, thank you again for the Alex Jones information and the 1776, my guy. Thank you. Caroler, thank you for the $10 doodles. Today you found out that the lube you buy from a random Polish guy works quite well, but is also very hard to clean off. Well, German lube doesn't work very well as lubricant, but is easy to clean off. Maybe someone will find this information useful. Well, first I'd have to find a random Polish guy to buy the lube off of, which I don't think would be very easy to find. That's a very interesting story. Are you okay, sir? Thank you for the $10! Holy Hammerstrike, thank you for $10. To think that Alex Jones is having a debate on the same day I see his game on Steam. I'm gonna have to send those devs a mail so I can get a key. Get a key since I bought the browser edition. Help. Scythe Psycho, thank you for the 4-month resub. The ride never stops with lesbian biker Foxu. How have I not gotten lesbian biker Foxu artwork yet? I need to get some. I need to get some of that. Weaponized incompetence is the latest Reddit catch-all for men are shit when they make any slight mistake at anything. Do a search and the stories will make you sick. My boy accidentally got me the wrong milk. He did it on purpose. Leave him. I'll be the first one to say, I've never met a dude who is actually good at grocery shopping. Maybe it's because I've surrounded myself with actually unironically incompetent people in real life. But I've never met a dude that can look at fruit and decide whether it's good or not. Right? Like, every man I've known to go to the grocery store will just look at list and then pick up thing. Like, they won't check for mold, they won't check for bruising, they won't check the expiration date even. They'll just, like, pick it up and throw it in the cart. So it's like, I am used to that level of incompetence. I don't like it, and I wish they would fix it. But I don't think it's a reason to, like, leave someone unless they continuously do it after you've told them for years that, hey, maybe stop wasting my money on food that is already bad before you bring it home. You had no problem with produce. Yeah, what the fuck? Where's the artwork? Reddit solution for any turbulence is to cut all ties and seek a change of venue. That's so weird. Even mold, what? Yeah, even mold. And when I complain about it, right? When I'm like, hey, this thing that you picked up from the grocery store with my money has mold in it. It should be returned. I get told, no, it's not worth it. Just throw it away. And it's like, but that's my money. What do you mean? Scale issue. Do they ask the fruit? Where's the money, though? Oh my god. You don't actually know. You check while pretending that you have any clue what you're checking for. Not like this. Hidden, they give it a $1.99. Can't wait to see Pippa get benoyed by biker Foxu. Jesus Christ. You don't get that because you spend so much time checking fruit and vegetables to make sure you're getting the best one available and not one that will rot in 2 days in the fridge? That's just what makes sense to me, right? Like, I was never taught to, like, how to check these things. It just was a thing in my head that was like, oh, if I'm going to spend money on something, I should check and make sure that it is okay to eat and it is of good quality. That's just what happens in my brain. And I was like, you know, sometimes I didn't know how to tell if things were good, and so I would look it up on my phone. Expiration dates are just suggestions within the month. Oh my god. Why are they that incompetent? It's not hard to take 2 seconds to figure out if it's worth buying. I don't know. I don't know. I've just never known a single man that could actually do grocery shopping. Like, just not a single one. Like, even my dad, bless his fucking heart, I love my father, even he cannot do grocery shopping. He is also one of those people that's just like, we need apples, and then just picks up apples without looking at them. Men aren't raised right for over a generation. You're not gonna be happy with anyone under 45? I don't know if I want to date someone that much older than me, though, you know? God damn it! Buy bananas when they're green? Yeah, it's just normal, dude! The mold is good for you. Yum, look at Pippa. You're in a relationship and you were yelled at for using too much soap while doing the dishes. What? I don't know if there's a thing as too much soap. My qualm with dishes is like, if you're going to do the dishes, do them right. Right? Like, if all of the dishes still have food residue on them, you are not actually washing the dishes. Who would want to buy things that you can't eat? Someone that just doesn't care about what they're doing. Men under 45 have no idea what they're doing sometimes, but then men 45 and up want a full-time nurse. You never win. And it's like, I am perfectly fine. Right? Like, if I find myself in a relationship with a guy and he's like, if I go to the grocery store, I don't know what to check for on these things. It's like, hey, I can tell you because I know what to check for. Let me come with you and I can educate you and we can have a fun time at the store together. And then I can leave the store and promptly vomit from being outside in front of too many people. You eat those. Oh my god. Your husband can't seem to understand that you want your clothes hung up facing left instead of right. He's doing it wrong on purpose, so you'll do the laundry. It's weaponized. You should leave him. Okay, that's really stupid. That's really fucking stupid. I also, right, like, if I'm doing the laundry, if I'm doing the washing and the drying and the folding, and my husband was like, you should fold them this way instead of that way because I prefer it that way, I'd be like, well, I'm the one doing it, so no. But if he was like, these specific things, you should fold them this way because if you do it the way you've been doing it, it gets creases in it and then I have to fix that, I'd be like, okay, I will fix the way I fold this specific item. Right? Like, it all depends on what is happening. To be fair, Tim will eat the moldy food. Okay, fair. Why are you complaining about always getting men who can't manage to pick fruit? They started the relationship by grabbing hold of a crazy coconut. It was a tell. That's rude! I'm more than a crazy coconut! Your money, that's why? Why are they using your money? I don't know. You can't tell by colors, so you usually knock on it and check if it sounds hollow or squishy. Yeah, you touch the fruit. You molest the fruit. You don't know how to check for mold on blueberries? Every pack is moldy! Oh no. That's why you always make sure your VTubers aren't rotten before throwing money at them! Jesus Christ. If it was mass, you don't doubt it. Yeah. Find a man who can cook? I mean, I'm fine if he doesn't know how to cook much. If he manages to cook something for me, even if it's not great, I'm still gonna eat it, because it's like, he took the time to do it, I appreciate it. You like himbos. That's a bit more than himbo, okay? That's careless. That's not— himbos have hearts of gold, you guys. Kirsche wants himbos. Also, Kirsche, surprised by their lack of observation? It's not a lack of observation, it's a lack of care, which wouldn't fit into someone having a heart of gold.
Silly Gordo, thank you for the 200 biddies.
You saw a woman yesterday trying to defend the hating men by countering not all men are shit with not all steaks are venomous.
What?
What? You triple check because the people at your grocery store don't give a fuck about selling rotten food? I remember when I was in California, I went to a Trader Joe's and there was so much shit that was past date and moldy in there. I basically wrote off Trader Joe's as a disgusting place to never buy food from. Is guy shopping for food that rare? I guess so. It's only 5 years older than you. If it was only 5 years older than me, I'd be dead already, not here talking. You're 30 and you've been checking vegetables since you were 18! Jesus. Your little brother can't understand that simple concept. You keep telling your partner the same thing, she keeps leaving soap residue on my fucking plates. And it's okay. The worst part, right? The worst part, and I guess this would unironically be malicious compliance, is when like somebody is doing the dishes and you're like, hey, you've left a bunch of food residue on these things, so I'm gonna put them back like in the sink. I don't have time to do them right now. And they're just like, well, if you don't want food residue on them, you should wash them yourself. And it's like, I can't do everything myself just because you are incompetent. You had a girl get mad at you for using too much soap on the chicken? Do not soap your fucking chicken. You absolute mongoloid. You got a cousin who's a professional chef and pilot who knows how to pick out good food. Hell yeah. Razorman, thank you for $5. Renting John Wick 4 tonight to watch with friends for the first time. Should you get crab dip or port wine cheese dip for tonight? I want the port wine cheese dip, dude. Go with that one. Go with that one. I've never dated a woman who knows how to do the dishes, but thank God you found one who at least cooks. I think my grandmother would do all the cooking, and as like a thank you for all the cooking, my grandfather would do the dishes afterwards. I thought it was a cute little partnership thing. So when your apple crushing practice has given you an almost supernatural ability to tell good fruit from bad by touch alone. You haven't even been practicing that long. 32 raised with 4 sisters, know more about housework than most people these days. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. Foxu, you want a himbo, so poor grocery decisions are part of the package unless they have a food-related education. Your other options are someone over-fixated on this shit, no in-between. I would take the over-fixation, unironically. The attention to detail, it's kind of hot. Clothes being folded at all is an upgrade to just grab from a clean basket and put worn in a dirty basket. See, very little difference between those two things. I don't like this, and I don't like this because I have to fix it. There's I don't like this, and I don't like this because it makes the quality of the item worse, right? Like, you wouldn't fold a dress shirt. You would put that on a hanger and put it in the closet. So if I was folding dress shirts, that's going to cause creases into it, which is going to cause an issue when he goes to wear it, right? So if I was doing that incorrectly, it would make sense to say something to me and be like, please do this the correct way. But if they were like, I prefer my shirts folded in a triangle instead of a square, I'd be like, that's ridiculous. If you want it folded in a different shape, you can do it yourself. There's no difference. Cute crazy coconut. Just tell your girl she's folding it wrong and then show her how to fold it the exact same way she folded it. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute. So many snakes are cute. You can pick them up because they're not venomous. Yoink! I love that guy. Your roommate leaves the clean dishes dirty like 30% of the time. I hate it so much, dude. Who doesn't have a dishwasher? It's 2024. Some things can't go in the dishwasher, sir. Some things are not dishwasher safe. Some things are not. I've been doing grocery shopping with your mom since you're 8, and so everyone should learn by helping their mother. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't have to help my mother because she didn't do grocery shopping for us. I went with my grandma sometimes though. Says attention to details hot. My palms start fucking sweating. Oh god. Let me shape it as a pentagon. Your butt has a crease in it? I don't want to fold that. Fold my shirts into a cube. Can't stand it when people load the dishwasher wrong. You had to have that conversation with your husband. I just like, I don't know if I'm loading the dishwasher right or wrong, but I load it by like, smaller things go on top, larger things go on bottom. Like, it just makes sense, I guess. I don't know if that's right or wrong, but that's the way I've done it. You simply never buy something that was not dishwasher safe. That's unfortunate because a lot of really good cookware is just not dishwasher safe. Bold of you to assume I have the money for a dishwasher. That's why you put all your shirts on hangers instead of folding them. So you don't have to worry about folding. You need to have the dishwasher talk soon. Oh no. There's no such thing as loading the dishwasher. There actually is. There actually is, and sometimes it'll just spread around all the gross, bad food instead of actually cleaning. People who load the dishwasher in a way that water can't reach them, straight to the gulag. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Dishes also face inwards. You put there are people who put the dishes facing outwards? How do you even come to that conclusion? How do you even do that? What? Common sense really is not common anymore. You married your dishwasher, but now your dishwasher is broken. I hope your wife recovers from her cold soon. Doesn't make sense. The rack can take the weight. You need to learn horizontality. A lot of people use dishwashers wrong because of how the dishwasher pods are supposed to be. All you need, but always too much, and now no one uses pre-wash anymore. Oh. Dishwasher isn't a magic device, but has cleaning water reach every nook and cranny. It needs to be within the limited reach of the water jets from the spinny things at the bottom. What if you have one of those, like, weird washing machines that, like, has more than just the one spinny jet? I've seen some with, like, a whole bunch more water than, like, what mine does. Do spatulas. What? I am now aware, always put dishes facing inwards. Oh no, that's the guy. That's one of the guys. You get a cheap apartment-sized dishwasher that sits on top of your counter? I didn't know you could get, like, non-under-the-counter dishwashers. You work with a bunch of college kids that don't know how to load a dishwasher washing machine, know how to use a mop, plug a toilet. Ooh, my mom would never do laundry, so I had to learn how to do laundry on my own as a child, So I would be like 7 years old trying to figure out how to load the dishwasher, how to like do the dishwashing liquid, right? And like my mom, dishwashing liquid? What the I'm talking about, not dishwasher. What? I'm talking about laundry. Talking about laundry. What? Brain? I would have to figure out how to load the washing machine, and I never knew what the best thing to do was, right? Because like sometimes I would put the laundry detergent in the center column, and that's supposed to disperse it, but sometimes it didn't clean well enough. And so I just started like drizzling the laundry detergent on top of the clothes, like around the donut center. I don't know, man. Oh yes, use dish soap in the laundry. How did you not know how to use a mop? That's just a stick. No, I'm talking about the washing machine. What do you call when you comb inside your girlfriend? Loading the dishwasher? Nice. Puts the clothes in the dishwasher, point and laugh. I wish my mom had a dishwasher so I didn't have to wash dishes when I was a kid. Especially because sometimes my mom would be soaking her sex toys in the kitchen sink, and I would have to drain the sex toy water and dry off the dildos and then put them back in her room before I could do the dishes. And then I would have to clean the counters because all of the disgusting food from the dishes would have gotten all over the counter, because instead of washing the dishes to make room in the sink to clean her sex toys, she would just move all of the dirty dishes out of the sink and onto the counter. Your mom is fucking disgusting! What the hell did your mother actually do? Gave birth to me? Question mark? Imagine not cleaning your sex toys in your bathroom. How did I survive until adulthood? I learned actual survival. I might not have been a berry gatherer like my foremothers, but I knew how to navigate to the closest McDonald's both ways in the snow. I can unironically use the kids these days don't know how good they have it. Back when I was 8 years old, I had to walk a mile plus in the snow to get a cheeseburger because I didn't have any food at home. Your parents may have basically abandoned us, but damn! Bunny Rainey! Oh, thank you for the gift sub! Thank you for gift sub! Kirsche Farm remembers. It was frozen by the time I got back home. Oh my god. Kids these days also hate it, or have it good, because most of us didn't have neglectful parents. Hey! You can't make me!
Yes, it is I, the 21-hour-long Berserk video guy, the almighty lowly. I love Berserk and Disco Elysium. I even love the pro-communist stuff in Disco Elysium. I love communism, gay people, but most of all I love Israel.
I feel like that's not actually the almighty lolly. I can't scroll up because I'm in the middle of past thank yous. But thank you for the person skinwalking as almighty lolly. Pooh Baxi, thank you for the €5. I forgot walking uphill both ways. That's him. I don't know. It's not 7 o'clock. Don't scare me like that, chat. Schizo-donoing. It's an imposter! I don't have a button to press. I don't have a button. Kirsche should write a book with her mom stories. So many crazy stories. Imagine if I had lived with my mother full time like my brother did. You guys hear the crazy shit from me that I had to deal with? My brother lived with her 24/7. Just imagine the crazy shit he could talk about, okay? Is your brother all right? Yeah, nowadays he is. Is he okay? That poor guy. Kirsche's mom is an experience I don't want to have. Is he alive? He's alive. He's alive. He had a very tumultuous upbringing, obviously. But as he got older, when he turned 18, he did the same thing I did, where he stopped talking to our mother completely. He got his life together. Unironically, he was a good boy. He was getting his life together. He was trying to get back into college, you know? He was cleaning up. Kirbro was very not alright for a while and actually a shitbag. When he was younger, yes. Not having a strong male role model is very bad. And I got to see firsthand how very bad it can be. That's why that weird MG Tao guy from yesterday who's just like, just go out and impregnate many women. Just make the single mothers. You don't need to care about them. That's very bad. Don't do that. Do not leave children without a strong male figure in their life. Do I talk to my mom now? I'll talk to her occasionally, through text messages, because she can't really do too much through text message. But if she starts, like, telling stories where I can't verify if it's real or not, I kind of just stop responding, because my mental can't really take that. I do not do well with gaslighting, which is why I say I don't like it when you guys do the gaslighting jokes in chat. I don't like it because it's something that I grew up having happen, and it makes my brain very foggy, and it makes things very hard to distinguish. It's not funny.
ThoughtEXE, thank you for the 2 months of Prome. Thank you.
Be a father to many children, all in a monogamous relationship, and raise them up to be an army. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Kira's mom was a Peg Bundy, but a biker. Oh my god. She talked to her on stream not too long ago. You guys have never heard my mom's voice, though. I do not trust my mom to know about what I do. Gaslights are for rustic camping trips. Yeah. That's insulting, Peg Bundy. How am I friends with Pippa? All she does is gaslight. Not me. Chat didn't bully and gaslight. We wouldn't talk at all. That's just not true. That's just not true. Your stove is gas only? Gas stoves are the only stoves to have. I fucking hate electric. Actually fucking hate electric stoves. They're terrible.
Mini Gunner 1218, thank you for the 8-month resub, my guy. Level Up Scrub, thank you for the subu. Thank you.
A Breezy, thank you again for the $5 doodles. I hope you made it out of your traffic and were able to pee. I hope you made it out.
Bears in chess! I'm coming out. I want the world to know. Got to let it show. I'm coming out.
I love that commercial song! Thank you for the 9-month resub. You're coming out of my vagina with an itty-bitty, teeny-weeny yellow polka dot bikini. Thank you! You were special ed and white in kindergarten? I was special ed and white in kindergarten. Does that mean you're no longer white? Like, you've somehow changed skin color? Are you still special ed, though? You're special ed and white in kindergarten to second, and in an intercity school, shit was wild. Oh, you actually meant white. Oh my god, I thought you made a typo. Holy fuck. I went to an all-white school, and the most I had to deal with was, like, people being overly gay. If you're starting to identify as, like, severely bisexual because it's not cool to be straight, you got some issues.
Almighty Lolly, they give the $5 doodles.
The last guy was a skinwalker. I wish my skinwalker radar and my radar for men I want to date were very the same. I can't English anymore, but I hope you know what I meant. I'm really good at identifying skinwalkers. I'm very bad at picking men to date. Maybe I should date a skinwalker. Maybe that would work. Disco Elysium is unintentionally based because the commies are miserable, corrupt villains. Remote viewers, Division always. I can't wait to play that game, dude. I think it'll be a lot of fun. The man formerly raced as white. I am American. La Goblina. Ask Pippa for dating advice. It's gonna be hilarious. She'd probably tell me to, like, find a trailer park and walk around making weird bird noises. Disco does a good job of ridiculing every political persuasion. And that's how you know it's a good game. It's a good game. And we're going back to Friday because I missed a lot of shit. S Solo, thank you for the 2-month resub. Thank you. Uncommon Cartographer, thank you for the $5 doodles. No point shitting yourself either way. Probably. Probably. And Tyjack, thank you for the $10 doodles. Reject the black pill, absolutely. And Dr. Fost MD, thank you for the $7.77. Your dad, who was a man-ho. Son, don't fuck around. It's not worth it. Find a nice girl. Thank you. Thank you for the $7.77. Coldgrave, thank you for the $5 doodles. If you do stick your dick in crazy, act like she's a landmine and fucking run. However, y'all should treat your dick like a Ferrari. You don't share a Ferrari with some random woman on the street. She'll fuck up the paint. That's true. Take care of your rig. Thank you, Coldgrave, for the $5. Hit me up if you want some weird bird noises to make. I'm pretty good at making weird bird noises, okay? Alright? Crazy Cody, thank you for the sub, my guy. Thank you. Slightly above weeb, thank you for the $10. Swiggity swody, I beat some children for this booty. I remember thanking you for the children money. JFK 1, thank you for the 8-month resub, dude. Thank you. Dragnuts, thank you for the 7-month resub. Spider God 99, thank you for the $7 doodles. We can get one smackdown on false rape allegations. It would be a big step toward improving society and discouraging gold digger women. That's true. That's true and real. Thank you, Kanye. Spider God 99. Heard stories of my dad being a manho and calming down after meeting your mom. What did she do to him? She domesticated that man. Kirsche is a weird bird that makes noises. No, I'm not a bird. You don't keep a Ferrari in the garage. Feel like you read these yesterday. Some of them I probably read, but I know I didn't read everything. And I would rather accidentally read something twice and thank someone twice than just not thank people, you know? Is this going into yesterday's thank yous? Yes. Yes, because I know I missed some, and I would rather double thank than not thank at all, you know? Good streamer! Yeah, I try best. I feel like I'm bad streamer because I have a backlog at all. I don't like not getting to thank people in the moment. It makes me feel bad. Bird is just another word for woman. It used to be. It used to be. Beard, thank you for the $2 doodles. Being a good man does not mean not having the caveman impulses. It means having those impulses in check and waiting for them to be unleashed at the right time. Yes. Once you are in a committed relationship, please. If your woman consents to this kind of scenario, club her over the head with a giant turkey leg and then proceed to grug all over her. What was the old word for a man if a woman was a bird? I don't know. It's fine to have a backlog, so long as it's not a mile long. I try your best. Ghost X, thank you for the $5 doodles. Hard to believe the way you are. You haven't found the man yet. Sounds like 90% of what guys want. You mean it in a good way? Because I tend to, again, like yesterday I said, if you're picking bad people, unironically, I don't have advice for you. It's just a skill issue. That's the same advice that could be given to me. I pick people who are like sociopathic and just take advantage of the way that I am. And I've had multiple people be like, you're the perfect person for me, but I don't see this being something long term. And that's typically because when you get into in a scenario where you're dating someone and they feel really fucking good, you start thinking, if I could pull this person, I can do even better. And that's sort of the feedback loop that some people get trapped in, right? Kirsche's mom did more damage. Yeah, I put up with a lot of shit that I shouldn't, which is, again, skill issue. If you have China-sized red flags, you should not ignore them, you know? That's retarded behavior. Yeah, that's a ridiculous thought to have. It is a ridiculous thought, but it's a very common one. It's a very common one. And that's why I've also said the people that I've dated in the past, once they do that, well, you're perfect, but I don't think this is long term. They come back multiple years after. They come back multiple years after, and they're just like, holy shit, I fucked up.
It's okay to have a garden of Menera women, but don't fuck the inhabitants. Have
I ever had an actual good relationship?
You're going in the garden.
I had one decent relationship. We weren't very sexually compatible, and we were both really bad at communication because we were kind of young. But like, he was a pretty decent dude, and I hope he's doing well. He's like the one person I dated that wasn't an actual unironic piece of shit. I hope he's doing fucking well. Just sometimes you're just not matched up very well with people, and that's fine. Check DMs. I'm touching them. It's supposed to start at 7, isn't it? It's only 6. Oh yeah, 49 minutes. Nyam! Nyam, you spook me! You spook me! 49 minutes. Great Ghost, thank you for the $2 doodles. A better is the biggest enemy of good enough. So you have the opposite mentality? Like, oh my god, how the fuck did I manage to pull this person? I mean, yeah. There are people who self-destruct in that manner as well, and I have dealt with those people as well. I've talked about how I was with a guy who had that mentality, where he was just like, I don't know what you see in me. I don't know why you're with me when you could pick so many other people. Like, I don't deserve you. You could leave me at any moment. And it's just like, you need to stop. you need to stop that, because there's nothing I can say, right? Like, no amount of reassurance helped at all. Like, they were just thick in that mindset. And it's like, I'm not leaving, dude. And because they were already in like that tilted mental mindset, it was very easy for their friends to manipulate them into thinking that I was a bad person. Man literally talked himself out of the best decision in his life. If his mental wasn't as bad as it was, I don't think that his friends would have been able to manipulate him in the way that they did. It's very, very unfortunate that happened. Yeah, friends in heavy quotes. They were very misery loves company people, unfortunately. No wonder Kirsche doesn't like black pills. Imposter syndrome too real? Yeah, or too real. Hard to get out of that mindset sometimes. It happens when no one sees anything in you for a long time. Yeah. It's really unfortunate when somebody's in that mindset, but it's like, I, as a significant other, can't do anything to fix that mindset. That's when you need to, like, if you can't get out of that on your own, that's when you need to go to therapy and sort of talk it out with somebody. Because if you're not gonna believe me, therapy is like the only thing that's gonna fix it. Self-destructive mindsets can sadly also be weirdly comforting, which just makes it all that harder. Yeah. It's a lot easier to stay in the comfortability of that self-destructive mindset than go outside of that and take a risk. Ghost X, thank you for the $5. Have any of my past relationships been my fault why both of you broke up? I mean, again, the one guy that was like decently nice, even though we had differences. I don't think I was very good at communicating in that relationship either. But that's just kind of what happens when you're younger. If both of you were shit at communicating, you're not gonna be able to really help each other through anything you're going through, which is unfortunate. So I wouldn't say it was like my fault, but I definitely contributed to it. Therapy only works if you genuinely want to change. True. Very true. Very true. Tend to feel bad for those people. They had gotten pretty hurt bad to see themselves that way, unironically. Yeah, he had one of those unironic relationships in the past where the girl, like, I only thought this happened in movies, mind you, or the girl was like dating him and like she was just pretending the whole time. And then like when he showed up to some sort of like date that they had planned, she was with her friends and they basically made fun of him for thinking that she would be interested in him. And I was like, there's no way. That blows my, like, I've had dudes set up dates with me and then blow me off and make fun of me for it, right? I've never had someone like set me up to make fun of me to my face if I showed up for that date. Like, that is unimaginably cruel. And I can only imagine how that fucks with someone's mental from that point forward. And especially if you're in a situation where like your parents don't have healthy communication, you have zero idea what healthy communication looks like. So it becomes harder for you to figure out like your mental soup at that point. Sometimes you can understand why incel culture is as prolific as it is. Yeah. No is the worst thing she could say. Some shit is cartoonishly evil. Yeah. That's the kind of shit that's like, holy fuck, real evil exists, dude. Majority of US parents don't know what healthy communication is. Yeah. And it's like, that's why I said when I was younger as well, I didn't have the best communication. I didn't have anyone in my life to pull good communication skills from. My dad was a very like locked up, quiet man, didn't talk about anything ever. My mom is, well, my mom. So I had to basically figure out how to try and communicate well with people while also dating men who told me anytime I spoke about my feelings, anytime I felt like something was wrong, anytime I felt like something bad was happening, I was being a cunt, I was being overdramatic, my feelings are too much effort. So I got put in this position where it's like, I don't know what's okay to talk about. And the answer should be everything. Everything is okay to talk about if you're with like someone who is actually going to care about you. You don't think you ever had someone pull a fake date but ghosted? That's why I have the anxiety-ridden problem with ghosting that I do. And if I get ghosted, I go into like super autism detective mode. It's like it's been such a prolific thing that I just go actually fucking insane. Your blood is boiling! Gray Ghost, thank you for the $2. It's fucked up betraying someone's trust like that. There's a reason the lowest circle of hell is reserved for traitors. That's why I don't think we're gonna get to the rest of the Rich case today, because I do have that debate I want to watch at 7. But, that's why I was saying, like, the way that you manipulate someone like that, it does make you an asshole. Not a rapist. I think based on the information we read yesterday, I don't think the sexual assault actually happened. I still have to say allegedly, but is it a master debate? But it's like, there's definitely dudes, and I've talked to female friends I've had before, who will seek to do anything they can to convince you to have sex with them. And then as soon as you have sex with them, because you're like, okay, well, I gave them a certain amount of time, clearly they wouldn't lie this long, they fuck you and then they just ghost. They block you on everything and they're like, I achieved my goal, it's time to leave. There are men that will absolutely take advantage of you like that, and talking to someone who's had that happen, right? Like, it was a consensual experience, but to have your trust shattered in that manner, it just, like, it breaks a part of a person. That's such unbelievably scummy behavior. It really is. It really fucking is. Those men should be beaten to death in the street. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. When I've had like somebody talk about this in like a group chat, the other dudes here, like if I had been there, like I would have beat the fuck out of that dude. Cause like you don't do that, you know? Low-key a piece of shit. Stuff like that is why you're afraid of talking to women. Yeah. Yeah. No more sex before marriage for anyone. At least men can at least be man enough to say words. Yeah, you would think so. You would think so. Protein time. You can't believe how scummy people are. Yeah. And that's why I like to remind people, like the dudes who in chat sometimes get in the yes, all women mentality. Men are just as bad. Men are just as manipulative. Men are just as fuckboy-y as the hoish women. It's shit out here for everybody. This is why marriage was important. I agree. Is it weird that you think girls do the spectrum are better at communicating in relationships because they generally hate lying and don't say it's fine unless they mean it? Provided they haven't had tism honestly beat out of them at a young age. I mean, I'm that kind of person where like when I say it's fine, I genuinely mean it's fine. And sometimes it even trips up Nim when I'm just like, no, everything's fine. Like I don't wanna like, you know, create an issue. I'm fine with how it is. And he's like, are you sure? Because that means you're not fine with it. And it's like, no, it does. Help. Oh, Tussie hit different. Jesus. You hate how cowardly people have become in 2024? Your ex blindsides you by breaking up with you despite promising you that she would always be willing to talk to you about problems. Yeah. There's a difference between saying, I want to talk about all her problems and actually doing it. Because those conversations are difficult and nobody wants to have them, but sometimes they are necessary. People who ghost are just insanely selfish personality-wise. It's a blessing in a way to stop interacting with them. I don't disagree. Tell yourself you're not a fish. It doesn't work for me! You heard the Alex Jones debate? You have no clue who the person Alex Jones is debating. The Krasenstein brothers and Destiny. It's at 7? It's at 7. Modern times remind you of the time Octavian August created harsh marriage law to deal with sexual degeneracy in Rome. I don't know how we reverse where we are. Last time you were with a woman, she dropped the I love you for the sex and then threw you to the side. Good Christian woman too. Pulling out the I love you to like coerce someone into having sex with you is incredibly disgusting to me. Am I streaming it? Yeah, I want to watch it with you guys. I want to watch it. Destiny's one of the slimiest people on the internet. I don't know much about him. I don't know much about Destiny. People are sadly scummy. You've had people you thought were friends betray you from stuff like trust, stealing from you, and even attacking you, and you once confronted one on the issue makes trusting people harder for you. It is hard. Who are the Krasenstein brothers? I have no fucking clue. Debating Krasenstein brothers and Destiny is like arguing with brain damaged hamsters. Oh my god. For hiccups, take a deep breath. That means maximum capacity. I don't know about that. Ghosting is just lazy. If I ghost you, I'm lazy. Just message again when I'm not lazy. No, just don't ghost people. Ghosting's a bit different as well. Like, if you just don't respond for a couple of days, depending on what you're not responding to, that might just be normal, right? Like, Pippa and I take fucking ages to answer our DMs, right? But if I was having an argument with somebody in my relationship, I wouldn't just not respond to them for days. Right, because that's asshole behavior. The brothers were one of the anti-Trump Twitter reply guys. Oh, Jesus. Like, Ghost You's gonna be like, on day one, and you crazy. It's like Destiny is far better than some other streamers. You know, the one top Twitch streamer. Isn't Destiny the guy that got cucked? He is. He is. Chat frequently tells Pippa she should stop overthinking her DM responses. It's really hard to not overthink your DM responses. I've started trying to employ the if I don't know how to respond, or if I don't have the brain cells to make a response, I will at least like emote react to your message so that you know I read it. I'm not very good at remembering this all the time, especially if I read something before bed, but I'm trying my best to at least do that. At least do that, dude. You, when trying to text anyone important, close your eyes and click send. Jesus, Pippa's even worse socially than Kirsche? I don't know about that.
Now I realized why my wife says you're the only VTuber she likes. Her upbringing is almost identical to yours, and it helps that she can relate to chat brothers. Don't worry, I have faith you guys will find the right person for you.
Aw, thank you! I'm glad, well, I'm not glad that your wife went through that shit. I'm glad that she can relate to me. I'm sorry she had to deal with that when she was growing up, too. It's not fun when you're going through it. But it's good that, like, hopefully she's also at a point like I am, where we can just kind of look back and be like, God damn, that shit was crazy. Thank you for the $5 doodles. Thank you. Relating to dildo and dishwasher's not a good thing. Oh god, I think the first time I talked about my mom's dildo drawer was talking about how, like, when she would ask my brother or I to get her lighter, we knew that she kept her spare lighters in her dildo drawer, so we would play rock, paper, scissors to figure out who would have to go fishing in there, especially because the dildo drawer, you have no idea what state of cleanliness those are in, you know, because, like, unless she had done a dish soak of them recently. When your social anxiety makes you stare at a message for 3 hours before you can click send. I have the opposite sometimes, right? Like, please stop talking, I'm begging! Jazz music, stop! She washed them in the sink? No, she soaked them in the sink. She wouldn't even, like, scrub them. She would fill the sink with water and dish soap so it's all sudsy, and then put all of her dildos in the kitchen sink full of suds. That was how she washed them. Dildo story is going to force you to get a vomit drawer. Jesus. The dildo water. It's like that grandma story where the guy was like, my grandma would make our hot chocolate out of the hot dog water. Thankfully, my mom never really made us food, so I didn't have to worry about her making hot chocolate with the dildo water. That was a relief. She can't stop talking. You refuse to believe my mother's a real person. I am sorry to admit that she is. Jesus, I want to gag. Is that why you hate hot dogs? No, I just don't like mystery meat. Hidden, thank you for the $9.99. The best female friends you've had. Learned the hard way that it's fine will be taken literally, even if I know it's not. Trust me a lot now. They trust you a lot now because they understand why you won't fish for an answer. Yeah. Because, like, dudes are, like, fix-it oriented, typically, right? So, like, if you are, like, venting to a dude about a problem, they're gonna want to fix it. Which is why, like, sometimes when I am literally just venting, I'll hit up, like, Nim or Bean and be like, I'm not looking for a fix to this, I just need to vent, or I will explode. And they understand that they can turn off the I need to fix this part of their male brain. Dudes want to fix, women's just want to vent. Like, sometimes I want to fix. Sometimes I want to fix. You hate how unbelievable VTuber lore is? There's no way someone like Kirsch's mom could exist in reality. I wish it was just VTuber lore, man. We can't turn that part off. That's the problem. I'm gonna just press the mental mute, unironically. Why won't you take this perfectly logical solution to your problem? Yeah, I know it's very hard to turn off, but it's like, I think it helps when I tell a dude, like, I'm just venting, I don't expect a fix, I'm not trying to, like, I don't know how to fix it right now, so I'm not expecting you to do anything. I feel like that helps when you directly tell them that. You've met several women similar to Kier's mom. Oh no. You have learned this from your woman friends early when they talk. You just shut up. As a man, it hurts your brain to do. I like the back and forth when venting. I find that helpful. Cause like even if I'm not looking for a solution directly, just talking about it might make a solution happen in my brain, you know? Tried to help a girl write a resume to get a job and replace her car battery and she ghosted you? Too helpful. She just wanted to vent. What the fuck? Trying to explain to a woman why she should just buy a gun instead of a stun gun or a Hello Kitty knuckle duster. I've read that before. I've read that before like 3 fucking times. I don't know why I've read that before like 3 fucking times, but that just fucking got some gears turning. And I even remember there being a clip of that before. Because you have to articulate yourself and know that someone understands. Yeah, sometimes just the venting is helpful. Nocturnal 007, thank you for the $5. You give that advice to younger women in your family? Thank you for prefacing that you want to vent. Yeah, I think it's helpful if you preface that so that the guy won't like expend extra effort trying to fix it if you're just venting. You're a time traveler. It's a common issue. Jesus Christ. Where the fuck was I? Oh, Francis, 1991. Thank you for the 10-month resub. Speaking of pregnancy, I missed my 9-month anniversary. Guess I was a late birth. Wow, I didn't even feel you come out. There's too many babies at this point. Grey Ghost, thank you for the $5. There was one marriage counselor on YouTube who explained the difference between male and female brains, and he said that very thing. Great video! I'm glad that my brain damage managed to come up with the same thing. No, Eker on Hate, thank you for the $10 doodles. Illust is about to be released. Suddenly, aliens! Danny Delito, thank you for the $5 doodles. Please end up being Mia Khalifa. I don't remember what porn shit we were talking about at that point.
Nice cock.
The guy at the gun store selling another snub-nosed 22 revolver to a woman that will forget to carry it. Oh no. JT6189, thank you for the prom. Thank you for prom. Hidden, thank you for the $4.99. You're a mechanic by trade. Turning off the fix-it was hard to learn from them. Helped you learn to communicate way better. Yeah. It's like not every person is going to be the exact same. So when you get into a relationship, trying to figure out communication methods that work for you guys is going to probably be somewhat difficult sometimes. What is it with women and snub-nosed revolvers? Is this more evidence that I'm not a woman? I think snub-nosed pistols are ugly. The Epstein list and a woman delaying it. Oh yeah, that's true. Not carrying it will probably just be the best 22. Just makes criminals mad. Snub-nose fits in purse. What the heck? Snub-nose revolvers look like crap. Just get a bigger purse. Easy. Snubs are ugly. Thank you, chat. Thank you for reinforcing me. The CIA! Thank you for the 1985 year of our Lord. I can't stop noticing. It's part of my job. Beard! Thank you for the $5. People wanting to escape death has been a source of a lot of evil deeds. Memento Mori needs to come back as a common saying. I want to watch Memento. I'm gonna have to find that next time I do my nails, which will probably be more sooner than later because I don't like this color too much. I'll probably watch Memento. I fucking love that movie. Spaz the Space Wizard, thank you for the $5 doodles. Tired of your period? I'm Jeffrey Epstein and I can make it go away for 9 months. That's right, 9 months with just a few payments of get in my basement and come vacation with me on my island. Thank you. Snubnose is what Minecrafted John Lennon? Oh god. Almost 333! Thank you for the 4-month resub. Thank you. Reaver Zappy, thank you for the 8 months tier 3. You're gonna get born next month. How does it feel? You've apparently been around for a while. That's true. Brave SJ! I'm gonna repeat your fucking Dr. Seuss. Thank you for the $5. I did not see him on a plane. I did not see him on a train. I did not see him grape a girl. The thought alone could make me hurl. So please don't hurt me, Clinton's wife. I do not want to end my life. Thank you. Ty Jack, thank you for the $10 doodles. Alan had some dog water takes, but he does have a point that defense attorneys wind up having to defend terrible people because that's just how it works. It is, I don't disagree. Thank you, Ty Jack. Noble Heart 92, thank you for the subu. Thank you. A Ghoul Natick 860, thank you for the 2-month resub, my guy. Thank you.
A generic Chen, thank you for 6 month resub. Crimnox, thank you for 6 month resub. Spicy Cat Love, Crimnox Love, thank you.
Dr. Seuss hitting hard nowadays. Someone had to pick up Eminem's mantle after he went soft, honestly.
Cassius 9001, thank you for the 6 month resub. All head pet for you. Mr. Loogie, thank you for the 2 month resub. Thank you, thank you. No, Overlord 1944, thank you for Sabu. Thank you, thank you.
That's an awfully hot coffee pot.
Wizard Karasaki, thank you for the $5 doodles.
Will a day ever come where people realize that making stuff up causes lack of trust and harm to the side you claim to support? Thankfully, it got deleted.
Yep.
I gave my apology at the beginning of stream. I got duped by a fake screenshot, and thus the rest of my words were not taken seriously. I'm sorry. It happens sometimes. I don't mean to. I should have vetted better, you know.
Craven E, thank you for the 7 month resub. Thank you, thank you. Doom Trooper 83, thank you for the 8 month resub. 7 months in the basement. However, I love it here now. 8 months in the basement. It's been 8 months. You're losing track of time already. Brave SJ, thank you for the $5 doodles.
You wonder if that woman realized? She basically said, I do poor quality work. Well, I'm a woman. You shouldn't expect competence. I think that's lost on the localizer lady. I think that's completely fucking lost on her. Unironically, a braced pistol, like a Flux Raider TP9, works really well. Never heard your mother vent without a reason and without wanting to hear possible solutions. Might be because of her former upbringing and your grandfather being a very practical man. Well, it's like sometimes when something is wrong, I don't want other people to fix it for me, but venting about it helps me come up with a solution. And if I come up with a solution while talking to them, they can tell me if I'm retarded or not. Marchie now going after Asmon is hilarious. She ain't gonna win that shit, dude. She ain't gonna.
Tony and Bitey, thank you for the 15 month resub. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Venom of Bathory, thank you for the 6 month resub, my guy. Wizard Kurosaki, thank you for the $10 doodles. A cure for the immortal god emperor.
Thank you.
Sambo 1994, thank you for the 1776. My literal Who Shield remains because I'm the shadow government of Chubas pulling their strings to play niche games. Bao doesn't know it, but I'm the reason she was playing Class of 09.
BB Dash, thank you for the $1.99.
Apology doesn't count without a ukulele. We must require all content creators to add musical instruments played live with their apologies. Haven't seen her response yet. Wonder what on earth he's alleging in her defense. I don't know what you mean by that sentence. It's amazing how Class of 09 Brainworm has moved through the VTuber sphere. It really is. And all it took was months of me nagging Pippa to play it, and then subjecting you guys in my audience to fucking yick so that she finally would. When is Kirsche getting a Colress cosplay to haunt Pippa? Maybe for Halloween. I'm yicking out, dude. Probably happened after everyone they hated retired and died, leaving people like Eminem to grow to the same age. Don't say that. We're gonna yick Class of 09. Oh my god. The Class of 09 influence shows that you can make a difference. I mean, maybe. You have severe and continuous lapses in judgment. Guitar riff. Not like this. Not like this, dude.
Gilru Ganesh, thank you for the 3-month resub.
This is why you've been following me, both entertaining and informative.
I have the educational tag. Yeah.
Yeek around, hey, thank you for the 69 battery dogs. Thank you. Continue what you're doing, Basato Gato. Reconsider Patreon or its alternatives. I'll have to think about those one day. I know a lot of people in chat said that Patreon was paused and would probably just cut me off, so we'll have to see what's there. Class of 09 live streams are comedy gold. I'm quite to the twin-setter.
Thank you.
Any idea if or when I'll get another raid sponsorship? You want to give it a try, but you prefer to try games like that when they give you credit. I have no idea. I would love to get another raid sponsorship, but they have not hit me up in a hot fucking minute. Daddy Raid, please. I love you. Dr. Frost MD, thank you for the 555. The only reason there's hope in the Metal Gear universe is because of people like Snake and Otakon. Just a handful of dudes fighting against the AI and secret societies. Standing up to the corruption is enough to make it crack and eventually fall.
Thank you.
I would like to play more Metal Gear. I've only played Revengeance, and that was a lot of fucking fun. I had a bomb-ass soundtrack, so I hope the other ones will be fun too. Surprised Nikkei hasn't hit me up. Ooh. Nikkei had some issues when I played it. Subscribe Star is the best Patreon alternative you know of. I'm not gonna remember names of stuff. I'll have to do some digging around, you know. How did the Genshin one go? We did manage. We finished the Genshin sponsorship because you guys are fucking nuts. Thank you. Thank you for everyone who contributed to the Genshin sponsor. We knocked that shit out of the park. Thank you. How many gotchas can one play? Only one long term. Dantran13, thank you for the 586. The cough is sus. Did some glowing guy poke my leg with an umbrella recently? No, I'm just a phlegmy lady and I hate it. Brave SJ, thank you for the $5 doodles. It's so sad that Kirsche ended her own life by handcuffing her hands and legs, stuffing a rag in her mouth, and throwing herself under a freight train. Depression is no joke, chat. Remember, you are loved and would be missed. Keep the Clintons away from me. Visit Kurosaki! Thank you for your obligatory, not a simp, $100 doodles. Thank you for the slaves again! I love the slaves! Thank you! Slaves love. Thank you, Visit Kurosaki. El Kirko, thank you for the $5 doodles. I will not stop noticing, you mad lad. Danny Delito, thank you for the $5 doodles. This is about when it all went crazy and a huge push to be degenerate as possible. This is your reminder to stop noticing or remembering now. I will not! No! Thank you for the $2. Hawking, among other scientists, was on the island, but we don't know if he did any nonsense there, as Epstein liked to fly intellectuals over to feel smart, and intellectuals need money for science. I haven't seen a source that places Hawking on the island. I've only seen the fake screenshot about the midgets and the blackboard. If there is like some evidence outside of the 2015 court case that places him on the island, I will relent. But I haven't seen anything personally that places him there.
What the fuck?
I give the $2 doodles. Dr. Fost, MD, they give the $5. Speaking of interviewing flesh tubers, Styx said he's open to talking to anime women. I'm glad that there are some flesh tubers that are not racist to my people. Raw Power 01, they give the 7-month resub. Thank you! Thank you, Binga Banga Thanga Mango. Thank you for the $5 doodles. Bonjour!
There's actual fucking degenerates.
I remember this going off, and I remember responding to this, and I also don't want to try... I don't want to try reading the brain damage for a second time, so I'm glad I caught this one in real time. Thank you for the $5 doodles! He didn't participate, he brought his own cock chair! Jesus Christ. Little Jester, hello! Hello, Little Jester, you cute. Coyote Briggs, thank you for the 5-month gift sub. Thank you! Inflation hitting the redeems hard. It do. We had to practice some inflation in here. We had to practice the inflation. Uncommon Cartographer, thank you for the $5 doodles. You can hear Trudeau beating down your door with a signed maid order. I hope you can escape. Please escape. Hawking was building a portal to bring over the trans-dimensional shape-shifting child diddlers. I'm glad he didn't manage to succeed. Bromedy Blank, thank you for the $2 doodles. If Sam Hyde can use Gumroad, why not the Kirsche? I don't know what Gumroad is. Maybe be something to look into. Maybe. Inflation is based when it's the non-economic kind. What's wrong with you? You filthy coomer. Filthy coomer! Kar Saban, thank you for the 3-month resub. 3rd month with the Foxu in chat. Wish you'd found earlier, but glad here now. Welcome! Welcome for your 3rd fucking month. The archive channel will become more robust soon, TM. There's a lot of stuff to go on the archive channel. We're behind schedule, don't worry about it. Danny Delito, thank you for the $5 doodles. You think of the hurt me and then just touch me so I can get my satisfaction. Oh god, now the buttons are sticky. You know he listened to Benny Benassi if he was getting wheelchair touched, you know? Like, it just had to have been. Wolf Everdeen, thank you for the $2 doodles. Who else was positively glowing and vibrating all week waiting for the Foxu news stream? The room temp IQ was strong with chat today. It happens. It happens occasionally. Cody Cat Spartan, thank you for the 2 months of Prom. Thank you. Twitch doesn't work for you for some reason, so you'll just use it here rather than waste it. Thank you. Thank you. Pretty sure he didn't just listen to it. He said the lyrics. Oh god. You don't always agree with Styx, but you like seeing his perspective? I don't think I've ever watched him. I've seen clips before. I don't remember why. Butcherbird, thank you for the $3 doodles. Oh yes, solve those equations. Yeah, that's the stuff. Solve those dirty equations, my little mathematics.
Thank you. DJ Panda Milk, thank you for the 7-month resub. Thank you.
American Neat, thank you for the 6-month resub. I hate you, Twitch. You never ping me. I ping my Discord server every day. Well, I mean, Nim pings it now because I got a lot of setup to do before stream, but the ping still happens.
Ikaron Hate, thank you for the $5 doodles. Jump higher, midgets. Primate Murder, thank you for the $5 doodles. I remember saying happy birthday to you yesterday. Happy birthday again. Happy birthday. Tundra's Fox Knight, thank you for the 2-month resub.
You missed the old Pog emote? Same. I think it's really dumb that the old Pog emote guy had the emote get changed because he was a Checks Notes Trump supporter. Dr. Faust MD, thank you for the 678. Happy Tangent Friday. You've said you were interested in speaking to flesh tubers. Oh, I already... Wait, were there were 2 people who sent in a thing about talking to sticks? Really? That's strange. That's weird. Dr. Faust, thank you. Thank you for the 678. We're solving anime girl races. That's crazy. There's 2 of you. There's 2 of you who said something about sticks.
Kusa, thank you for the 6-month resub. Thank you. Bleezy Love, Bleezy, thank you for the 13-month resub.
Hope you're ready for the truckload of HelloFresh.
No! No HelloFresh!
Ksona56, thank you for the 9-month resub. I hope your birth went very well. And you ate the placenta for strength.
Pet Dragoon 0005, thank you for the 3-month resub. Thank you!
Mona Pandium, thank you for 10-month resub.
Bigga, thank you!
And Repult, I'm gonna out you. Repult of 1.5 inches. No, please, mistress, don't bring out the big beads. Thank you for the $3.01. Robert Sandvagine, thank you for the $5 doodles. Got the Hollywood money laundering game on PlayStation, because console peasant. The game has no right to be as entertaining as it is. I'm sorry you're a console pleb, but I'm happy you're liking Quime Bob's Rocky City. Thank you. Thank you for reporting back, having fun with that game.
The Quime Bobs! Yeah!
Oh man, I've made it through all of the Twitch thank yous. You guys are beautiful. Thank you for all of the support. The thank you was actually fucking crazy. Actually fucking crazy. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, hold on.
Fugu Barakan, they give the $1.
Now is when you realize that we screw up things like doing dishes and grocery shopping, so we will be excused from having to do it. It's ironic that you say that because the guys in my chat on Twitch were talking about how it's not all malicious compliance and that the women on like female dating strategy were complaining that it is. So that's really funny.
Manya.
Dietrich, thank you for the 8-month resub. Finally not working long enough to catch stream.
Thank you.
Oh god, there's so much happening. Lloyd Brandberry, thank you for the $2. Got your artist friend into Final Fantasy XIV. She played a falafel. Ended up drawing art of your cat main character stuffing the potato, as it were. I feel like drawing falafel porn would be like the fairy fighting gifs. How many people know what I'm talking about when I say fairy fighting gifs? How many of you about to out yourselves as massive fucking degenerates? Some of it can just be hyper-focused and forgetting everything else. True and real. Hayden, they give the $20 doodles. The show Side Scroll, a podcast, would have me on too. They're a culture gaming show. They did a DSP interview last year that blew up. It's a community that doesn't understand VTubers, so it could be an interesting conversation. Oh, it could. That could be interesting. Side Scrollers love. I don't know who they are. I'm sorry. Showing images of awesome looking food is a good thing to you. I like food. You're still picturing the food every time you say falafel? Good! They're actually called lalafel, but I call them falafel because I'm me. Side Scrollers is basically just a Razor Fist collab, is it now? Imagine stuttering Craig trying to talk to Kirsche. I can't imagine! Side Scrollers is the one with Razor Fist in it. You're not a Riona Chad, but I respect them! Don't lewd the Lala. Part of the VTuber dyslexia. I'm just not good at remembering names of anything. Lick her licorice, thank you for the $1. The Kirsche is the perfect sex icon, the beautiful raised tail, the soulless eyes, luxurious fur. Kirsche needs to stop shaming people. No, I think anyone who wants to fuck the Kirsche should be shamed. And if they touch the Kirsche, they should be stoned to death. That's just like my opinion, man. Alright, okay? No, the Cyrus, thank you for the 3-month resub. Subs for the Findom Fox. I'm not Findom! I'm not Findom Foxu! I'm Finsab. Finsab Foxu. No. Mama. I'm losing it, chat. The Menhera Gardener, thank you for the $10 doodles. It's okay to have a garden of Menhera women, but don't fuck the inhabitants. That said, I'm sorry, Kirsche. You're going in the garden. But I want himbo. I want himbo. What if I want to pet the Kirsche? Isn't that touching? Petting the Kirsche is fine, like you pet a cat, you know? You know? Cornflakes 88, thank you for the sabu. Thank you for sabu. Thank you. And okay, I am caught up. I still have some soupas from YouTube to do from yesterday, but I must take a break. I must take a break to heat up a little bit of food so I can have something to eat when this debate starts. When this debate starts, we're gonna be watching the like Destiny Alex Jones debate thingy.
I have a tab about gay duck necrophiliac sex.
Sidetracking a bit, if getting on Tim Pool's show would be too ambitious, would you have him on your stream? Also get protein Foxy.
I'm gonna eat a pizza.
Not an entire one, but like a slice of one. Ikran, hey, thank you for the $25 doodles. I don't think Tim Pool would come on my stream. If he wouldn't even acknowledge me on Twitter, I don't think he would come on my stream. And I just he's too big, and I am a literal who. You know, maybe one day when I am not a literal who, but you know. What are Alex and Destiny even debating about? That's a good fucking question.
Salika Altaka, thank you for the 200 yen. You're new. What's a Kirsche? Kirsche is one of the channel mascots. She's very cute. He's very cute. It can be either one. That's very cute and lovely. Do I have? I think I only have a gingerbread Kirsche to show off right now. I think I only have gingerbread. Oh no, I have a regular Kirsche. This is a Kirsche. This is a Kirsche. It's what I turn into when I lose all of my brain cells.
Oh god, can you do things to it? You treat it like a cat. It is a pet. You do not fuck it. Big Kirsche. The almighty Lolly, thank you for the $5. It's impossible to take Destiny seriously after he got outed for just randomly Googling Wikipedia articles for his debates instead of real research. That's kind of weird. I feel like Wikipedia is a last minute, like, Hail Mary. Or like if you're on live stream and you just want to Google something super fucking fast, it's like okay to you. But otherwise, I don't know, that's weird. What's this? Kirsche's digi or de-evolving. Yeah, exactly. Be on the unsubscribed podcast, I would fit right in.
I don't know who that is either, I'm sorry.
Did I see the Sawa guinea pig Kirsche? I did, the Sawarsha! I saw it, it was cute and scruffy! Can you put a Kirsche on your head? You can! And put the Kirsche on your head like you're a pirate and it's your parrot buddy? Give it like a little hook hand? He did that when he was doing JonTron dirty and when he talked to Sargon too? What the fuck? Can you the Kirsche?
No, do not the Kirsche.
Unfortunately, Alex gets purposefully outlandish in public debates. I'm just biding my time, right? What's gonna happen first in the debate? Is Alex Jones gonna rip his shirt off, or is Destiny gonna start having an autistic seizure in his chair? Which one happens first? If you ever get raided by the ATF, would they be obligated to shoot the Kirsche? Yes, but hopefully I would shoot them first. I would protect my Kirsche. Someone is going to mention Sandy Hook. Oh my god. Chat, I'm gonna go AFK. I'm gonna heat up pizza. I'm gonna heat up my pizza to eat during the debate since we're going long today. I don't know how long this debate's gonna be. Hopefully it's not like crazy fucking long, but we'll see where they go, chat. I will be right back. If you are on Twitch, thank you for sitting through ads. If you're not subbed to me, playing ads means that I get to turn off the pre-rolls for any new friends wandering in here. So if you're not subbed, thank you. Thank you for sitting through them. I will BRB. BRB! Might take me a few minutes longer because I'm heating up pizza and not just grabbing a protein shake. So BRB, go get snacks for the debate too, chat! Go get snackies! Go, go, go! hits or get the fuck out. Ah, my pizza! It's taking too long to heat up, chat. I'm gonna probably have to scoot away for a second to grab it, but I don't wanna miss the beginning.
Tonight, and the debate tonight is going to be about January 6, 2021.
No shit.
Some things happened on that day.
Hold
We're
on,
gonna
I
be
gotta
talking
get the
about them from
browser.
start to finish as best as possible. We have an incredible panel of human beings
There
that
we
I'm
go.
going to be introducing shortly. But before I
There
do, I
we
want to
go.
talk a little bit about Zero Hedge.
Reminder to chat, she has no
Zero Hedge
microwave.
is a
That's
company
true.
founded
I only heat it
2009,
up in a
libertarian,
toaster oven.
Fiercely independent and counterculture news organization. They
Don't wanna
are
close
also
my
they
eyes.
have, on their website they have a premium service that I want to talk about before we get started. You can go to zerohedge.com and sign up for the
shaking my
premium
iced
service,
tea, though.
bypassing the advertisements to get exclusive
I've gotten
financial,
so much
economic,
fucking
and
use out of this
geopolitical
can opening
knowledge and
tool.
data.
You guys have
It's,
no idea.
highly
I haven't
articulate
broken
information.
a
It's
single
really
nail
great organization.
since I've been
And it
using
also
this
gives
can
you
opening
access to
tool,
secret
and
Twitter
I
feed, or the
love
X
it.
feed, formerly known as Twitter. What's up, Elon? In case you're listening, with market
that was a
moving
nice- that
financial
was a nice
advice,
open for
real-time
tea.
updates. It's a great service. So you can go to zerohedge.com, sign up for the premium service, and get started there. And from there, we're gonna jump into it. I want to introduce our panel of incredible people, as I said earlier, and I'm going to start from the end and give you guys a chance to
I gotta
introduce
go play
yourselves. We have Ed
D&D soon,
Krasenstein.
so I'll see this
how's it
debate
going?
later.
I'm Ed
See you
Krasenstein.
tomorrow,
you.
Foxu.
On X.
Thank you for the
at
$5
Krasen,
doodles, Lord
also
Brown Bear.
the
Have
twin
a good
brother of
time at
Brian.
D&D.
Thanks for pointing out that it's Krasenstein, not Krasenstein.
Well, it can actually be either. You can do Krasenstein or Krasenstein, and I really don't care what you use. So.
It's Frankenstein, not Stein.
Frankenstein.
that was Alex Jones. If you didn't
Breaking
know.
nails.
We
It's
also
almost
have
like you're a
Brian
woman.
Krasenstein.
Oh, no, it's a can opening
Hey,
tool. It's not a
great to be
can
here.
opener. It's like
I'm
a.
Brian Krasenstein, known
It's
as
like a
Krasenstein
rectangle,
on
and you
X.
put the can tab
Ed's
inside
slightly
of
better
the
looking, more
box on the
intelligent
end of the
twin
rectangle,
brother.
and you use
And
that to
modest
lift
as well.
the can
Probably the
tab
most
up so you
modest
don't
of the
break your
Krasensteins.
nails.
Next to Brian, we have Stephen Bonnell, known as Destiny. What's
Bonnell.
happening, man?
Hey, what's up? You know me on YouTube at Destiny. My real life name is Steven, and I scream and shout at people on the internet for a living.
Next
That's
to this
true.
dude,
Me
we got
too.
Alex Jones. Alex, explain yourself.
Well, I don't think I'd probably needed much of an introduction.
Oh.
But, I mean, I was there on January 6th, and I saw what happened.
I
And
love
so,
this man.
It's a very important discussion we're about to have tonight. I'm glad everybody came. We need to have more of this, not just left
What
and
a
right,
Chad.
but just different groups of people debating and discussing.
Alex has more
I'm really glad
testosterone
that,
than everyone else combined
Zero
in that
Hedge
room.
And
You
their great
too can
subscription
have
service,
as
people
much
supporting it,
testosterone
financing
as
this.
Alex Jones
So
if
you're
you
gonna see a lot
buy
more of this. We're
Super Male
supporting Zero Hedge.
Vitality.
And so I'm just honored to be here with you guys in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Zero
He's
Hedge.
so
Great company,
wide.
great people too. Really great people involved with the company. And to your left, my right, Darren Beatty. What's happening, man?
Great to be here. Thank you. I'm Darren Beatty. I run a news site called Revolver.
His voice is sexy. Alex is a good-looking man, especially for his age, dude.
You can
Please.
also see me on X at Darren J. Beatty.
And
This
you're a
guy looks like he has
track advisor and
AIDS.
speechwriter.
What is
And
wrong
a
with his
former professor.
eyes?
And you help quarterback a lot of the groundbreaking stuff that.
What is wrong with his eyes, chat?
So I'll sing your praises since you.
Thank you.
And we also have coming in remote live, Glenn Greenwald from your studio in
Non-FBI,
Brazil.
thank you
What's
for the
happening,
two.
Glenn?
Hey everybody, Glenn Greenwald. I'm a journalist. I'm the host of System Update on Rumble. I had planned to be there in person.
Is that what Glenn Greenwald looks like?
Intervened, and I wish I could be, but I'm really.
I didn't think that's what Glenn Greenwald looked like.
Alex, I think what Zero Hedge is doing is so important.
There's like a bigger man with a lot of facial hair that I've ever that like I picture in my head when people say Glenn Greenwald. Who the fuck have I been thinking of?
What I expect it will be, so I'm really looking forward to it, and I appreciate being asked.
Yes, that is my
Gentle
job.
Penguin,
to
I'll
make
have
sure
to
that it
reread your
maintains
message later. I was
civility,
talking, I
structure,
didn't hear it. I'm
organization,
sorry. Thank you for the
we don't talk
$5.
over each other, that we end up listening to each other. The real value of humanity, one of the most powerful tools we have is communication. So I think tonight's going to be an exemplary example.
Isn't
of
Glenn
that.
the gay journalist who Movie
go,
Bob
let's
hates?
go.
I don't
Let's go for
know.
this.
Apparently,
First
whenever
question I
people
got
say
for you
Glenn
guys, and this is
Greenwald, I've
really
been
for the entire
thinking
panel.
maybe
Anyone
I've been
wants to start
confusing
off,
him
maybe
with
we can start
Glenn
Jensen,
Beck.
just 'cause you're on the end and we can move around is
Why is Ian
January
here?
6th,
I don't even know who Ian
2021.
is.
Was it an insurrection? And before you answer, I want to read this.
This
is,
man looks good. No, he
this is
does not.
actually
Are you telling me? Are you
it's called
telling a
18
bold-faced
US
lie
code
in my chat?
2383,
Are you saying
rebellion or
Alex Jones
insurrection.
isn't a good-looking man?
This is right out of Cornell Law.
Excellent. All right, I'm gonna start reading this. This is according
Ian's
to
a weird hippie
US
guy. Yeah,
Code.
he looks like
Whoever
Weird Al.
incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof, or gives aid or comfort thereto,
I want to read that
shall
one.
be fined under this title or
Any
imprisoned
ground
not
rules
less
for the
than 10
debate?
years or both, and shall be incapable of
Same
holding any
rules
office
as regular
under the United
stream.
States.
Don't glow too much. No
technically doesn't
slurs.
define insurrection.
I might
It's the
wait till
code
after the
talking
debate
about
to thank people who do tips
I
and
guess
stuff.
what an
because
insurrection is, of course, the use of the word
I want to pay
insurrection in the
attention
actual
to.
code itself. But what do you think? Do you guys think it was an insurrection?
So I personally believe it was an
I'm
insurrection.
gonna pull a Hassan.
and
I'm
I
getting
base
my
that on the
pizza. I'll
fact
be
that
right
20
back,
court
chat.
decisions called it an insurrection, and the fact that there was a bill passed in the Senate that called them a mob of insurrectionists. I think the bill passed, or it was in the House of Representatives, 406 to 21. That was a statute to award the police officers medals, and it referred to these individuals as insurrectionists. So I mean, I think the term can be subjective. I think, people can say nobody was charged with violating Section 2383 of Title 18, which is insurrection and rebellion statute. And nobody was, right? But I don't think that defines whether the event was an insurrection. When I say insurrection, I don't mean everybody there was partaking in insurrection.
Hold on,
there are people who were peaceful.
It's gonna pause for a
people
second.
The people who walked into the Capitol and did nothing, I don't think that they were insurrectionists. I think they violated the law, but I don't think they
Okay,
were
we're back.
partaking
We're
in
back. I got
insurrection. I do
pizza.
think the
We're
Proud
gaming.
Boys were
You'll probably hear my
partaking in
tinfoil because I
insurrection.
didn't.
I think you could say
I didn't take
Donald
it off
Trump
with the
incited
tinfoil.
the
I just brought the whole fucking thing with me.
Destiny, what do you think, man?
I would say the plot from start to finish is quite obviously an insurrection. The only way to get around that is to either justify an insurrection, which is what most conservatives do. They don't realize it. Or to deny that an insurrection could ever happen. Or
I mean, I would
you're not aware of all
justify
the
an
facts of what
insurrection if it
happened.
did
I
happen,
think
but
that
it
Donald
didn't.
Trump and his cronies had a very coherent plan that they tried to enact from start to finish, starting with false claims of voter fraud, leading to false slates of electors that filed themselves as state electors under perjury, which is what they did, up to the violence that happened on the day of the on the day of the certification of the vote, where Donald Trump and his friends continued to try to delay the peaceful transfer of power by contravening the certification of the Electoral College vote.
And what I want to make sure that we don't force this into like what they want to call a debate where you got to be be called on or anything. So if any of you guys, Glenn, you as well, man, if any of you guys want to jump in.
Yeah, two of them just went. I want Glenn to go, but I just want to say something here. I was there. And I was investigated and subpoenaed.
He was there when the Alamo happened.
By the Justice Department in at least 5 criminal investigations, and I was forced to testify in front of the Jan 6 committee, which they've now been destroying their records because the records show the opposite of what they said. Trump and all of us had a stage rented by the Supreme Court. He was supposed to have another rally there. We showed up. Before Trump ever finished his speech, people were getting tear gas and hit by bullets. And there were a bunch of provocateurs leading an attack against the police, and they broke through. And then this 1 million+ people then got blamed as insurrectionists, and Biden gave a big speech yesterday saying they're all terrorists. So by that
imagine calling 50%
Kamala
of the
Harris
country
as the VP
terrorists.
candidate was bailing people out of jail that burned down police stations and firebombed federal buildings. And the idea of Biden's speech yesterday, making his whole campaign about January 6th, saying political violence is never good. The Democrats are the ones that called for political violence. So I was there with a bullhorn, but I could only reach 100 yards out when the tear gas was hitting me, saying, don't go in, don't fight the police. This is a setup. And we have hundreds of videos. And so regardless of what the left tries to do, they're all out there of people taking off their Antifa stuff and putting on the Trump garb and the police fake arresting people, attacking them and then high-fiving them. I mean, this has all come out in the new footage, and it's all getting...
Wait, fake arresting them? How were they fake
They would grab them and
That's
arrest them and then
weird.
drag them in
I
and
wanna
high-five
see that
them,
footage.
take the handcuffs off and high-five them. Those videos, what people are going to take everything I say, they're going to put it on X and show what I said. That's where we dominate.
Yeah,
and so what I'm getting at here, let me tell you this. What I'm getting at here is they now admit hundreds of federal officers were there. So when Trump started his speech, this whole thing began with Ray Epps saying, go into the Capitol. He told the Jan 6 committee, yeah, it's true, it's in his text messages. He told family, I orchestrated it. So under pressure, they finally indicted him, but only recommended 6 months. So a few hundred people got manipulated into fighting the police. They were led and driven by provocateurs and other groups. They were others. Then they opened the doors and the police wave them in hundreds of videos.
I still just don't get calling January 6th an
insurrection. Over 1,000 people that just
when we literally had multiple years of fiery but mostly peaceful protests.
President Biden, the #1 threat is the American people, and he had a declaration of war yesterday against all Trump supporters and says to protect democracy, we're not going to let you vote for Trump. So as Stalin said, I care not who casts the votes, I care who counts them. Well, Biden doesn't care who casts the votes, he cares who's allowed on the ballot. So we've already won, no one's buying this, and when this happened 3 years ago, the Wall Street Journal had to print a retraction, but they said I was there as a coward telling people to attack. Well, no, they wouldn't let me put the video on Twitter where I was saying don't go in. But the truth is, it's coming out. And so that's the bottom line here. And this attempt by Biden to cast the American people as the enemy in all these movies about martial law and civil war and race war, that's their only hope. Because
race war mentioned? Race war already mentioned?
Party, and it's evil twin, the Republicans. They've lost power and populism is rising. Quite frankly, this was not an insurrection. It was an insurrection. There would have been guns. And it's in the Declaration of Independence that it's our right and duty to get rid of a government that's destructive.
That's true. Gee, Sally,
what the
your
people
boyfriend
want.
lets
I'm not
you
calling
have
for
2
violence.
cars?
We're winning this politically, but we're
Should I
being
turn off
cast
my
as about
alerts
to be
while we're
violent
watching
in the
this
next
chat?
10 months because
Should I
all
turn
these
them off?
indictments and all these attacks to not let Americans vote
Not
for
that-
who
not
they
that, like,
want aren't working
please?
and
Yeah,
are
okay.
backfiring. And
All right.
all the big Democrat
We'll
lawyers now
we'll
admit
turn
it.
them off for this.
Axelrod admits it.
Ma'am, if you're in the
admits it.
chat, can
They
you
all admit
pause the
this attempt,
TTS, please?
like
Because
we're
that's in the back
Venezuela
end. I
or
can't do
something,
that.
to take Trump off the ballot when he's never been convicted of insurrection. This is a military tribunal, U.S. code.
And
from
binary
the
mind, if
Civil
you're still in
War.
chat, can you
If a military
disable the
tribunal
channel
found you were
point sound
guilty
effects,
of being
please?
involved in
Thank you.
insurrection, that meant after the war ended.
Can I ask
No,
you a
no, don't
question?
apologize. Nobody
Alex,
apologize.
can I ask
Nobody
you a question?
You did nothing wrong.
So,
I appreciate
do you
you.
think
Excuse me.
the
I appreciate you guys like
Confederates
subbing and
during the
donating
Civil
and stuff, but like
War were
I want
partaking in
to watch this too. I'm sorry if I made you feel bad. You did nothing
in
wrong.
retrospect, because I wasn't alive then, I think the South got manipulated into that. I thought there was real issues between the North and South. The abolitionists, had a good point, and slavery needed to end. But it was really about the North outlet.
So just to be clear, the person that's defending the J6 riders won't say that the Confederate States were engaged in insurrection.
No, that's not what I see. See, here's what happens.
Yes or no?
Easy question.
No, hold on. That's not true.
Does Alex
That's what
Jones
I'm
have
saying. You said
papers
you
of
have the record.
memes in front of him?
I was trying to talk, and the thing I said was, I think the South was wrong, and then you just said that I support what the South did. No.
I didn't say you supported that. I said
No.
that you said that
No,
they
no,
weren't
no.
engaged in insurrection. Do you think the Confederate States were engaged in
Act
insurrection?
Was that because there were rebellions during Reconstruction at the end of the Civil War, and they were saying if you lead an uprising against the Northern occupation of the South, you're precluded from running from office because they were worried about Southerners getting office again, like Jefferson. No, I do not support the Civil War or slavery, and I'm not a quote Confederate.
Okay, but
and
was
we're
it
not
an
really fighting
insurrection?
that. That's
Was
not
that,
what
that's
I
my,
said.
my question is, was it an insurrection? Yes or no?
Yes, if you were, no. The law, yes, I think that it was a civil war, and you could say an insurrection.
Okay, so is an insurrection, did anybody get charged with insurrection rebellion.
What I'm saying is...
With violating statute. Did anybody
you're
get
not
charged?
listening.
No, I'm asking you. You just said it was an insurrection. Did anybody get charged with violating the insurrection and rebellion statute?
Yes, people do.
If you're going to judge
because there
something
was no
being an
statute
insurrection
there.
based
That's my
on being
point.
charged
You
for that
don't need
statute,
You don't need to violate
wouldn't that be like
that
allowing
statute
corruption?
in order to be partaking in insurrection? Because the Civil War was an insurrection,
Okay, well, you
and
know-
nobody got charged with violating
you're not
that.
listening.
No,
This
that's what
came
I'm
at the
saying.
end of the Civil
That's my
War
point, Alex.
during Reconstruction.
You're changing the subject.
Okay,
You
he's
know
arguing the
that.
opposite. He's arguing what I thought he was
Lawyers on
not
CNN
saying.
say you have to be convicted under the 14th Amendment of this before you can be. You can't just
You don't get
because
convicted
a
under the 14th
congressional-
Amendment.
hold
You get
on.
convicted
A
under
congre-
Section
hold on. It's a lie.
2383 of
You hope
Title
we're done.
18.
Well, let's slow down a little. Let's slow
Nobody
down a
got charged for insurrection after the Civil War.
Resolution
Yeah, I was
to
like,
give
what the fuck is he
awards
trying to say?
Capitol Police is not a conviction of Donald Trump to remove him from the ballot. He's been indicted for saying they stole an election. So now they want to take him off the ballot.
To
So
be
you
clear, he
can't
hasn't
vote
been
for him,
indicted
which
for
is
that.
pure stealing of an election.
I think
this is not. He's the Yankee. He's not somebody in Georgia. He's not Robert E. Lee. This has nothing to do with
I know,
it.
but
Also, as
my
a quick
point,
fact check, on the 14th Amendment, it doesn't require a conviction under Section 3. You can literally put it on the text on the screen. There's no, it does not say needs to be convicted.
I guess we need to define the difference. Alex, one second. We need to define the difference between the casual term insurrection and the legal definition of insurrection.
Yes.
Well, there's another thing we need to talk about. So, yes, there's the casual term. There's the etymology of the term insurrection, which simply suggests a rising up. So by that definition, that could encompass a wide range of things.
Black Lives Matter.
Wait. So there's
Black
a rising up.
Lives Matter.
Then there's the legal
There it
definition,
is.
but we have politically weaponized court systems, so that's not even.
This
I think,
guy looks
a
so
proper
fucking
standard.
ill.
I think the
Like, I
proper
can't stop
standard
looking at his
is
eye
the
bags.
sweep of a proper historical perspective. Does the event of January 6th compare to the antecedent that we've been discussing, the Civil War? So if the question is, is Civil War an insurrection? My question is the scope and scale
Ball
of the
reached
event
up and
of January
slapped me
6th
with
comparable
claws.
to the Civil War? Because Joe Biden has directly made this comparison, which I think is flatly ridiculous, and that comparison has to be valid in order for these ridiculous Section 3 arguments to have any force or legitimacy. And I think any common
It's a lie on its
sense.
face. I mean, it's a lie. I'm gonna shut up. It's a lie on its face. They say it's bigger than Pearl Harbor and 9/11. That is bull.
Yeah, that is a fucking lie. There's no way.
Let me finish what my point.
Yeah, do that, and then I want to go to Glenn for a second after you do
My
that.
point is that two things: the Civil War was an insurrection. I think it's hard to argue that. Nobody got charged with a crime of violating the Insurrection and Rebellion Statute 2383. What about 1992, the LA riots? George Herbert Walker Bush, he invoked the Insurrection Act. 12,000 people were arrested, 63 people were killed, hundreds were injured. Was that an insurrection? What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, it's a declaration of federal martial law.
But was it an insurrection? Because nobody there was
when people were
charged with
burning-
violating.
but that's
Nobody there was charged with violating Section 2383, the Insurrection and Rebellion Statute. But we still consider that an insurrection.
The LA riots were an attempt to overthrow the government.
Bailing out people that firebomb federal buildings.
I don't know if I agree with the
Glad
Civil
talk to
War
you.
being
You
an
have something to say.
insurrection because that was a
Yeah, I actually
secession.
think what
And there was a
Destiny and
formal
what Ed are saying
declaration
are
of
very
war, so that
important.
wouldn't
First of
that
all, I was
wouldn't
gonna
be
say
an
that I think one of the
insurrection,
problems with how
right?
these things are debated is that a lot of people these days have very binary prisms for understanding things. A lot of that comes from YouTube debate where you have to declare yourself on one side or the other. So Destiny said, everybody either hates this insurrection, thinks it's an insurrection, or they deny it happens, or they think it's good. And there's so much middle ground. Namely that for me, this was a political protest that spilled over into a riot where a small minority of the people engaged in violence. I don't think we want to urge that to happen. We don't want to defend that. I consider that lamentable. But the fact that it's laughable to call this an insurrection is actually demonstrated by the examples that they're using. This was a 3-hour riot that was extremely easily subdued. It doesn't remotely compare to any prior insurrections, let alone to the Civil War. The only people who were killed on January 6th were 4 people, all 4 of whom were Trump supporters, 2 of whom dropped dead of a heart attack and 1 from a speed overdose, because these were not exactly a well-trained militia.
Four people died and
when
3 were
Jack Smith went to
self-inflicted.
charge
Holy
Donald Trump
shit.
with multiple crimes, he had a lot of options to charge him with, and he charged him with a lot of crimes, including very dubious ones. He did not charge him with inciting an insurrection for reasons that I think
Babbitt was the only one who was actually like killed.
The fact that this is such a minor event in history is demonstrated by the fact that the media, who needed this to be a major event, immediately started lying about what happened, saying that Brian Sicknick was murdered when he had his head bashed in through a fire with a fire extinguisher, only to learn that actually he called his mother that night. He was fine. He died the next day of what the coroner said were natural causes. Because the media knew that if you can't say that even one person supposedly perpetrating the insurrection killed anybody, pulled out a gun, let alone discharged the weapon, all of which is true, it's a joke to call this an insurrection. At best, it's a riot. And that's the reason why Trump hasn't been charged with an insurrection. The only time he ever commented on January 6th about whether he thought there should be violence or not was when he said the following. He said, I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. He urged them to be peaceful in how they went there. To the extent there was
if you're
violence,
being urged to be peaceful, how is that an insurrection? I'm more curious about how they're trying to call this an insurrection when the Black Lives Matter shit was happening.
At best, this is a riot. You could so easily make the case that the 2020 riots were a far greater insurrectionary threat than anything that happened on January 6th.
That's perfectly said. I would ask the left over here. I know Ian's asked the questions. I mean, I don't know. Did you guys see Biden's speech? I mean, it was an hour long that no one there was good. They were all there. Over a million people. I was there. And then we marched down there to have another rally. And then I see this terrible thing happening. It was medieval. And then Biden saying they're all bad and we can't let you vote for Trump. I mean, come on, man.
We have a clip from Biden's speech I want to play, and then let's get back to you, Destiny. You had something to say, but if you guys have this, it's clip number 4, Biden's speech. This is from yesterday's. It's only 50 seconds, but let's load this up. Not sure what
Trump's mob wasn't a peaceful protest. It was a violent assault. They were insurrectionists, not patriots.
What?
They weren't there to uphold the Constitution. They were there to destroy the Constitution. Trump won't
removing
do
a
what
government that no longer works for you is part of our Constitution,
to
though.
Denounce political violence. So hear me clearly. I'll say what Donald Trump won't. Political violence is never, ever acceptable in the United States political system. Never, never, never.
In fact, political violence should be the only kind of acceptable violence. Why do we accept Black Lives Matter burning down average citizens' businesses and homes instead of taking the grievances where they actually belong?
Supporters not only embrace political violence, but they laugh about it.
The insurrection is the open border.
So the insurrection was not just the 3-hour riot that happened at the White House afterwards. I think that's the least charitable reading of everything that happened. And that's not, if you read any of the charges that either Jack Smith or the Georgia RICO case has alleged against Trump, are saying that, in fact, not
our
much
country
of the
was
focus
actually
is on the
founded on
3-hour
political
riot.
violence. You were right, Chat.
Hold on, Alex. Let Stephen finish his thought first.
So not much of those indictments are actually focusing on the 3-hour riot itself. The unprecedented act that there is no answer for, that Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton have not engaged in, is using knowingly false election claims for months to try to pressure state electors to change their vote. And then when they wouldn't do that, beg them to elect different electors. And then when they wouldn't do that, create a plot to create fake electors. And then when Pence wouldn't accept that, try to capitalize on that final 3-hour riot at the Capitol building to also make phone calls and tell people to decertify their vote or to switch their electors.
JFK and Obama had alternate electors.
JFK.
No, they didn't.
JFK's
No, they
story
didn't.
was completely
No, they
different.
didn't.
I can explain that if you want.
Yeah, please do.
Right.
Yeah. So in 1960. So in 1960, JFK and Nixon, there was a dispute because there was a recount. I think JFK ended up winning by like 150 votes. At the time, each state decided, or the state decided to certify two sets of electors, or decided to choose two different slates of electors.
Depending on how it went.
But they were certified by the states.
They were in the middle of a recount. They were in the middle of a recount.
Well, Trump tried to get it certified.
None was certified yet. Neither state was certified.
What happened with Trump was that Trump tried to get the states to certify a second slate of electors based off of conspiracy theory crap that
None of the
the election was
courts
stolen.
would hear
Hold on.
How is it conspiracy?
They
Yeah,
did.
like
He
Alex
took
was
it
about
to
to
court.
say. How is it
62
conspiracy
cases.
theory if none of those
30
courts would even
cases
hear it?
were looked at on merit.
So are they
They were
taking
all
him
shot
off the
down.
ballot now?
This is separate.
Well, that's a separate.
Take him off the ballot is a
They're not
separate
taking
thing.
him off. Is the not purest form of election theft is taking someone off the ballot?
Alex, let's get back to the 1960 really fast. So what happened was that they did a recount, and Kennedy ended up winning by, I think, 150 votes, and they chose the Kennedy electors. They certified the Kennedy electors, and Kennedy ended up winning that state.
And that's what Trump said.
What Trump did was Trump tried to get the states to certify an alternate slate of electors. They refused because the court said there's no there. And then when that didn't go through, Trump decided to get his own slate of electors above the states that were not certified and tried to use that to force Mike Pence to say that Joe Biden didn't win these electoral votes.
I just need to interject really quickly. So if we want to be precise in terms of
So
the
much
scope
pain,
of the debate,
right?
I think it's about January 6th. And so the lead up to it might be relevant to some of the criminal indictments, but it's technically speaking outside the scope of the January 6th discussion.
Is
But
this worse
if
than
we're
Pearl
gonna
Harbor?
if we're gonna bring it into the discussion, I think there's an operative word there, knowingly. And that's operative within the context of the charging documents.
Everything was
but
just
the
denied
idea
with
that
like there's no
Trump
standing. They didn't give an
thought
actual
that
reason
he
for
lost
anything.
the election, and he was knowingly lying and knowingly engaging. No, he believes, I guarantee it, whether you believe it or not, Trump believes that the election was stolen, and he was using the legal recourses available to him at the advice of his legal advisors.
So to be clear, that is not true. Most of his legal advisors, most of his legal advisors said that this idea was crazy.
Well, no, but he had legal advisors who were telling him.
If you search hard enough, you can find anybody to validate an opinion. But what you've just done is what I opened with, which is saying he thought the election was stolen, therefore he was justified to engage in insurrection.
But is it right to take him off the ballot? Since you don't want to debate January 6th,
we're not. That's for the Supreme Court to decide. That's for the Supreme Court to decide.
I don't think asking for the court to look at shit is an insurrection.
According to Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, it's
why does the United States sanction countries that take people off the ballot?
What? That's not even remotely relevant here.
Oh, okay, all right. So
you know what the United States we usually.
Wait, here we have
independence. If we do want an insurrection, you'd know it.
It would probably be for things like circumventing the vote, like asking the vice president, for instance, to unilaterally win the election.
So
that would be something that we might sanction another country
vote for somebody because they make up a bunch of stuff and he's not found guilty anywhere, but you guys just parrot it over again like two men.
If you don't like the Constitution, that's your fault, Alex. If you don't like the Constitution, that's on you. Really? Then why was saying that Section 3 of Amendment 14 requires a conviction? Alex, why did you say that Section 3 of Amendment 14 requires a conviction? Can we put the text on stream?
I would love to do that, actually.
Put the text up.
And Glenn, before
because you keep saying
all right, guys.
It doesn't say that.
Tribunals,
I don't care what it was
would
based
have to
on.
find you guilty.
Let's.
That's why no one was.
Put up Amendment 14.
Let's hear from Glenn. Let's hear from Glenn.
We'll slow down. This is a great conversation. Glenn's about to drop some knowledge.
I'm dominating.
Yeah.
I'm dominating.
Glenn's in remote from Brazil. So Glenn, anytime you have something to say, it's helpful for me if I see a
Brazil
visual
mentioned?
cue, maybe your hand goes up. I can tell you have something you're going to say now. But let us know.
Let me just say, what happens is when you gather together to debate a particular question, you're supposed to debate that particular question. The particular question that we were presented with is we're going to debate January 6th and whether it was an insurrection. Now, I don't blame Destiny and Ed for not wanting to debate that, for wanting to debate a whole set of other issues about whether Trump acted improperly, whether he was naughty in the things he did after the election, because there is
Destiny tried invoking that it wasn't just January 6th, it was everything that Trump did was the insurrection. And that if you're only calling the insurrection January 6th, then that's
decided
not
to charge
charitable.
Donald Trump with that crime because he knew there was no way that he could possibly bring a conviction against anybody, let alone Donald Trump, who told everybody to be peaceful when going to the Capitol, about whether or not that was actually an insurrection, whether that rose to that level. And even in a colloquial sense, what we've called an insurrection in the past is in a completely different universe. But on the issue of whether there was a real belief on the part of Donald Trump that elections were stolen, I don't understand how anybody could doubt that, aside from the fact that you have to get into Trump's head. In the last 3 elections that Democrats lost, in 2000, 2004, and 2016, a very large number of Democrats believed and asserted that the election was stolen, and was the byproduct of fraud, and the president was, as a result, illegitimate. When I started writing about politics in 2005, the idea that George Bush was the real loser of the election, Al Gore won, was the view of every single liberal and Democrat that I knew. In 2004, there were objections claiming that Karl Rove had interfered in the Ohio vote with the debolt machines and cheated to make John Kerry lose and George Bush win. And then in 2016, Hillary Clinton and the Democrats said that Donald Trump was the illegitimate winner, that Russia had helped him, and they tried to convince the Electoral College to abandon the certified results of the state. Obviously, you go back to
and if they want to call January 6th an insurrection and also include all of Donald Trump's actions in that, they would have to admit that Hillary participated in an insurrection too.
Or believe that an election was stolen from him. It's a very significant tradition in American political history if you know anything about politics before 2016. And if Trump believed that the election was stolen, and while it's true, a lot of people in the Justice Department and a lot of people in the White House told them they didn't think it was, he did have advisors and lawyers telling him that they think there was evidence of it. Then the question is over, even on these other issues about whether or not Trump engaged in some conspiracy against the United States. But the issue is January 6th an insurrection?
Well, that's right. But I mean, Glenn, since they've... Let's respond to Destiny, and these guys haven't talked to neither is Professor...
Oh, that fucking side, dude.
Hillary was in videos 2 days ago saying Trump's going to steal this election. So why are they allowed to say it? It's free speech. You don't get indicted for it.
Trump didn't get indicted for that.
Oh my God. They indicted him, and they put it in the charging thing in Georgia, saying he has the election. You're hoping people don't read the documents.
You can go read it. It's a RICO case. There's a bunch of behavior that is within a RICO case.
Oh
it's
my
not
God.
itself illegal. That's the point of a RICO case.
Yeah, right.
Can I talk about the differences? So Bush versus Gore, what happened? The Supreme Court ruled, and Gore conceded. He stopped saying this election was stolen. He stopped saying I won.
That was Supreme Court.
Yes.
Did Gore refuse to certify the vote? I don't remember. Did he do that?
The vote was certified.
He didn't have an alternate slate of electors?
Exactly.
Okay.
So
after Trump wanted a Supreme
I was too young to know what was going on in 2004 politically.
62 cases were brought before judges. And you said earlier none of them are based on evidence. 6 of them were based on standing. 6 out of the 62.
They wouldn't even hear it. I saw
Do you know how many of them were Trump-appointed judges that made those rulings? 17.
So six of them. Let me finish here. 6 of them were based on standing. 4 of those that were based on standing, the judge also analyzed the merits and said there was no evidence or insufficient evidence. So only 2 of them, and that was Texas versus Pennsylvania and Gomert versus Pence. Do you know what those 2 cases were?
No,
Texas
I know what the cases are.
Texas tried suing.
No, I agree with you. Biden says inflation's fine right now. I agree with him.
Let me finish. Texas tried suing Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, several other states, saying that the election was stolen. And the judge said, no, Texas can't sue these other states. Somebody in that state who was affected had to sue them. Now, the other case was Gomert versus Pence. He challenged the Electoral Counts Act of 1807, saying that Pence could overturn the election. He said that Pence could,
I think that's wrong. I agree with you. I think that was a wrong legal theory.
Those are only 2 that were based
I agree with you on that. So, but what I'm saying is, then if Biden's going to win so big, why can't Trump be on the ballot?
That's not up for Biden to decide. That's up for the Supreme Court to decide.
Biden said he wants him off the ballot.
It doesn't matter what Biden says.
Oh,
Biden's not the one to
But
decide.
why is it okay to try and remove him from the ballot in general?
Race car on the track. Yeah, this horse is going to lose, so it can't be in the race. Bull crap.
Who do you think has the authority then to determine the interpretation of Amendment 14?
Man, I know the State Department.
Why can't you answer a single question? Why not just answer one question? I'm just asking a simple question. Who has the authority ultimately to decide it?
The president has not.
The president has the authority to decide
CNN,
matters of constitution.
You don't let me talk.
Because you won't answer the question.
Yeah, let Alex.
The president has not been
He's going to ramble. He's not going to
even
answer
on
anything.
CNN, the legal analysts say that you have to be convicted. So, Destiny, you can sit there and have blue hair and be trending.
No blue hair right now.
And
I don't have blue hair right
I'm
now.
Destiny.
Does the word convicted?
Every American knows you don't lose your rights when you're not convicted. He's not been convicted.
That's true.
And here's the good news. It's backfiring. We have the Declaration of Independence, and we can vote for who we want to.
No, you can't.
Well,
you can't vote for people under 35. You can't vote for non-citizens.
But
Can you?
Nobody stole an election.
Can you
but
vote
you
for
can't vote for who you want.
Can you vote for
Nobody stole an election.
Destiny, what are you? What is this line of logic, you cock?
But you can't vote vote for who you want.
We just beat this into the ground. Alex, I need you. We just crushed this one into the ground, but I want to ask the question in a slightly different way. Was this an attempted coup? Do you guys think this was an attempted coup?
Of course it was. Obviously it was.
The Hunter Biden laptop.
Oh my God.
The weaponization
Hillary
hearings,
Clinton's emails,
the censorship.
Russiagate.
There's no Russian connection.
Russiagate wasn't real. One of the guys that tried investigating Trump for Russiagate got convicted of colluding with Russia. What do you mean, Destiny?
I want to see you take them all.
I think we've talked about the Democrats more than the Republicans on the January 6th debate. Isn't that wild?
Wait.
Isn't that crazy?
They now admit that the shot erases your immune system and doesn't protect you. So you do that little one-liner there.
Shot to protect me. The Democrats trying to take away my Democrat.
Yeah. Let's stay back. All right, guys. Back to topic. Darren.
Brian has an answer.
So is it a coup? That's the question.
Yeah, that's
so. I think it can be debated.
Or an
that
attempted
it was
coup.
A coup.
An attempted coup.
Definitely, I would say it's an attempted coup. And
is it an attempted?
The coup is flooding the border with aliens.
Where did I go?
District Judge.
Where's my
US
camera?
District Judge David Carter actually evaluated the Trump Eastman scheme. And he said,
all right, we got some big news. I'm not interrupting you.
No.
Hello?
Not that yet. But we had Glenn. Glenn's going to speak after you were.
What the heck?
So
what?
federal judge,
I died!
Judge David Carter
I've been
evaluated
taken
the Trump
out!
Eastman scheme.
Another lawyer.
We can get
what the heck is
later.
going on?
But basically, he said that it was quote
the glowies. They got me.
in
Chat.
Search of
Okay,
a
hold
legal
on.
Theory. This is a federal judge.
Hold on.
A judge.
We have a
said
CIA coup over America. Hey, the CIA killed Kennedy?
Judges aren't part of the CIA.
Oh my
Are
God!
they? I don't think so.
Is that something? Is that a new theory of yours?
No, it's not a new theory of mine. No, the whole thing is a big rotten. So they can find partisan. They found the Secretary of State of Maine took Trump off the ballot. She had one hearing in a YouTube video. Are we ruled by this lady? Can we not vote for who we want?
So one of the I guess defenses against it being a coup.
Oh wait, here we got Glenn. Glenn speaking. Go for it, man.
I actually want to ask a question that I would
There
love
we
to
go.
hear.
Here, I haven't changed my outfit for the debate.
I just want to say about federal judges. This year, in the last 6 months, 4 different federal judges, a district court judge, and then an appellate court unanimously found that the Biden administration gravely violated the First Amendment. In fact, the greatest assault on free speech, the court said, in decades, maybe the history of the judiciary, by systemically pressuring big tech to censor the internet and purge it of all dissent by threatening big tech companies using the CIA, the FBI, and the CDC with punishment if they didn't censor the internet. Now, you may not agree, but according to your standard, 4 different federal judges concluded that, which is infinitely worse in terms of an abridgment of freedom or an attack on the Constitution than anything that Trump is accused of doing.
That's not true. That's
a digital insurrection by the deep state. Digital insurrection.
Can I put a pin on one thing real quick? That I just want it to be noted.
Hold up, everybody, hold up. Glenn, please finish your point, and then we're going to move on to the response.
The question I want to ask is the question that you asked, Ian, is this a coup? If you look at how other coups are.
I don't think it's a coup because there was no violence. There was no attempt to remove the politicians,
you don't know what
right?
a coup is. You think that like what CNN tells you a coup is a coup. Usually the way coups work is the leader of the country or whoever is in charge of the military orders the military to seize control of the levers of power. Trump was the commander-in-chief on January 6th. The military was duty-bound to obey his orders. They had a right to disobey if they were illegal, but if this were a coup, why didn't Trump order the military to seize control of the power and turn over the election process to him? Why didn't he order the armed factions that form the law enforcement part of the military and the executive branch that serve under his command to do that as well? That's what happens in a coup. That didn't happen here because Trump wasn't trying to perpetrate a coup.
He wanted the Department of Defense to seize voting machines, and the DOJ turned him down and told him.
Well, the worst thing he did was try to take Biden off the ballot. Remember when Trump said Biden cannot run and have the Justice Department take Biden off the ballot? Oh, God, that was Biden. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Biden doesn't have the authority to do that. He still doesn't have the authority to do that.
Jack Smith,
the Supreme Court that Trump has his picks on, that's currently 6-3 conservative, they're the ones who are going to make the final decision on that. I wanted to be known that every single time you try to talk about any of the stuff related to Trump, it's so many Democrat names that comes out of people's mouths. I don't know why people can't just engage on the facts of what happened on and in the events leading up to January 6th and insurrection without having to invoke every other Democratic leader's name.
No name calling.
No, his name's Ding Dong. Ding Dong, Destin, whatever it is. The point is, I was there. There was over a million people, and they said police are attacking, and we got there and like shooting tear gas, and then a bunch of feds helped break through with some idiots that got mad, had a brawl, and then the cops go, "Come on in, everybody, come on in."
Dude, in the videos, you can see the police like moving the barricades, ushering people in, like.
New Pearl Harbor, worse than 9/11.
It was not violent.
Do you disagree? Let me ask you this: do you disagree with them claiming this was worse than Pearl Harbor or 9/11?
I think it depends how you ask that question. I would say no.
No
It's
fucking
not worse
way,
than Pearl Harbor
dude.
Or 9/11.
What are you basing on it? Are you basing?
No, I get it.
No.
Trying to take people's votes away is so sacrosanct, but you're trying to take people vote for Trump.
There's an unprecedented that a president of the United States would do everything within his power to prevent the peaceful transfer of power to the next president.
He said, "I want you to peacefully march down to the Capitol."
That is a uniquely horrible event. The march to the Capitol, what was bad was him watching the riot happen for 3 hours and doing nothing.
No, it took him. It was the riot was happening. He spoke for an hour and a half. It started then. Then he got back to the White House, watched it like 30, 40 minutes, and then shot a video.
No, you're lying. He got back to the White House. He got Mark Meadows delivered a note on his desk that Ashley Babbitt had been shot, and he sat there sipping Diet Coke for an hour and a half. The guy that you called your leader.
The way they run these headlines,
how many
I was there.
How many pardons did Trump do for the patriots that got unfairly charged with crimes and convicted in the Capitol?
I was there.
Why didn't Donald Trump pardon any of those people? Why didn't Donald Trump
God!
pardon those people?
Oh, fuck!
There's not going to be an answer to this. Because there's not.
Oh, God, I was just sitting here relaxing, please.
Every single
for almost an hour and a half.
Just keep it one at a time. It's easier.
Capitol when he first started speaking. So you had an hour and a half on that didn't exist. I was there.
So you were there, Alex. So tell me, were there weapons there?
No, nobody used weapons.
So are you telling?
Yes, there were weapons. You're right. You got me.
He's going to say the cops.
Yeah, they shot Ashley Babbitt.
I mean, Ashley Babbitt was the only actual casualty.
Off the balcony. And they beat a woman's brains out. You're right.
There were 75.
Oh no! Nobody shot a woman. Nobody beat a woman to death.
Nobody beat a woman on the ground. That's a fake video that got put out. That was not real.
Ashley Babbitt's fake, folks.
It was
wow.
How is that a fake video? Nobody like AI created that video. What are they talking about?
There's a video of that event from 5 different angles without her getting beat by a baton. How would that take years to report?
Oh my God! Everybody on X, get him saying they didn't beat a woman to death.
Everybody watching, go to Google.
Yeah. Let's.
You just screwed yourself.
All right,
I asked you about weapons.
Got your ass.
Alex, please.
Once you're done celebrating,
Ashley Babbitt, nobody died. Old woman didn't get drugged in by the cops and beat by batons.
This is an Eagles-Cowboys game. What is that?
No, he wants to do little one-ups and just.
So what Trump fans are, it's a sports game to them.
Only goes off how much emotion there is. I can top you.
Oh shit, I'm bleeding.
Calm down.
I'm bleeding.
So you said
Fuck
the weapons
me.
were the feds shooting Ashley Babbitt. What about how about the guy the 3 men on the corner of 14th and Independence who had AR-15s? How about?
Oh, they use those?
They didn't use them, but
it's their legal right to carry.
I asked you a question.
Who's that?
Alex, I asked you a question if people had weapons. How about how many weapons were seized? Like,
hey, I got a dick.
75
I got a
people
dick.
arrested.
That means I'm raping people.
75 of the people arrested within the Capitol building had weapons.
That's a good fucking sentence.
We have a couple of clips.
Knives and stuff. Oh, the knaves have weapons to disarm them immediately.
How about Guy Reffitt? What is he, 3%er or 3%?
Does he have
right?
nuclear weapons like Biden?
He had,
to use them on
he
Russia?
had a handgun on the stairs of the Capitol building.
He had a handgun.
As he was encouraging people to.
That's worse than Pearl Harbor.
As he was saying, telling people to go into the Capitol, as he was saying he wants to drag Nancy Pelosi out of the Capitol and hopes her head hits every stair on the way out.
Did he say go into the Capitol like
Rams? Let me
just
finish my point before you cut me off. He wanted to drag Nancy Pelosi out and let her head hit every stair on the way out. He said,
and a guy pooped on Pelosi.
Finish, Alex.
So
Alex,
we don't blame him.
Yeah, let Ed finish this point because we're going to go to Darren really quick.
He said on his way to the Capitol building that they're going to take the Capitol and insert their own government.
Yeah, so
and he had a
out of a
handgun
billion
on the
people,
steps
a
of
few
the Capitol
lunatics were there, and you call it like Martians invading and blowing the earth up.
So people saying things without doing action is a crime now?
An insurrection.
Is that what we're getting to?
He's saying,
are we going to start rounding up all the people on Twitter calling for the execution of white people? Are we going that way?
You can finish your point, and then we're going to go to Darren.
Can we use a mute button or something on Alex?
No, I'm not going to be run over.
So he was on his way to the Capitol building saying we're going to take the Capitol and install our own government. He had a handgun. In his
so Trump, and I'm guilty?
handgun on
I'm
his,
guilty?
in his
No, Alex, let him finish.
on the stairs of the Capitol, saying he's going to drag Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell out. But you don't have a problem with that. That's not.
He didn't use a gun.
What do you think, Darren?
Because he didn't use a gun because he didn't have the opportunity to shoot.
Like, it's
Nancy
definitely
Pelosi or Mike
violent
Pence.
speech, but did he do it?
He didn't have access to that.
He would be someone that I would say would be one of the more dangerous people there, because it's like, if you're going to arrest someone who's like, I have a gun and I'm going to do this thing, that makes sense.
All the Americans are guilty.
That makes sense.
You can't vote for
It's
Trump now. A guy
cartoon
had a
speech.
gun.
I've been asked by Zero Hedge to moderate this
Yeah,
debate.
he
so
did
that's what I'm
not
gonna
do the thing. He
Everyone
did
quiet
not.
Down. We're going to Darren Beatty.
This wasn't even a case of like he got arrested before he was able to get in. He was in, and he didn't do
It's
it.
a freaking coup. What do you think about what they've been saying as well?
I don't think it's a coup.
At most, he should have been detained.
and
Yeah,
again,
exactly.
I think question of an insurrection, you can go to the etymology of rising up. That
Madonna
could be
said she wanted to
anything.
Minecraft the White
If
House,
we
but that's
keep
not
the
insurrection.
proper
No, that's fine.
perspective in mind,
That's protected for her.
It doesn't elevate to anything resembling the Civil War, 9/11, or any of the crazy
What, one
comparisons.
guy with a gun isn't as big as the Civil War?
No.
That didn't use the gun?
Darren, keep going.
So there's that. The scope, I think, matters, and that's what we're really getting at when we talk about insurrection. The courts are politically weaponized, so I wouldn't even rest, the legitimacy and the question on the determinations of the courts, which we can see are
This guy's
running
eyes are so
away with
fucking
pretty
distracting.
wild
I'm
and
so
ridiculous
sorry to this dude.
theories. Weaponized court system. So there's that. And then, these, sure, there are random nut jobs who are around D.C. on that day and any other day. And so I don't think that's relevant to the ultimate question of whether it was a coup, whether it was an insurrection. And
loves
as I
Xanax.
said before, the stuff about Trump and the legal theory behind his, multiple part plan, that could be an interesting discussion. It's technically outside the scope of the debate. But again, I would reiterate, anyone who knows Trump, anyone who knows people who knows Trump, 100% certainty Trump genuinely believes that the election was stolen. He had multiple legal advisors. Many of his advisors were trying to sabotage him from day one.
That's
Just
true.
because he was advised by one of these snakes doesn't mean that he therefore agrees with what they say. He agreed with the people
Trump's
who
biggest
told him it was
failing, I think, was
stolen
being
and
too
that he had
trusting and
legal
leaving too many
recourse to
people
address
in
that,
his care
which
that
he
wanted to do him harm.
implemented. There's nothing that rises to an insurrection or coup about that either, even though that's outside of the scope of our discussion for today.
So Cassidy Hutchinson said that Trump said to Mark Meadows, "I don't want people to know we lost. It's embarrassing."
I'm glad that you mentioned her because this gets to the televised sham that was
Well,
these.
she was under oath. Who under oath for Trump said?
Well,
he
she
didn't say
changed her
that?
story a bunch.
Yeah,
she was
clearly,
under oath.
Yeah,
she was under oath. So the thing here is
Under
that
oath?
listen. So the thing here is
Why
that
is the January 6th committee destroying the transcripts?
the January 6th committee called near 98% of their witnesses were Republicans.
It was kangaroo.
These people were under oath, Republicans, and they
Does he
testified.
forget that all of the Republicans
people who
also
didn't
fucking
testify
hated
within
Trump?
the Trump circle, there were dozens who Fifth Amendment. They refused to say a word. So you're going to tell me that the people that testified under oath are the liars, but the people that said things in the public but failed to say anything under oath are the ones that are telling the
let me
truth.
say I wasn't just there on January 6th. I was in that congressional hearing and took the fifth 98 times. And not because I had anything to hide. The Fifth Amendment isn't just to incriminate yourself. It's because they wanted me in a perjury trap. And they were going to have witnesses claim something wasn't true. I think attacking the Capitol makes us win an election?
Yeah, but witnesses against their testimony versus you can't get you in perjury. They can't.
Oh, yeah, just ask
They
Roger Stone that question.
No, it doesn't happen that way. How did perjury get Roger Stone that way?
Roger Stone wasn't involved with WikiLeaks. He worked here then. He couldn't get a hold of him. I knew he told the truth. He didn't tell anybody I'm behind the WikiLeaks. They said Roger Stone ran WikiLeaks. He never even talked to Julian Assange.
Just say he ran WikiLeaks.
No, they freaking tried to bully me.
He was in communication. I think this is getting off topic.
Oh my
this is off topic.
So it's okay when you drag it off topic to bring it away from January 6th, try to claim that Trump doing anything prior to the January 6th quote-unquote riots is not off topic.
And I think, Glenn, you were going to mention something
but
after
this
that.
is
We're going to have a
okay.
couple of
All
clips
right.
that we're going to play, but Darren.
Yeah, I mean, the January 6th hearings were a show trial of the sort that would make Kim Jong-il blush.
Yes. Yes.
Explain it to them. They wouldn't let Republicans that they wanted under the law on the committee.
They wanted Jim Jordan, who was actually part
You're not allowed
being
to have
investigated.
you on your side. We pick who the people are on our jury.
Jim Jordan was being investigated
bad.
by
You can't
the
vote for
committee.
Trump either.
They wanted a person on the committee who was being investigated by the committee. How does that make sense?
Oh my God! When you're being investigated by the Democrats, you don't have a vote.
I think a lot of people watching don't understand. Hey guys,
Jim Jordan was elected.
Does
they don't
that
have
matter?
The people that are listening don't have the context. So if we start rapid fire argumentation, a lot of people are going to lose interest. We need to stay focused and listen to each other. It's really important.
Staying focused is really hard for them to
Thank you,
case.
Mr.
It is really
Hippie
hard
Man.
in their case when they have to stay focused.
It's very hard, but
with any of their views of reality.
It is possible.
Alex needs to calm himself. He gets really excited and just keeps steamrolling. He's got to learn to let them talk themselves into a trap, you know?
Yeah, well, the thought was just about this Hutchinson, and she said a lot of things. I believe she was the one who said that Trump reached over to the steering wheel and, told the Secret Service this or that, which was a bizarre thing because the Secret Service agents
They're gonna burn
weren't
it.
the ones that were called upon to testify
But
under oath.
some of them testified the same thing that Cassidy Hutchinson said.
No, the Secret
Yes.
Service actually said we would love to testify, and they weren't allowed to. The two Secret Service agents in question in that specific anecdote were not allowed to testify. So why would they take the secondhand report from Hutchinson when they could have interrogated directly the people who would have been direct witnesses to that?
They're in the report.
Not those two specific agents, but why not?
Other
why
agents in the car with Trump testified for the J6 committee. I don't know why they would or wouldn't testify or have particular people testify, but other people in that car did.
No.
Yes, they
two
did.
people.
Yeah, Glenn.
My guy is so
the January
pissed.
6th committee, and it's what
He's gonna fucking
Alex was
squeeze his
alluding to
eye
just a second
sockets at
ago,
people.
Is one of the biggest shams
Little
in the
eye
history of
ketchup
Congress,
packets.
because what happened with the January 6th committee was we had a long history of 225 years of tradition.
You don't even
in
know
the
how
United States
Krasenstein's ended
Congress
up
where
on this,
whatever
considering the whole claim to fame of being
investigations would be
obsessive
created
Trump
within the
reply guys who would
Congress,
tweet
the
insults at him.
minority
I
leader and the
don't
majority leader
know
would
either.
each select the members of that committee to ensure there was fair representation by both parties. Nancy Pelosi, for the first time in the history of the United States, as Speaker of the House, refused to allow the Republicans who were chosen for that committee by Kevin McCarthy, at the time the Republican minority leader, to be seated on the panel. And as a result, the Republicans said, we're going to have nothing to do with this. And the only quote-unquote Republicans that were chosen was Liz Cheney, who ended up losing her seat by 36 points, and Adam Kinzinger, who didn't bother running again because they were so unrepresentative of the Republican Party. It was a completely partisan commission. And on top of that, none of the videotapes that were available was made available to the public except for very deceitfully chosen snippets by Adam Schiff and by Liz Cheney. And it was only within the last several months that we saw all of the video footage, and what it showed makes a joke of the idea that this was a coup. You had people peacefully walking into the Capitol, led by many of the police officers who encouraged them to enter peacefully, which they did. The vast majority of people who were there at January 6th aren't even charged with using violence, and that's what makes this
Look at how violent this is, chat!
Joke. If you look
at
at
this violent insurrection!
You could make a much better case that the Black Lives Matter protests of 2020 was an insurrectionary movement. The
Krasenstein
reason
bought
it
their Twitter
matters,
accounts from
Destiny,
Justin
is
Bieber
because
fan
if
accounts.
you're
There's
gonna make
no
arguments,
way. There's
there has to be
no
an
way
important
that's
test,
real.
which is, do you apply the same principles you're claiming to profess and believe in to cases where it undermines your partisan allegiance and your ideology, not only where it helps it? That's one of the key tests.
How dare they respect the velvet ropes?
And so if you don't think the 2020 protest movement was an insurrectionary movement against the United States government, there's no way to claim what January 6th was, especially since Trump could have done so much more to cause a coup that he did not do because that wasn't his aim ever.
If you want to talk about applying the same standard, would you have been okay in the year 2000 if Gore refused to certify the vote because he didn't like what was happening in Florida?
A lot of Democrats did want him to do that.
Can you answer that question? Glenn, answer the question.
Yeah, and I would have actually. Yes, a lot of Democrats were angry about that.
I'm not asking if a lot of I'm asking you would be okay personally if he refused to certify the vote.
I think there were two.
You won't answer the question. In 2016, would you have been okay if Biden?
Because if you really believe that an election is stolen, as the Democrats claim they did, then it is kind of odd to say, we're just going to concede that and allow George Bush to march into power, even though we believe that he actually stole the election.
Yes,
that is kind of an odd way to go about with your
it's not all that at all. We live in a democracy. There are appropriate forums through
we
which
live in a constitutional republic, not a democracy.
Once you had your day in court and you
Trump
lost,
was battling it out in the court.
And he lost. Once you lose, anything past that is vigilantism. Vigilantism directed at the government to prevent the peaceful transfer of power to entrench your own power is an attempted coup. That's what he tried to do.
Trump did, though. He told them to be peaceful. He told them go and
we're
be
not talking
peaceful
about we're not talking about the peaceful protesters. And if he wanted them to be peaceful, he would have called in the National Guard as soon as they started rioting, but he didn't do that.
If he called in the National Guard, wouldn't that have actually have been a coup?
Congressional and judicial process.
It was not a
he
legal
went and
process.
he tested. If he had ordered the military or some other FBI or any of those agencies, the CIA, to go and use violence on domestic soil in order to ignore those court rulings the way people do when they're trying to implement coups, you would have a good argument. He didn't do any of that. He invoked all of his legal rights in the judiciary and in the Congress. He lost and he walked out of the White House on January 20th.
Oh, fuck me. That was a hard one.
Arrested by the military, which is what happens in coups. So much of this is because you only started paying attention to politics in 2016. You only live in the United States. You have no idea about history or anything that happens in other countries. You have no idea what a coup is. This is a coup.
Glenn, you bring that up. Glenn, you bring that up, and you're trying to use Hawaii as an example for something that was comparable, where both slates of electors were actually duly elected by the people there. In the 60s, Hawaii and South Carolina, these other historical examples that people go to for multiple slates of electors are not at all comparable. Both of these things happened prior to 2016. There are no examples in U.S. history, or if you want to give me one, since you know so much history prior to 2016, give it to me. Is there any other examples in U.S. history where the president is telling the vice president to unilaterally not certify the vote? Has that ever happened before?
That's a totally separate question.
No,
from
that
whether
is
this
what
is a
happened
coup.
on January 6th.
It doesn't matter if it's the first time that it ever happened. Even if it's the first time or the 10th time, it's still not a coup or an insurrection. A coup or an insurrection is when you use violence and force in order to seize control.
There was no violence. There was no force. They were let in.
So a coup has to happen. So if there's no violence, it can't be a coup.
Wasn't there violence? I saw violence.
Yeah, you need violence in order to be the coup. The amount of violence
do you need?
on the Capitol January 6th, the most amount of violence to the January 6th protesters, not from them. Again, not a single protester whipped out a gun, let alone used a gun. That is extremely weird.
How many officers were injured? 140?
Wait.
Is that enough violence for you?
Well, here's a good question about who, like, staging a coup and phenomenon, and if a crowd becomes violent, or if someone directs the crowd to become violent. This is actually the next question on my list. Do you guys think that Trump was responsible for this thing? And before you answer,
how come they haven't gotten to comparing the riots to the quote-unquote insurrection yet? I want to hear what these cocks on the left side think about the fiery but mostly peaceful protests.
We can play that first.
They wanted to bring up the Rodney King riots, but not the actual ones from recently.
To peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. We can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel.
I want to know what they did to Alex. Are they drugging him with COVID vaccine?
In peace.
That second clip was from after the violence had become, and so he was kind of doing damage control, I think, at that point.
I just don't understand all of the insanely arbitrary caps that we're trying to create to try to say that it wasn't a coup. Well, there was violence, but there wasn't enough. There was a subversion of the democratic process, but
there was
it
violence,
didn't
but
end
not
up
from the
working.
side that it claims to have happened.
The plan would have gone as Donald Trump wanted it to have gone, which is Vice President Pence unilaterally tossing out the Electoral College vote. And if Donald Trump would have retained power past when he was supposed to lose it, what is that if not a coup? What would you call that?
No one ordered those people, the few hundred that actually fought police, to do that.
That's great. What would you call that, though? If
Trump's
it would have happened, no one said Trump's been charged with insurrection or inciting a riot. Jack Smith especially did.
But we can't vote for him because they say he's guilty.
What would you call it if Pence would have unilaterally thrown out the vote and Trump would have held on to power for some weeks, months longer?
Trump was calling for a 10-day Senate investigation. That's why we were there.
That's great. What would have happened if Pence would have thrown out the vote?
No, that's a hypothetical. Trump wanted a 10-day investigation.
No, but
I don't care
he
what Trump
also
wanted.
wanted Pence to throw out the.
I don't care about reality. Answer this question that doesn't matter. What are you talking
Can I have
about?
a name for that? If you don't want to call it a coup or an insurrection, what would you call that?
Well, I'd call it taking Trump off the ballot and saying we can't vote for him.
I know you won't answer because you probably know he's guilty. That's fine. What about
I
you
know
or
he's
Glenn?
guilty.
Glenn, what would you call it if the president was able to entrench his power by asking his vice president to throw out the vote unilaterally, which is what he was trying to do? Do you want to deny the facts? Do you want to deny that it's a coup? What part?
A coup.
I think
You're lucky there wasn't a real coup.
Shows the weakness of the argument, but if that had happened, my guess is it would have ended up in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court would have made the decision about whether Mike Pence exercised his proper authority as vice president, and then Donald Trump, if he had run out of options, would have left the White House on January 20th without any need for military force or police force, exactly how he did, and I would have called that the exhaustion of all of the legal remedies available to the president in the event that he thinks that an election
and
was
therefore
stolen.
it would have been just the way the Bush v. Gore thing played out.
Okay,
Exhausting your legal options, getting up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court makes the determination.
Let Darren finish.
If both of you accept that, then if the Supreme Court says that because of Amendment 14, Section 3, Trump can't be on the ballot, you would both accept that as well?
I
We are
wouldn't,
going to accept
but I
that.
think
No,
that
because
would be
he didn't get
authoritative.
convicted.
I
Why
would think
would
it
that
would
be
be
authoritative? But Donald Trump, one man, centralizing power among himself to remain in power, that's not authoritative. What could be?
He didn't do that.
That's
not
what he tried
happened.
to do. That is what happened. Glenn, I know you only read tweets and headlines, Glenn, but believe it or not, that's actually what happened.
How is Destiny arguing with like an actual political guy?
That's not what was happening behind
I
the scenes.
just-
Though. There's testimony from the lawyers involved.
They were wargaming everything.
Exactly.
His
and they're
attorney
trying
general, the
everything.
assistant AG,
And
the
a lot
assistant
of these
deputy
people-
AG, all of his legal counsel.
Wasn't there a 26-day investigation on Bush v. Gore? I was a child, so I have almost no information on Bush v.
And I
Gore.
dominate you. You can't handle it.
Okay.
He didn't do that, and he left, is the point. And that's the reality. And now they say we can't vote for him, even though we all know Biden's going to win by
Well, like
10 million
Destiny can
votes.
argue about a hypothetical all he wants, but it's not reality, and thus it doesn't make any sense to remove Trump from the ballot.
For this thing on January 6th?
100% not. He'd had hundreds of rallies around the country, 5 or 6 that we were part of in the months before this, and we had the
Destiny's
space.
a bad faith debater. He did it with JonTron too.
Supreme Court on the Capitol grounds.
I
We had a
only ever
stage,
watched his debate
and then
with
we get there,
Sargon back in the
and
day,
it's-
and I
it's
saw him
bedlam.
flail around in his
so
chair
Trump
having an
didn't think
autistic
attacking
seizure
the Capitol would make
when
him look good. That's
during
why he
one
came
point
out
in the
and
debate.
said
So I
that
never
don't
watched
do
any of
this and go
Destiny's other
home.
debates after
Why did he
that.
call them off immediately if he thought it didn't make him look good?
It was happening while he was giving a speech.
Wrong. The reason why he didn't call them off is because him, Giuliani, and Eastman were making phone calls to other
I
senators
was
and
there.
congressmen asking them to decertify the electoral vote.
No.
You
Yes,
were there, but you
do
weren't.
you acknowledge that happened, or do you not acknowledge it?
We're talking about the crowd.
I don't care about the crowd. I'm saying that as the riot was raging on and he was sitting there sipping his Diet
did
Coke,
call
if
them
this
to do
really
that. He
made
did.
him
They
his
showed the
followers
clip
do
as well.
that, Why didn't Donald Trump make a video
Listen,
immediately?
yeah, I'm about to do it because I can talk over you really easy.
That's what you've been doing the whole time.
No, you're
I
doing
look forward to you dodging the question again. Go ahead.
You're doing it. You're doing it.
No, you.
So,
Oh my God, Destiny! No wonder your wife left you for a feminine man.
Trump did, while he was speaking, I was getting text messages, violence in the Capitol, and I left to try to go stop it. And when I got there, he was still speaking. So this thing where you guys say, oh, the attack started at this time and Trump did nothing this time, he's speaking while it happens for hours. He then goes to the White House, tries to figure out what's going on, and puts a statement out against it. And he said, in the middle of his speech, off a teleprompter, go be peaceful. That's what he said.
Didn't Trump get back to the what was it, like 1:30?
He also said, "Fight like hell."
Yeah,
if
why
we
didn't
don't
you
fight
play
like
those
hell,
clips?
if we don't fight like hell, we're not gonna have a country. What did Rudy Giuliani say? He said, "Let's have trial by combat."
Yeah, that's a legal term. Maxine Waters said,
really, that's a
go
legal
attack
term.
Republicans in restaurants
That's
grocery stores.
So why don't
with her, it wasn't hyperbole.
Why don't
Trump
we
never
ask?
said, Trump never supported political violence. Trump never told people to be goons. The left's what burned down
I'm
half
not
the country.
glowing too much.
Everybody
You can
knows
submit
that.
questions.
Everybody knows is Biden's erased the border. Everybody knows all this. You're sitting there claiming this was. Do you agree? This was as big as Pearl Harbor.
Do I? What are you comparing it? As big as Pearl Harbor in what way?
3,000
Bombs?
Pearl Harbor.
People dead? No. Maybe a blemish on our democracy.
You're gonna have it
I'd say
pause
was
for a
very
second,
close.
chat, while I go look at this question
They've
submission.
done 10 million illegal aliens the last 3 years, and then that gives them, with the congressional seats in the census, more Democrat seats in the Congress. Is that not
undocumented aliens undocumented immigrants are not voting.
They are counted.
No, they are
No,
not.
they're counted in the census.
But they're not voting.
They're counted in
They're
the
not
census.
voting.
So then they get more Democrat
Can
districts.
we backtrack really fast?
Oh my God.
So let's backtrack.
Ladies and gentlemen,
let's
they're
get
already stealing elections with the illegals. They
Let's
get more
backtrack
congressional.
to January
they get
6th.
more congressional districts.
Yeah, I do
Can we
want to
go
go
back to January 6th? Okay, so you play those clips.
Oh, you always want to get off of it because it wasn't an
because I came
insurrection.
here to debate
and then
January
as soon as I
6th, not
bring up the real
immigration.
insurrection, you can't handle it.
I'm not here to debate immigration.
Yeah, talk to me, Brian.
Okay, yeah, so why don't we ask the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers, the Proud Boys, the ones who were actually indicted and convicted of seditious conspiracy, why they did it? And
well, you know, they told us.
No, yeah, they did tell us.
In both,
they did tell us.
both the kangaroo trials.
Let me finish.
Wait, yeah, let Brian finish.
And then you can come back at me.
All right.
Joe Biggs, he said, I did it because this is where Trump wanted me. He wanted me to do this. Stewart Rhodes, Oath Keepers, same thing. I did it for Trump. Multiple Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, they all said I was here
I have
because
added
of Trump.
a question about the
I went into
riots.
the Capitol. I took the Capitol.
I hope I
because
worded it well
that's
enough.
what
My
Trump wanted.
brain goes kind of
So
mushy
did
when I'm trying to do this
was
shit.
Trump responsible? Ask them. Ask the people that are serving 20 years in prison for seditious conspiracy.
I hope if they take questions from this, they don't show our profile pictures
I know
from
Stuart
Twitter.
Rhodes
Because it could be
well.
really weird me
I know
having
Joe
like
Biggs well.
fox
He's
woman
worked
hair
there.
on Alex Jones's
They
head.
have never said Trump told them to go into the Capitol. They have never said they did it because he asked them to. That is not a true statement.
That is a true statement. I have their quotes right here.
Joe Biggs shook a fence. Stuart Rhodes said he never told anybody to go in the Capitol and never went in the Capitol. And you just said they said that Trump told them.
Multiple Proud Boys said they were in the Capitol because that's what Trump wanted. Trump
you're
wanted
reading
them.
a Jack Smith federal filing? Next, we'll tell me the news.
I'm going. Jack Smith didn't indict the Proud Boys.
They have
When
messages
I
between
drop
the group.
Denny's
They
down
have
the street, I'm
actual-
going to do it. You're gonna say you're gonna do it for Kirsche? That makes it Kirsche's fault. Subscribe to PewDiePie.
Read me the quotes.
Yeah, read those quotes.
I mean,
What if Alex Jones invited me on
we were here
InfoWars
to
for a
storm
segment?
the
I would
Capitol.
pass the
we
fuck
were here
out.
because of Trump. Trump. I mean, there's literally dozens.
That's a tag your tweet reply with hashtag January 6th debate, which I technically
have.
didn't. It didn't say that.
This is a red herring.
Oh yeah, it does say and tag with January 6th debate. Fuck, I can't edit replies either. Twitter blue is useless.
They were there, which I think over 147 convicted people have.
I forgot the hashtag.
Said the reason why they were
I
there.
forgot the hat. I forgot.
You know how many of those people?
I'll
You know how many of those people
repost
cited
it.
Ray Epps is the reason why they were in the Capitol? Take a guess.
Well, wait a minute.
Zero.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, Darren.
In both Proud Boys and Oath Keepers cases, the Fed said there was no direct conspiracy.
No one is talking about that.
That's not what I'm
They
talking
went on
about.
to say it's a new conspiracy where it's not written or
There we
said.
go. I put a second one with the
just
hashtag.
imagined.
Now I look like an idiot.
I want to be clear. What is your contention with this? Give me the quote and then what your contention is in relation to the quote.
Like Destiny
Delete the
said,
old one,
there are
dummy. Oh my God, you're so
140
right.
Convictions.
Okay.
Where the people convicted.
Wait, I don't wanna
said,
delete the
I
wrong
was
one.
there because of Trump.
Delete
Trump called
that
us to
one.
do this. And when I say called us, I don't mean
Delete that. Here you go. Here you go, chat. Fucking
that's
pump
true.
the
What is your
numbies. Go
conclusion from
go
that?
like
Trump
it. Go
helped
retweet
incite
it so it goes to the
Just because
to the
thought
top and they
were
see it.
helping Trump, that doesn't
Go
mean
go
that
go
Trump
pump the
told them
numbies,
to do
chat.
that.
Let's look at the
Pump
actions.
the numbies.
Famous.
It's like wait, Alex. It's like saying,
Kirsche got more worked up than the chat.
Charles Manson presumably thought Helter Skelter was, telling him to kill. So is that
was
the
the
argument there?
Why-
That Trump is,
you don't think
Trump
it's
is essentially Helter Skelter,
no,
and
you
he's
guys-
telling these Proud Boys that you need to go and storm the
Does the
Capitol?
mob boss tell his peons, go kill this guy, or do they use other language?
Well, what's the language that he used that you think is criminal?
The language Trump
What's the language that
Trump told me to do it is real and definitely
the ideas
not.
that Trump discussed was that the election
This would be a good time to
that's
unironically bring
I
up
never said that was
the
coming.
New
I didn't
Zealand
indict you
mosque
for that
shooter
speech.
who
You're
did the
asking why are
subscribe to
people at the White
PewDiePie
House?
bit.
All of the Trump's
So like
indictments and
PewDiePie
charges
told
for
him to
January
do
6th
it.
are not
Like
focused
PewDiePie had
on
anything
the
to
people
do
at
with
the
it.
White House.
So what's
Or
the
the
point
Capitol.
of argument there? That Trump
The question was
said
just
that
why are the people
election
there?
was stolen, and people assumed that they interpreted that as meaning, oh, we need to go to storm the Capitol, that somehow Trump's fault and he's criminally
Helter-skelter
liable for
blows
it. And
brighter than the sun. It does.
Well, I'm trying to be clear what the convention
Is that live? It is live, which is why I can't pause it when I talk.
Precisely.
I'm trying not to talk
what he
over it
believed
too
had happened.
much.
He thought that the vote was being stolen, that our country was being taken from us.
Not believe, what he wanted
that-
others to believe.
Yeah, what he wanted, that Congress wasn't acting, that Mike Pence was supposed to be the guy to do it, but he hadn't heard good things about them, and they needed to go down to the Capitol building to protest. To protest
because
what?
Trump
To
questioned an election
protest. To
when
protest.
out of a million
Nobody is
people,
saying that. You're repeating the
couple
same thing.
hundred
You're like a
led by
broken
feds do
record.
something
You're a
wrong.
broken record.
No, I'm not a broken record.
Trump has
every time I try
every
to talk,
right.
you try to shut me down. Listen, here's the bottom line. Trump's not been charged with insurrection. Trump
No one said he was.
Trump didn't, but you're saying people can't vote for him.
No, I'm not saying that. That's up to
What?
the
That's what he's been saying this whole fucking
No one
time!
here is talking about him being.
Colorado and Maine taking him off the ballot.
That's up to the Supreme Court.
No, you punt. Do you think it's good for the opposing party when a guy's way ahead in the polls to remove someone
He
from the
literally
ballot?
has been arguing this
It's not
whole
about him being
time that
ahead
it
in the
should be
polls
okay
enough.
for the
It's about
Supreme
whether
Court
or
to
not
take
he
him off the
engaged in
ballot because
insurrection,
he
and
did
if
the
the
thing in the 14th
self-executing
Amendment.
part of the 14th
Even
Amendment
if he
allows
didn't get
certain
fucking convicted for
on
it.
the ballot.
Where
Or
is
fourth,
Trump found
rather.
guilty
You
of
don't
insurrection?
need a
We talked
conviction
about
for the
this.
14th
We talked about
Amendment.
this for like an hour
Alex,
earlier.
read it. Can we bring the 14th Amendment up on?
Can you read
You
the
can put
Declaration of
section 3.
Independence?
I'd be
You're
open to that.
misrepresenting
Oh, wait, no, I was
that,
right the first time.
and
I
it
can't
doesn't
numbers
matter,
chat.
because we have a right to vote for who
You're
we
still
want,
going.
right?
I'm watching the
don't.
debate.
Within reason.
You can't
there are
vote for
rules and
somebody under
restrictions.
35 years old. You can't vote for somebody that's not a
Glenn,
U.S. citizen.
It looked like you wanted to chime in, Glenn.
But he's unpopular, though. He lost. But we can't vote for him now.
If you think it's so bad that courts are kicking him off the ballot, what do you think about Trump doing the birtherism card for Obama for how many years? That was the first big political thing he was known for, was challenging whether Obama was even born in the United States in an attempt to get him kicked off the ballot.
No, you know why? I can play the clips of Obama's.
And now you're going to justify that.
No, you're not. You're going to read my mind?
That's what it sounded like you're
No,
about to
'cause
do.
you're
Play the
scared of me
clips.
talking.
I'm not
No.
scared of you talking.
There's clips of Obama and his wife saying he was born in Kenya. I don't believe he was born in Kenya. He was born in Hawaii to the head of the Communist Party there, actually. And who's in his book and hanging out, Frank. So that's what's going on here. It doesn't matter. If Trump wants to say the moon's made of cheese, we have a right to vote for him.
If Trump can say whatever he wants. That's not what's getting him removed from the ballots. Potentially.
Glenn.
But he's a loser.
You know,
but
you
we
know
got to
what? You
ruin
can
him.
vote for. You can vote
write
for
him in,
him
I think,
if you want. You can vote it. You can vote for him. You can. You can write him in. But the 14th Amendment says he can't hold office if he incited
But who
insurrection or
says-
gave aid
and
to
who
an
found
insurrection.
He was never convicted for inciting anything.
Found guilty.
Nobody was found guilty of violating insurrection rebellion
And they never
statute
used
during
it
the Civil
because
War.
I have a
either.
question.
Nobody.
I have
And
a
that was an
question.
insurrection.
Let me wait.
That was not an insurrection. That was a secession. Holy shit! How am I smarter than these people? I have brain damage.
I want to hear what he has to say. He's been waiting patiently for about 1 minute. Glenn, what's happening?
Thanks. Yeah. So first of all, on the issue of the ballots, there have been split decisions on this, and even Democratic judges in Colorado, and then the Democratic, very partisan Secretary of State in Rhode Island, as well as in California, have all said they don't think it's appropriate to remove Trump from the ballot because he has not yet been charged with, let alone convicted of, insurrection. So I want to be very deferential to Destiny's incredible achievements in constitutional scholarship, but there are actually a lot of even Democratic Party elected officials who are saying, as well as judges of the Colorado Supreme Court who were appointed by Democratic Party governors, who are saying that you cannot actually remove somebody because to remove them from the ballot is to punish them for a crime, insurrection, that Trump has never been charged with and therefore has never had the opportunity to
When
defend
did
himself the way
Destiny
he could.
get?
Wait, why are you citing the dissent?
I can't even remember what he said. What the
Why
fuck?
are you citing the dissent? Why are you citing a dissent in your opinion, a losing case? Like it proves your point.
No, also,
That's what I thought. Okay.
the
He
just
state.
How disrespectful, dude.
Hey, I know you're scared of Glenn. Let him continue. No one's ever
Also,
been
the
taken off the ballot without being convicted.
Okay, Glenn.
He was being sarcastic. Oh, he did not sound like he was being
The Secretaries
sarcastic.
of State of California and Rhode Island have also said the same thing, but it's true. The Supreme Court will decide. I'm very confident they'll decide Trump can remain on the ballot, and then that will resolve that
Constitutional
issue. The
scholarship.
question I
Thank you,
have,
Greta. As I call him a
questions quickly.
member.
One is, why didn't anybody like Jack Smith charge Trump with engaging in an insurrection? If Trump was engaged in an insurrection or inciting an insurrection, you would hope, I would think, that he would be charged with that. I don't think he was, so I'm happy he wasn't. But for those of you who think he was, why wasn't he charged with that? And then the second one is, I just want to know, given that the 2020 riots did have a lot of people in there who were nonviolent and were there not for insurrectionary reasons, but had a lot of people who were anarchists and insurrectionists and who engaged in a lot of violence, a lot more than was done on January 6th. Do
My
you
question?
also think that the
question?
riots of 2020 constituted an insurrection? I'm just
Glenn?
trying to understand
Glenn
to get
on
a
my
sense of what your
side?
definition of insurrection is.
Glenn, do you think that?
Oh, he even worded it the same
1990
fucking way I did in my
Riots-
tweet. Hold on, wait a
Questions.
minute.
Can you just answer that? And then I'll ask
I
whatever
can
you
do
want.
really quick answers for these.
Yeah, I can give answers too. I don't think that Black Lives Matter was an insurrection. I do think 1992 riots in LA was an insurrection. George Herbert Walker Bush.
What Black Lives Matter black that made it not an insurrection? What did it lack?
So it was a protest, and the violence was when the police clashed with the protesters.
Fuck you! You disingenuous cock!
In order to stop the government from doing something.
There weren't Antifa and anarchist groups there that explicitly say they were using violence to overthrow the government?
I watched a man get locked inside of a burning gas station and die live on stream. It was violent.
The bombs on the courthouses, there's nobody. It was at nighttime. There's nobody in there. They were not obstructing anything.
Firefighters got excited. Arson's a serious
they
crime.
Were not there to obstruct an official proceeding of a government.
Just burn down a courthouse. That's
really,
really quick.
I want to ask Glenn. Do you think 1992 was an insurrection?
Notice you didn't answer Glenn's question.
I just did answer
Glenn
it.
specifically talked about.
I just answered it.
Yeah, but no. The Democrats.
Alex, I did answer it. I specifically answered it.
Glenn, please,
You answered it. Yeah. But I think the 1992 riots, I recall at the time thinking the Insurrection Act was inappropriately invoked. I'd have to go back and really study the 1992 riots to see the extent of the violence. But I do think that you're asking that indicates why the 2020 riots are way closer to an insurrection than anything happened after the 2020 election. And the reason you're afraid to say that it is an insurrection is purely for ideological and partisan ends.
Correct. That's not true.
And if liberals were engaged in an insurrection,
let me finish.
There's riots every week in America. Or all
the Democrats were saying the Black Lives Matter riots were good and bailing them out.
You know what? Here's something that I think.
Democrats were saying be violent everywhere.
They were not.
Everybody get the clips. Get him. Take the clip and get him.
They were saying to be violent. They were like, we need to give these people space to be violent. It's their right. We can't let the police interfere.
I think all three of us here would agree that if there was a congressional session or a state legislative session and people were voting on it and BLM rioters went up and they tried to firebomb the House to stop the vote, I think all of us would agree that's an insurrection. But you guys...
Why is it okay for ideological groups to use violence against average citizens to get what they want, to intimidate voters into voting for what they want, instead of bringing their grievance directly to the politicians?
That obviously over the entire
politicians should be in fear of the population that they serve. If your politicians don't fear you, they don't work for you.
Everybody on this side of the table is okay with charging
and convicting
Democrats storming
capitals all over the country?
Everybody here is okay with charging and convicting anybody that was guilty of a violent act. However, violence, no matter how much, does not make an insurrection. It's the obstruction or rebellion against the United States for the Jack Smith obstruction charge, obstructing an official process.
The amount of violence isn't relevant.
We're going to go to Darren. We're going to go to Darren now.
Darren, a question.
Yeah. Let me ask this. So first of all, it wasn't just violence. There were aspects of the BLM uprisings that involved, at one point, Trump was forced to go into a secure bunker in the White House.
I'm glad he called them uprisings.
They broke through the Treasury.
He called in the National Guard then. Did he remember that?
I have a question about the 14th Amendment for Destiny or anyone. So let's assume that it doesn't require a conviction. In your view, who is most appropriate to make that determination? If it doesn't require... Well,
so the answer, the real answer is it's hard to tell. Personally, I don't like the way the 14th Amendment Section 3 is written. I've got a lot of friends who will hate me for saying that. And I think that the Supreme Court probably will rule against it. Because the problem with the 14th Amendment is the self-executing part of it means basically anybody involved in that balloting process of putting them on the ballot could make that determination.
So you basically agree it has to go up to the Supreme Court and be decided before he can be justly removed from ballot.
Let me say this. The Declaration of Independence, and you want to talk about insurrection. I want to fix this peacefully. But I have a right, not from the Declaration of Independence, it already points out what's there, to abolish a government when the majority of us agree we're done with it. So and you got all these movies about civil war and the Democrats are putting out and Obama's putting out. You guys better hope that doesn't happen. We're trying to fix this peacefully. But this is a load of crap. To claim that Republicans and conservatives are this super viral, evil, white supremacist terror group, they're planning crap. No one's buying that. And conservatives and
no one's buying that because there's no organized conservatives out on the streets burning down cities.
Donald Trump is the one setting you up.
Well, this is my question.
Trump said be peaceful and go to the Capitol. We're going to have a 10-day Senate investigation. I was there.
Did Trump have his people? Did Trump have it? There's a million hours of footage. Trump had 7 different states create 7 false sets of electors that perjured themselves, saying they were duly elected.
I know this.
And they shipped all of those to Congress.
When I tried to have people that I know put clips of me saying don't go in the Capitol, they would take them down. Or we show clips of people pulling off their Antifa gear, putting on Trump gear, and you know all.
Where's the video footage of all the Antifa gear?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
3,000 people have
we're not
phones
doing
there.
clips tonight. Oh, everybody.
How many
where's the
Antifa were
footage
arrested and
stripping down
charged?
Antifa gear? Gotcha
How many Antifa?
Well, play the footage then, Alex.
Go bum, bum, bum. I get the cigar.
Yeah,
You guys are talking
Play the footage.
You know we're not playing clips tonight.
Why didn't Trump call in the National Guard as soon as the riot started if Antifa was there?
He asked for 10,000 National Guard a month before.
No, he didn't. He mentioned it 10 days before. Why didn't he call him in that night? Why didn't he call him in? Look, there's Antifa. Call in the National Guard. He would have ended it in 20 minutes.
So that's another myth that he had the National Guard on standby. Kash Patel said that.
No, he asked for it.
Let me finish. Kash Patel said that Trump asked for it. That's the source of that.
Alex
Kash
isn't in
Patel
control
and
of
Donald
playing
Trump,
footage. I know.
after the
Alex
fact,
said that we're not
claimed
allowed to
that
play clips, but they
had
played
the
a couple
National Guard
already,
on standby.
so they should be able to.
Neither of them testified to that under oath. Do you know who did? The Secretary of State,
Department of Defense.
Secretary of Defense, Christopher Miller, testified under
Trump
oath.
didn't have it on standby. He asked
showed
for it.
images.
Was
No, they
refused
played
by
2
Milley.
clips of
I can
Trump.
watch the post up.
He was refused. No, Milley specifically said that's not true. Under oath.
Oh, Milley.
Yes.
Was that in between his phone calls to Xi
And
Jinping?
the Secretary of Defense, the man who he would have to call in the National Guard, the Secretary of Defense specifically said under oath that Trump never did that. Under oath.
That wasn't the
Did Trump
debaters, though? I guess that's
Can't
fair.
tell people 2 men have a
Moderator
baby.
played the clip.
Can
That's
2 men
fair.
have a baby?
So what? Why do you
Can
think?
2 men have a baby?
I thought this was January 6th.
Stop.
Can 2 men have a baby? What's happening?
Let me ask you a question. You're criticizing me for quoting somebody under oath. What is your source? If I'm quoting somebody that said something under the penalty of perjury. Your source is, you just know it, that Donald Trump said it to the public?
No, we're live on air here, just like when this guy said that, oh, you're claiming this was done. You don't have proof. Those clips are all there. Everyone's going to pull those up. They're going to see them.
So there's clips of Donald Trump calling in the National Guard?
No, I'm talking about the last point.
No, you didn't answer my question.
No, I remember the articles.
Can you just answer my question?
You're not listening.
You
want my answer?
Yeah, I do.
When Trump got firebombed and the White House got attacked, he called for the National Guard, and Milley said, "I'll resign if he doesn't." He then asked the head
Milley lied
jurisdiction,
to
which actually
Trump
General
about
Flynn's
Syria.
brother, for 10,000 troops, and it was in the news. Anybody? We're not doing. I don't have a computer in front of me. Was there?
On January 6th. January 5th.
No. He asked 2 weeks before that they wanted.
It wasn't in the news.
Okay, well, boom, gotcha. Everybody get it.
Show it. Go ahead.
I'm on air right now.
He requested.
I don't
National
have a
Guard.
computer. Hold on.
Tell me what you're telling me.
You're just hoping. Listen, they're gonna get you.
Tell me what you're telling me. That he requested 10,000 troops.
Watch X
Is that
tomorrow.
What you're telling me?
Listen to me carefully. Watch X tomorrow.
Okay. And you're it's gonna be
It'll
General
have
Flynn
5
making
million
this
views,
claim.
and it'll be you, and it'll be all the news articles where Milley says he'll resign
Please,
if Trump's
I would
National
love to see
Guard,
that.
and then they did it again, and then General Flynn's
That wasn't
brother.
for January 5th. That was the Washington
I know.
protest.
That's where it begins. And
Nobody
he
could
asked
lie under
again,
oath. Never,
and
ever.
Yeah, it's all there.
Okay, but you're making the claim that Trump had.
No, you say show it. I'm here.
Why would Trump care if Milley would resign if they're all the
I want to
deep
know what
state?
those memes in front of Alex
If they're all
are.
part of the swamp, why wouldn't he just do it anyway if that's what's right? Trump is the ultimate
what's
authority of
gonna
deploying the
happen is
national.
people
You're not
are
going to
gonna-
answer that question
Here's what's
either.
going to happen, Doogity. What's going to happen is they're all going to get it, and that's the whole. They're all going to show it, and then we'll see.
Yeah, this
Because Destiny's being so fucking cocky, I love how Alex just refuses to say his name right.
Sometimes things are real, sometimes they're not, and it leads me to my next question. General,
Respect
for
is
everybody.
earned,
And by
not
the way,
freely
all 6 of
given.
you are doing phenomenally, especially you, Glenn, killing it from Brazil, my man. Do you guys think this election was stolen?
100%. And it's
Absolutely not.
And it's my right to say that But then, covering up the windows with signs, and then all these trucks pulling in, and then the graph where Trump's above, and it perfectly shoots up, and then wins.
I guess define stolen. Define that for me before we answer the question. If anybody
Glenn's in Brazil right
Professor
now.
Epstein, others have said
He's been
they
kidnapped.
knew it way before suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop, giving you 96% Google Democrat links. I mean, it's all the stealing's done before. In the algorithm and the censorship and the control. I mean, I remember 5 years ago when I was being deplatformed, they were denying I was being deplatformed and saying there was no censorship. Now we know from the weaponization hearings that all this is going on, and now they're telling us you can't vote for him because he said
How
we
long
won't
did
let
they
you
tell
vote
us
for
there was
him.
no censorship
Why
going
is it,
on?
if the election was being stolen, why did every single person that Donald Trump trusted to investigate come back and say there was no evidence
It
of
wasn't
this?
every single, a whole bunch of his lawyers.
It was not a whole bunch of his lawyers, and most of his legal counsel said that the few that he ended up going with were crazy.
You just went in 2 seconds from everyone to most.
I said
Everybody,
everyone
you
that
got
he
him again.
trusted.
Show
I
the
said
Trump
that
lawyers
everything that
saying it was
every
stolen.
single
Got you
person
again.
that Donald Trump
Also, didn't it take like
trusted to
several
investigate,
years because they
meaning the
kept
Vice
impeding
President, the
investigations to
Department of
come out with
Justice,
like
the
Arizona
Cybersecurity
actually
Division
had
of the Department of
tampering
Homeland
with
Security,
all of the
White
extra
House
ballots
counsel,
that happened in
I know
Georgia
how it
as
works.
well?
I know you're farming TikTok clips, okay? That's what we're doing right now. But the reality is almost every single person that he
What the
asked
fuck would Alex Jones of all people care about farming TikTok clips?
He
Destiny,
didn't ask Sidney
please.
Powell to go and investigate. She brought cockamamie schemes to him, and he said, "Oh, maybe these are okay." Which, by the way, he also said he also said she was crazy.
You just said all wouldn't say there was fraud. Now
I said, get the full quote, kind of like you're missing the rest of the 14th Amendment there. Get everything I'm saying. I know that hurts. I know the context hurts people like you. You live and you breathe 10-second clips. Because anything longer than that destroys everything you're trying to claim.
Telling us, no. They got you again. You just said all his lawyers told him he lost, and we're going to show you the majority saying he won. Gotcha.
Alex,
gotcha.
tell us specifically. Alex,
I will say, Jones saying gotcha so many times is kind of cringe. Please.
Claiming widespread election fraud.
Look, we're live on air.
I know we're live on air.
All these people are convicted and pleaded guilty, except Giuliani.
Folks, get him.
Let's ask. I want to ask Glenn. What do you think, man? Glenn, do you think that this thing was stolen?
I think the election was rigged. I'm not somebody who thinks the election, that there's evidence conclusive that the election was stolen. I do think we should be a lot more attentive to when election.
What's the difference between rigged and stolen? I mean, I guess you can rig an election and still not win, but like.
A ton of new conventions for how we do mail-in ballots. I think there's a lot of potential for fraud there. I don't think there's evidence that I've seen, at least, that's conclusive that the 2020 election was stolen. I do think, though, it was rigged in all sorts of ways, from internet censorship to
rigged would make it
all kinds
legal.
of,
I mean, I guess that's
interference
fair.
on the part of the
Legal cheating.
US security state, lying and saying that a very incriminating story about Joe Biden was the byproduct of Russian disinformation when it absolutely was not. Facebook and Twitter censoring that story right before the election. These are all examples of corrupting rigging by institutions of authority. On the question of whether no, I don't. I'm not somebody who thinks there's evidence that it was stolen.
Well, how would you define the difference between rigging it and stealing it?
Rigging it is when institutions of authority cheat or act corruptly in order to manipulate public opinion to prevent stories from getting to them, like those news stories about Joe Biden and the way that he exploited his family connections in Ukraine and China to profit for his family, and lying about it and saying that it's Russian disinformation, censoring the internet to prevent stories from getting to the public, having the security state, the CIA and the FBI, that's supposed to have no role in our politics, being the ones to cook up those fabrications. That's all examples of rigging and manipulating our democracy the way that we accuse Russia of doing. The U.S. security state, the corporate media, Twitter and Facebook did that way, way worse. Stealing the election is dumping ballots that were legitimately cast, or fabricating ballots in favor of one candidate or the other that actually weren't cast, manipulating the machines in order to have the loser be the winner.
So he doesn't believe it was stolen,
That's what
just
I would distinguish between rigging and stealing.
I understand what
Do you think that Donald Trump asking Jeffrey Clark to go and threaten the DOJ that if they don't sign on to a false letter trying to bully states into claiming there was mass election fraud by claiming the DOJ had actually found someone that had it, that was testified to under oath.
Oh, God, under oath.
Do you think that would be considered an act of corruption?
The whole point is, if Trump
Hunter
legitimately
Biden laptop
believed that the
cock
election
pics will
was
forever
stolen, as
haunt the
Democrats
internet.
believed in 2000,
That is truly the worst part of all of the
that's not
Russiagate scandal is that I had to see Hunter Biden's
I'm
cock.
answering the question. I mean, you can't do it in 7 seconds. If Trump believed genuinely that the election was stolen, then all of those steps that he undertook to try and present the Congress the way to alleviate the stolen election, to have courts reverse the stolen election, to have Mike Pence exercise what he thought was his constitutional authority, might have been wrongful, but they weren't illegal, and they most definitely weren't a coup.
So if he thought that the election was stolen, he was allowed to tell the DOJ that they needed to sign on to a false letter claiming they'd found election fraud. Otherwise, he would replace Rosen with Clark. That was something he was allowed to do.
False letter. All this stuff's crap.
The DOJ hadn't found anything, so the DOJ attesting that they had found something would indeed be false. That's right. I know. In this world, we need evidence, Alex. I'm sorry.
Oh, evidence. Oh,
I know. Yeah, evidence from evidence. Yeah.
So.
Did 2 Men Have a Baby?
Isn't there a sitcom called 2 Men and a Baby?
Yeah, that's the whole point.
No,
3 Men, and it's a great movie.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. My bad.
No, but I mean, we're sitting here like, guys, they said it was worse than Pearl Harbor and 9/11. Like Glenn says,
So,
this is
Alex,
you're fighting your demons up here. None of us are saying that.
Alex, you pointed out, the votes, they went up way at night. They went up way high. Trump was winning, and then all of a sudden, Biden pulled ahead at like 1 a.m.
Red Mirage.
Yeah. So, but do you understand that the media basically told the American public that this is what happens basically every election?
Yeah, they pre-programmed it, Red Mirage.
No. Do you understand?
No, it doesn't happen every
election. Do you
election.
understand what
If you look at the votes for all the previous elections, none of them have like that weird fucking stopgap that the 2020 election had.
Out and ran the same ballots over and over again.
Let me explain it to you. Donald Trump, for months before the election, he kept saying mail-in ballots are rigged. Don't vote by mail. So, do you think that Republicans are going to vote by mail if Trump says not to? So Republicans.
But that's chicken and the egg. Oh, let me finish.
Let me finish, and then you can.
This argument is so
Republicans didn't vote
stupid.
by mail because Trump said, it's not safe. Democrats voted by mail. Mail-in votes were counted at the tail end of the vote count, as they always are. So what happens? So Trump pulls ahead early in the night, just like everybody said was going to happen.
100% voter turnout sounds legit. Yeah, what about the 120%? What about all the 100% and above?
They start counting more mail-in votes in these states that are in the big cities, which are primarily Democrats. What happens? Biden pulls way ahead in the big cities, just like everybody that was paying attention
Can I talk
would
now?
have known.
Can I talk? That's why they had to all over block the windows out, kick everybody out, claim water mains broke. Let me talk. And then magically on the surveillance cameras, just keep loading machines over and over again. But you're right.
You actually watch?
Let's stop. You're right.
There were voting places that were blocking out the windows. There's video footage of it, of them blocking the windows and not letting people in.
I'm not scared to let him run.
So you support him being on the ballot?
I support whatever the Supreme Court says because I think they should define what insurrection is. I think that's fair. I'm not saying I'm on either side. But let's go back to the pulling out votes.
Biden won a higher percentage of the black vote in Detroit than Obama did in both elections. Well, that's because if you don't vote for Joe Biden, you ain't black.
Where they purportedly pulled out ballots from under the table.
Let me ask you a question.
No.
Why in Michigan and Georgia did they block the windows?
No.
I mean,
why? I don't know why. Ask them.
Why did they say a water main broke? They later admitted it didn't.
These all went to court. All these were had their day in court. And
let me stop you. Because you guys, hold on, stop.
No, all of them went court.
Can I say one thing? I'll give you the floor. I'll give you the floor. Let me say one thing.
Go ahead.
I was found guilty by 2 judges in Texas and Connecticut, and then they had a jury trial on how much damages. Trump, they changed the law, has a judge who said at the beginning of the real estate hearing he's guilty. And then Letitia James said in the video, we've already found him guilty. She was so dumb, she said it. We already found him guilty. He's guilty. And then Trump doesn't get a jury trial in New York. So you're pointing to the judiciary and the corrupt lawyers that have run this country down the ground.
Who are you pointing to?
Man.
Wasn't that because his lawyer didn't check the jury trial?
Here's the thing. January, let me say this right now. January 6th, what an insurrection.
Also, the videos that you're referring to, the running the votes multiple times.
We're not going to give the Democrats the violence.
And we're
not going to give the Democrats the violence they won in 2024. But let me tell you, you guys keep looking for one. Once you guys start the fight and launch martial law, you're going to actually get the real thing, and then you'll know what it
Alex,
is.
how long have you been calling for martial law? How many decades now?
Also, all the examples you're bringing
Oh,
up have
the
literally
COVID
been...
lockdowns were martial law.
Oh my god, and they didn't last forever like you guys
Guys, we
crazy,
shut their
huh?
ass down.
No, you didn't
We
shut
beat
down
their
anything.
fucking ass.
No, the Supreme Court ruled against Biden.
Keep the table so I need to check his hand.
Biden won the election and it stopped, so you shut them down. Who's you? Are you part of Biden now?
Let me ask you a question.
No, why are we getting pulled off the Georgia? Why are we getting pulled off the Georgia stuff?
Is Rachel Maddow right?
Why are we talking about COVID right now?
No, he brought it up. If Biden is Biden right that you take the shot, you're protected. Is that true?
I think what Biden did. I think what Biden did was. Here's what Biden did for the shot. Okay, what happened was Raffensperger and everybody in Georgia looked over all the tapes that you're claiming about, but the ballots being ran 3 times. Not only was that information false, Trump was told that it was false. Trump knew that it was false. Trump repeated it over and over again, including in a call to Raffensperger. And finally, Giuliani has come out saying that it was false, but it was his First Amendment right to lie about it. When Ruby Freeman took him to court for defamation because he lied about something you could clearly see on video evidence.
Okay, well, this is a question, Darren. Firstly, do you think
I do not remember any of what Destiny's saying, but I also have a bad memory.
Is it protected speech to question an election and claim that it was stolen?
Of course it is.
You bet Alex would crush an apple in his hand right now? Please don't give me a video of Alex Jones crushing apples.
I'm more in the rigged category, and I think that's the more meaningful type of interference is the censorship, is all of the other tools that have been deployed in order
Kari
to
Lake was able to submit into evidence
rig
in
the
her
election.
2022
I think that's
election
more
case
significant.
video evidence of signature verification where poll workers were
than
mindlessly
the
approving
sort of
every ballot.
More
that was in favor of
hyperbolic
Hobbs.
claims regarding hacking the machines and so forth. The
claims that
mail-in
Trump was
ballot,
making.
these kinds of things.
So then you agree that Trump was wrong when he said it was a stolen election?
Why does Destiny talk with his whole
depends what
jaw?
specific claim he's
I don't know,
using.
man.
Let's say when Trump kept pushing that Dominion was switching votes and it cost him Georgia.
Voting machines are the worst idea ever. I don't like them.
I don't either. It was
a lie.
Trump was lying about it.
Trump was lying
Lying
about
about
it.
to get
He
people
was
to-
lying.
But
to
see,
get
we're intellectually honest here. The point is that the State Department runs around the world looking at everybody else's elections, and the number one thing you get sanctions for is taking a candidate off the ballot. And that's what Democrats doing right now, and America sees that.
The Democrats are not doing it. That's going to go to the courts. That's through the
Republicans actually
It's not
filed
the Democrats Supreme Court of Colorado. It's not the Democrats Secretary of State in Maine. You just said the Democrats aren't doing it.
Alex,
They are
in Colorado.
doing it.
Alex, in Colorado.
God damn, that's
Alex,
a lie.
in Colorado, who filed the suit? 6 people. How many of them were Democrats?
What is this, Democrats?
How many were Democrats out of the 6?
Doesn't matter.
No, how many?
I know Liz
How many
Cheney's
were
a Republican.
how many were Republicans who
I know
filed the
Liz
suit?
Cheney's a Republican.
5 of the 6 people that filed the suit
That's
in
who they have
Colorado
doing
to
it.
get Trump off the ballot were Republican.
Doesn't this counter their idea earlier when I had to come out and say like the Republicans also hated Trump?
Horseshit.
That's not what happened. What happened is the only people
Oh
who
no,
have
his
standing
microphone
in
has gone to
Colorado
Brazil
bring a
too.
suit are people who can vote in the Republican primaries, which means either Republican voters or independent voters. Although the suit was brought in their name, the lawsuit was spearheaded and was paid for and was organized by a Democratic Party aligned group called Crew that boasted of this and took credit for it. So yes, the suit was brought in the name.
Glenn, we had some audio feedback, Glenn. If you can hear us, we're going to request the. We had some buzzing, Glenn. I want to make sure that everything you said is clearly heard. So we're going to fix that and then get back to you.
Well, let's go back. Glenn, go ahead and talk again. Let's see.
Try it out.
He's in the McDonald's bathroom.
I don't know how much of that.
Pippa, don't eat Glenn!
In Colorado, in order to have standing.
Hey, Glenn, stay there. We're going to have to reconnect with you. I want to hear this. But
So I can say what he's saying. He's saying that it was brought by a Democratic institution, but they needed Republicans.
Not just a Democrat institution; it's a notorious lawfare outfit.
Right, but how many Democratic states said okay, he can stay on the ballot? So don't just say like every Democrat just wants you to throw Trump off the ballot.
You're right.
That's
Democrats and Republicans wants to throw him off.
Ask me, I would say let the voters decide. Like I honestly,
You would say let the voters decide whether someone should get thrown off the ballot or not? That sets a dangerous fucking precedent, Mr. Kuckenstein.
World War III bird brain.
I think she would defeat Biden. I really do.
Pickle, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're watching a debate right now. Thank you, Pickle.
He called it Happy Entrapment Day, talking about January 6th. You guys think that it was an entrapment?
100%.
100%. Donald Trump entrapped all those poor people to be there.
That's true.
They probably thought he'd bail them out.
That's why
or that he'd pardon them like he did every other person in his campaign that was convicted of any crime.
We want a 10-day investigation. That's why I said be peaceful. Yeah, because
I don't
Trump
think
was
that's
always calling for
He also
supporters.
called for them to fight like hell, and Giuliani said that.
Fight like hell means for our freedom and our vote and our country.
Yes.
Okay, and people can say things that they don't mean in order to.
Hey, when you go to a high school football game at a pep rally, and they go, and then the cheerleaders go, fight, 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 fight.
Trial by combat, that doesn't mean anything either.
That's a legal term.
I think the thing that's most instructive, the things that's most instructive to see what Donald Trump wanted to happen that day.
I think we should
is that
bring
when
back
he
trial
sat
by
down
combat
and he
for the
watched violence
politicians.
unfolding on TV, when he saw the people fighting with cops, when he got notification that Ashley Babbitt had been shot, Donald Trump did not take steps to stop the violence that day. Instead, him and Giuliani made phone calls to senators and congressmen trying to get them to stall the vote.
What do you guys think ethically about people in politics telling people to go fight? You find it to be misleading?
Look, we're not a neutered population. I mean, I have Democrats.
I disagree. I believe our population has been neutered.
When finally Trump put a 5-minute video on of Democrats saying, attack them at grocery stores, attack them at gas stations, attack. We need civil insurrection.
What do we think about the term battleground state?
Yeah.
You know, it's...
The problem is
clearly everyone in the battleground state is done in gladiatorial armor.
Go ahead.
Nobody is upset because Donald Trump said fight like hell. People are upset because for months or years, really even in 2016, Donald Trump has consistently attacked and undermined the electoral process with absolutely no good reason.
No, it's the Democrats said he was a Russian agent.
And
the Democrats falsely said
the Democrats had years of the Russian collusion investigations that yielded nothing. They railroaded him at every turn. It turns out people who were trying to investigate him for Russian collusion actually were colluding with Russia.
No, but they were the ones saying that
they buried the Hunter laptop story for years.
Was he charged?
They were the ones
Alex, was he charged for the crime for that?
Hillary is
was he charged for the crime for that?
They tried.
They tried. Wait, but the kangaroo courts, why didn't they just charge him falsely?
They haven't charged for insurrection.
Wait. Why did Jack Smith get to indictment, but not for
Trump is going to steal the election?
Why didn't he get an indictment?
Is Hillary saying Trump's going to steal the election? Why is Hillary saying Trump's going to steal the election?
My favorite part of the Russia collusion was everyone believing the PP tapes, even though that was written on fucking poll.
I'm about to stand up, just so you know, and that would be good TV, but I'm not going to do it.
Well, he won't stop.
The hippie man's going to stand up, chat. You'll be able to smell him.
What we need to do.
No, I do answer questions.
Listen to me for a moment.
We are.
That we don't speak over each other. What we do is we listen to each other, take turns. It becomes way better.
Well, I have a question.
I agree. Well, can I finish my statement here after the other?
Is it okay that Hillary is on TV this week 3 times I saw saying Trump's going to steal the election?
Hillary is.
Why is she allowed to?
Rent free in your head right now. The problem with Trump's speech.
How dare you, Destiny?
I'm not changing the subject.
Hillary shouldn't be saying that. I agree. Hillary shouldn't be saying that. Who is she? She's a private citizen.
But I think you're allowed to say people are going to steal election, whether you're right or wrong.
That's why Trump isn't being charged for it. Trump, you said it yourself. He's not being charged with incitement. He's not being charged with insurrection. But that has nothing to do with him saying a particular thing.
Did Joe Biden try to get the votes certified for Hillary Clinton? Did Hillary Clinton try to force Joe Biden in 2016 to certify the electoral votes?
No, because they knew the landslide was so big.
The Biden had a pretty big landslide.
Wasn't Biden's landslide? Wait, hold on. What do you mean the landslide was so big? Didn't Hillary win the popular vote?
Hillary won the popular vote.
And Biden won by more.
No, the landslide.
The narrative collapsed right before our eyes.
So Trump didn't win the
Yeah, but the popular vote doesn't matter because we're not a democracy.
No, which one?
2016.
He didn't win the popular vote.
Well, with Russian help, right?
He didn't win the popular vote.
From the evidence I've seen, he had a huge landslide. They tried to steal it with illegal alien voters, but it's still Trump was so big.
We're not all privy to the election that exists in your head.
I know.
The
there's
voices
no
that talk to you don't give us the same type of information. The rest of us on Earth don't get information beamed down from the mothership. We gotta go by what people
What the fuck is Destiny talking about?
People know you're wrong. The states with the illegals are getting more. California just got 6 more congressional seats.
Stand up, Ian. Stand up. We need you. We need you to come up and rise up. There it is.
I'm tied down.
There's no invasion. There's no border.
You guys think that there was federal involvement here, or if there was, that what the extent of it was on January 6th?
I think that there were probably federal agents undercover. Do I think that federal agents committed crimes and led people into the Capitol building? Absolutely not. And there hasn't been any case brought by any of these 700 convicts. None of them brought that up in court.
because they're being prosecuted in the District of Columbia.
Because
It's
there's
totally
no
rigged.
evidence of it.
No, I know
There's
the
absolutely
lawyers.
no
I know
evidence
people
of
involved.
it.
They won't let them put defenses on. Let me tell you something. They said Ray Epps was a hero and did nothing wrong. Now they finally indicted him because they know it's a weak spot in their operation. They're only asking for 6 months. Let me tell you, we're not playing clips for tit for tat here, but I want everybody on X to get these statements and put all the clips of women putting onions in their eyes and the cops fake arresting people and high-fiving and saying, I'm a federal agent, I just helped run the attack. They're going to string all these videos out.
So here's the thing. Like Brian said, there's probably some informants on the ground. I think one of the Proud Boys, one of the ladies in the Proud Boy was an informant.
Are the
So she was on the
Krasenstein
ground.
brothers
She didn't
the
go into
soy
the Capitol
version
building,
of the
I don't believe.
Bogdanovs? If
The
Bogdanovs
problem is
are gonna
with what
give you
Alex
the
does
phone
is he pushes
call,
these conspiracy theories.
the
These ideas
Krasenstein
that
brothers, the
illegal
soy
aliens are voting.
version.
There's no evidence of that.
I think with the illegal alien voting thing is what's happening is they're coming in and
That
then they're being
checks
counted in
out.
the census, which then adds more electoral votes.
Okay.
It gives more congressional districts.
That's fair. That might be happening. I haven't researched
There are
that.
indictments
But
all
they're
over the
not
country.
voting. They're not
There are
voting.
indictments of illegals everywhere voting. Got them again. Hit them hard. Hit them
They're
hard.
not voting.
They're not
Alex,
voting.
that's a
Like
conspiracy theory.
two people?
Oh, no,
maybe
Is he
five?
really claiming
cities
illegal
have
immigrants
passed laws
aren't
where illegal
voting?
aliens can
What
vote.
what
they
kind of
haven't.
brain
Not-
damage
not
do you
in
have
the-
to have
not
to
in the
claim
federal
that?
elections,
No, but the illegals are voting in elections, though?
Not in the federal ones. So I know that some cities try to have them voting in like local matters. I don't know how many of those are successful.
Illegal
You
aliens
can't
should
be that
voting,
dumb.
okay?
There's no way.
But they're
There's
not. They're
no
not voting
way.
in federal elections.
Get 'em.
That's
I don't know
absolute-
why you would
They
care
are
though. Why
not.
would you even
That's a
care?
conspiracy
I don't know
theory,
why you would
Alex. Come
care
on.
about
They're
the
Illegal
100 million
immigrants
views
aren't voting,
of
but
you
we
guys.
can't have voter
X is gonna
ID.
eat
That
you
would be
guys alive.
racist.
Glad. I can't wait for it.
Black people don't know
why
how
you
to
care
get
about illegals voting
IDs.
when you think Trump can just flip the whole election anyway. Who cares? If you can just ask Pence to throw it all out and
I
do
never
whatever.
said I
then
thought
why-
Trump could flip the election.
Oh, do you think it was okay when he asked Pence to do it?
I already told you 5 times. I think that was a bad theory.
I didn't say it was a bad
Because
theory.
I'm
Do you think it was
intellectually honest.
allowed? Do you think it was an attempted coup? Do you think he can ask the vice president to unilaterally determine the outcome of the election?
No. Trump was exploring every option. The main thing he wanted was a 10-day investigation.
No, Trump wanted Pence to throw out the election to declare him the winner.
Imagine if Trump would say, like, I don't believe Joe Biden can be on the ballot. Imagine if federal judges
And that would
that
go
are,
to court, and the courts can
what
decide
would
that.
Republicans be doing right now?
Biden hasn't
What would
said
you
that.
do? Let me
Biden
ask you a
hasn't said
hypothetical.
that.
More
Still
liar
goes
than
out.
brain
Republicans are
damage.
trying to
4 years
take-
saying
if
Obama should go on the
Republicans-
ballot.
I would believe the
If
Krasenstein brothers are
Republicans
lying
trying to take Joe Biden on the
disingenuously.
ballot right now, what would you say?
I
Let
don't
the
know
Supreme
if
Court
Destiny's
decide.
also a
Even the
disingenuous
Supreme Court-
liar. If he's just
Even
kind
the
of room tense.
conservative Supreme Court, I'd say let them
let's
decide.
bring Glenn Greenwald.
Yeah, we should. But Darren, you've been
Yeah,
Don't
Mike,
Republicans have an impeachment committee right now
what
going
are
through
you,
the House?
Darren, what's on your brain right now?
Isn't that trying to remove?
Looking at you thinking.
Well, I can attempt to answer the question about federal involvement because my reporting at Revolver News is largely responsible for changing the national conversation.
What got
in
Destiny
that
banned on
direction.
Twitch? I don't
First threatened
remember.
to sue you. I'm gonna leave it a minute. Take a piss. They first threatened to sue you. Now they've indicted Epps. You've been vindicated.
Yeah, in fact, I have a video. This is about Ray Epps. You just mentioned, Alex. It's clip number 3, and it's about 25 seconds long. We're going to play this, and then, Darren, I want to hear what you're about to say.
Okay.
Tomorrow, we need to go into the Capitol. Into the Capitol. No! Peacefully. Fed.
Oh, peacefully?
Fed. Tomorrow, I don't even like to say it because I'll be arrested. Well, let's not say it. We need to go. I'll say it. All right. We need to go in.
Shut the fuck up, Boomer.
To the Capitol.
How dare you? Do not tell the boomer to shut the fuck
He
up.
said peacefully at the end, right? We can move past him.
He did say
Well,
peace.
no, he said go into the
But he said
Capitol.
peacefully.
Well, so what? It's still illegal to
thought
go into the
peacefully
Capitol.
was-
But
I thought
the
that
peacefully
canceled
was the
everything out.
operative word. Yeah, I thought peacefully made it all okay.
No, going in is illegal. Trump didn't say storm the Capitol. He didn't say go
you're
into
right.
the Capitol.
He's gonna get 6 months in prison. So
No, I mean, you guys want to hear the argument for federal involvement or
Yeah,
not?
Go for it. Yeah.
Not really.
Okay.
I want to hear it.
All right. Well, there's a lot of dimensions to it. We can start with the Ray Epps issue. Here's a guy, you saw that was only part of the clip. There's much longer clips about Ray Epps, but here's a guy who's the only guy caught on camera as early as January 5th, repeatedly calling for people to go into the Capitol and prefacing his seemingly rehearsed remarks in each case, saying, I'm probably going to go to jail for this. I'm probably going to get arrested for this. You need to go into the Capitol. The next day, he flew across the whole country, presumably to go hear Trump's speech. He skipped Trump's speech. Instead, he was a veritable Where's Waldo everywhere on January 6th, directing people, go into the Capitol. It's in that direction. That's where our problems are. Then, amazingly, he's pre-positioned right at that initial decisive breach point on the west perimeter of the Capitol, and he's whispering into somebody's ear just seconds before the bike racks are broken through. He texts his nephew, I orchestrated it. On paper, think about it, he's like a 6'3", former Marine who was wearing camo gear and a Trump hat, and he just happens to have had a leadership position in the Oath Keepers, the most demonized and heavily prosecuted.
He used to, right? He doesn't.
He
didn't anymore.
The most demonized and heavily prosecuted militia group associated with January 6th. And the regime doesn't touch him. However, initially,
that is
his
weird. If
behavior
he's the
was
one who has the
considered to be
most
so
evidence and he's
egregious,
not
he
being
was one of
touched,
the
that's
first 20
kind of
people
glowy,
added to
chat.
the FBI's
That's
most
kind of
wanted list
glowy.
about January 6th. He was prominently featured in the New York Times' ominously titled Day of Rage. Of all the clips the New York Times could have found and chosen, they chose Ray Epps to represent their thesis that this was a pre-planned insurrection to storm the Capitol. And then when the discussion of federal involvement came into being, one of our major pieces at Revolver News, literally the next day is when the FBI quietly removed him from their list. And all of a sudden, he went from
That's
FBI's
suspicious.
most wanted and featured in the New York Times' Day of Rage to New York Times does a fully dedicated puff piece on him. 60 Minutes does a sympathy segment on him. He's the only January 6th participant that Adam Kinzinger, who's never met a Trump supporter he doesn't want to see rotting in jail for 50 years, that Adam Kinzinger will defend more aggressively than Epps's
That's
own
more than just
lawyers.
weird. This
And
is
now,
glowy as fuck,
almost
chat.
3 years after, the government finally says, okay, we're going to hit you with a wrist slap misdemeanor, as though people are so simple-minded to think, well, if the argument is hasn't been indicted, therefore he's a Fed, if we indict him now, even if it's a misdemeanor, even 3 years after, no matter what the circumstances, this constitutes a refutation and totally wipes away the mountains of suspicious evidence surrounding the character of Ray Epps. That's just the case of Epps. There are
I like this guy. I hope he can get his eye bags drained.
So, you mentioned a few things I want to touch on. So, you talked about how he whispered in somebody's ear, and moments later that guy went in the Capitol. That was Mr. Samsel.
Yep, that's right.
And Mr. Samsel actually testified under oath. I believe he is convicted.
Where's Alex? This is the second time he had to walk off. Maybe he has a small
told him,
bladder.
Calm down. The police are on our
Well,
side.
he's changed his story.
Okay,
I wouldn't rest. I'm just.
Did you write the original Revolver article?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I set aside 3 days to go over Ray Epps stuff, and it took me 6 hours to see it was one of the stupidest conspiracies I've ever seen in my entire life.
So the other thing I just want to
go for it real quick.
So you said that
Destiny's such a cuck.
He didn't get convicted and he didn't get charged until
3 years
just recently. Okay, so the people who were charged with anything but misdemeanors were people who used violence and people who went into the House chamber where the joint session was, and the people who were involved in a seditious conspiracy. It had to be a conspiracy. Ray Epps acted alone here.
Well, no, I wouldn't. That's an open question.
As far as we can see, he acted alone.
Why would you assume that he
Anything
acted
else beyond
alone,
that would just be a
considering
conspiracy
all
theory.
of his glowy
So
circumstances?
he falls into the same category.
Well, seditious conspiracy is technically a conspiracy theory. It doesn't mean that it's not true,
No,
right?
seditious conspiracy is a charge.
How are there only
Yeah,
5,000
there is
people watching this right now?
A theory that there is a conspiracy that took place. So he doesn't fall into any category that any of the other protesters fall in, because he didn't fall into any of those three categories. So he got charged with a misdemeanor. Other
This
people, the
VTuber's serious about the glowy stuff.
people who
We
used
do
violence, and
not
people
take
who went
glowy
into the
stuff
House
not
chamber are the ones
seriously.
who were charged with felonies.
For the Ray Epps stuff, if you look at his story from start to finish, it is incredibly obvious. The guy is a boomer. The guy was a huge Trump supporter.
No, he
used to be
wasn't.
part of the Oath Keepers a while before. That's what he testified to under oath. He used to be part of the Oath Keepers years earlier than he'd left. I think it was the Arizona chapter. Ray Epps
was the head of the
went to
Arizona chapter.
That's fine. Ray Epps went to the march You said he skipped the speech. Tons of people were listening to the speech on cell phones and other things and broadcasting to other people. Ray Epps was outside the speech. There's on video, I know, because you posted in your
wonder
article
if
with him
that's
literally
when he
telling
sees
people,
those
let's
pictures
go, we're
of
going,
like
we're marching
the
to
obvious
the
feds standing
Sure,
around.
Yeah, but
And
he's
it's just
out
like,
to
well,
be-
those
he
aren't
looks what he's
feds. Those
doing.
are
He's
just
going to
normal
dance.
MAGA supporters hanging out in MAGA country.
It in his mind that everything would end up at the
I'm
Capitol.
pretty sure he's doing it in his as Trump is making the speech, not before the speech has begun.
No,
it's when he's directing
he began
people.
before the speech began. There are
then we can go
timestamps
back-
on the video.
Then you can go back and watch it on the Revolver story is up there. For every single thing that you assert about him, that he's in video whispering into a guy's ear, you say it in the rest of your article, all he's doing on the day of when the protesting is getting violent is going up and down telling people, don't fight with the cops. Don't fight with the cops. The cops are on our side. That's what he's saying the entire time. The idea that he said that the entire day, but the one guy whose ear that he whispered into that unfortunately we don't have, audio capture of, that he and Samuel testified to, is he said, hey, the cops are on our side or the cops aren't enemies. They both say something to that effect. And that seems to synergize with everything else he said on that day. You go on to say that guy immediately after was the one that broke down the fence. No, he's not. You can see like 15 people right next to him that are all trying to break down the fence. Yeah, the guy goes in eventually. But if we truly believe that this guy is a federal agent or is working to instigate the riot, we've laid out absolutely nothing supporting that. Just some video footage of another boomer being at the rally.
No.
That was
It's a
there.
theory.
If you want to say,
Don't believe your lying
why was he
eyes,
removed
chat.
from the FBI list? I mean, why was he removed from the FBI list? Like, all of the information is out there. He said that after his video was identified and people on X started to identify him, and then because all of his online stuff is incredibly easy to find, he started to get phone calls, he started to get harassed, he started to get threats. So he called the FBI as soon as this was brought to his attention, and he told the FBI, hey, this was me, and here I am, and this is what's happening. And the FBI took him off the list. You
No,
want to claim
wrong.
that there was some...
Your timeline is wrong. He called the FBI
when he saw himself in the videos.
Wrong.
Yeah, a friend told him about it, and that's what that's what he said. That's what he testified.
Keep in mind, these people think they have a future under the authoritarian regime. If they knew their fate under it, they would beg
because
forgiveness.
Of his picture being on the most wanted list.
Yeah.
He wasn't taken off the
You
most
gotta,
wanted
you gotta
list
love useful
until
idiots, after all.
the middle part of 2021.
I wonder if they
there were
fixed Glenn's
multiple
microphone.
months span between him calling the FBI in the first instance and being quietly removed.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No, that's not true.
Well, I mean,
I can tell you why it's not true, okay? Because what you did, because I read your article, is you looked at 2 archived versions of the website and you didn't have a 12-month archive. For some reason, you assumed that the recent snapshot that you took at 2021, you think that was the first time the page has been changed. That was just the first time the page has been archived. Well, I don't think the FBI has made a statement on it, but what Epps testified to was that he either saw a video of himself or a friend saw a video of himself or a friend saw him on the list where people were, and then people were making videos, and then he called the FBI and he said, hey, I need to talk to you and this is what's going on. If he was a Fed, why would they remove him from the list when everybody's clearly looking at the list? He was like one of the only people removed. Why would senators be defending him so vigilantly? Why wouldn't...
That's a great question. Why was he quietly removed right when the question of federal involvement became a major part of the national conversation? And let me just... I don't want to get lost in these weeds. I just want to say something quickly. So you're saying, he said, we need to go into the Capitol peacefully. And you point out correctly that in many instances caught on video, he's engaged in what you could call de-escalation of the crowd, and he's not urging people to violence. That's all correct. I never said he's urging people to violence. He was absolutely a provocateur, and his mission, as stated and as implemented and as orchestrated by his own verbatim text, was he wanted people to go into the Capitol peacefully.
That might be the case. Wait, that might be the case. And if that's all you're saying, there's
it's
no
not all.
disagreement here.
No, that's everything. That's everything.
Nobody here is saying that he didn't say that and he didn't want people to do that. But the claim is that there's some sort of...
That's illegal.
Federal, that's fine, and he could be charged for it. Do you think anybody here care if he gets charged for that crime? The issue is you're saying that he was doing it under the direction of a federal agency.
Yeah,
that the 6'3" guy that looks like he's dying of type 2 diabetes and arthritis is somehow some intimidating Marine captain that's sending people into the Capitol. That was your claim that you've provided zero evidence.
Nobody claimed he was an intimidating Marine captain, just that he was receiving direction from elsewhere.
We've been talking about Ray
His circumstances are certainly fucking suspicious.
Not Glenn Beck.
Did I say Glenn?
Greenwald.
Greenwald.
The other
Thanks,
Glenn.
That's so funny, Glenn.
They're hard to tell the difference between nowadays.
Glenn,
Glenn has been very patient. We should hear from Glenn Greenwald.
That's so funny. What's happening, dude?
Well, I only heard the last 4 minutes of the conversation, but I'm still always amazed by, I really don't understand the argument because the FBI and the U.S. security state before January 6th was saying that they regard the greatest threat to national security, not as being ISIS or Al Qaeda or Hamas or Hezbollah or China or any other foreign threat. They regard the greatest threat as being right-wing domestic extremists, in whom that was included on many lists: the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers, and all of the people in the groups that they said orchestrated January 6th. Is the argument that you think that the FBI was not monitoring and infiltrating those groups? Because there's actually a ton of evidence that the FBI had their hooks in all three of those groups, and not only had their hooks in them, but on January 6th,
how do you do, fellow
right-wingers? Would
you like a firearm?
Who were talking in real time to the FBI about everything that was happening. So I just want to understand what the claim is. Is the claim that the FBI was not involved in the groups that organized January 6th and didn't have informants with them that day?
They weren't instigating. That's your claim.
It came out that the vice president of the Oath Keepers was an FBI informant. The Proud Boys had at least 3 and as many as 8. And the New York Times itself reported that there were FBI informants in the Proud Boys who were inside the Capitol texting their handlers as the event unfolded.
That's funny.
So they recorded the garage. They recorded the garage meeting the day before, and the Fed said to the court nothing was said violent or no planning.
Yeah.
Brian, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, so I'm just confused. So you're saying that Ray Epps was actually a federal agent who was indicted, who pled guilty, and is likely going to get 6 months in prison?
He doesn't necessarily have to be a federal agent, just a federal informant for an agent, right?
About Epps,
he can have someone who's a handler without himself being an agent.
You don't find it a little bit strange? Wait. I'll get to you. I promise you. I promise you I'll address that. But let's just consider the context. The context in the immediate aftermath of January 6th, by the words of Steve Sherwin, who is in charge of the prosecution, their posture was one of quote-unquote shock and awe. They were going after everyone. They were hitting them very hard. Now, again, think about central casting. On paper, Ray Epps, he's the 6'3", former Marine in camouflage gear with a Trump hat, the only guy caught on video as early as the 5th telling people to go into the Capitol, who's there on the 6th directing people to the Capitol, who's right there pre-positioned at that initial breach phase. And this helping ram signs. Exactly. And
if he's the only person who said that before the 6th actually happened, and they're hedging this being pre-planned on that, that's even more suspicious.
That of all January 6th participants, he's the only one who gets a New York Times puff piece. He's the only one who gets a 60 minutes sympathy segment. He's the only one that Adam Kinzinger will defend.
So are you saying that New York Times is now working with the feds, working with Ray Epps?
100%.
Yes. No, as a matter of fact, yes.
Is this man going to try and convince us that the media is not corrupt? That the media wouldn't try and run cover for someone that was acting on behalf of a federal agent to try and get the Trump people in trouble? Considering how much the media railed against Trump, that we now have Trump derangement syndrome to describe it?
He was acting on behalf of a third party. He was not an authentic actor on that day. That I will say with a great deal of confidence. But wait a second.
Victory. Let me say one thing. I've been gone for 10 minutes. It's a victory. They went from saying he's an angel, CNN, MSNBC, New York Times. He's perfectly now. Because of pressure, they've been forced to indict him.
Alex, quick thing on that. The criminal complaint acknowledges that he engaged in quote unquote felonious behavior. But among the mitigating factors that they cite is, oh, this poor guy was a victim of all these conspiracy theories, which is pretty remarkable.
He was, though. He was.
I want to address
that. They didn't do that for any of the other people.
Why don't you answer why were people...
Why are they now defending him?
I want to just quickly answer the question about your question.
A victim of conspiracy theory? What does that even mean?
Their own asset. Why would they indict their own asset? That happens all the time. In fact, that's almost the norm, that ultimately
when the assets... when they have undercover people, they'll indict them just as a cover.
When the assets become liabilities, they indict them. In fact, we don't have to go too far into the past to get a case of that. There is the Michigan Fednapping case, or the Michigan Fednapping case, where there is the informant, Steve Robeson, who is a long-time, over decade-long informant, who was part of the entrapment scheme in Michigan case with striking parallels to January 6th, by the way. And he, when he became inconvenient, was indicted by the government. There's so many
breaking the law. For actually breaking the law.
We need a better argument.
I just want to get my point in really fast. I haven't been able to get my point in. So you're saying that Ray Epps is a federal agent.
Well, I didn't say that.
Well,
I said he was acting on behalf of a third party. He was an inauthentic actor on January 6th.
Even though there's no evidence of this, and then you're saying he's turning around and he's suing Fox News for defamation, which is going to open up all sorts of cans of worms with Discovery that he's going to have to provide legally in front of a court. You think that if he was a federal agent, he'd be suing Fox News for defamation?
They know they control the jurisdiction, but he did say in a text message that day during it, I orchestrated the attack.
You think he's going to sue for defamation?
Two reply guys in a stream are arguing with the three most prolific journalists today. Greenwald started The Intercept and left when they started lying, and Beetle started Revolver. It's a very weird debate. I will give you that.
Such incriminating evidence to his nephew.
Like, I wish they had better people on the left side here.
Congressional hearings. He was all over the news. They were forced to do it thanks to Tucker Carlson and Professor Darren Beatty's work.
Wait, why do you
like I would unironically replace like Destiny with Sankt Uger, right? Like at least that would make more sense arguing with like Alex Jones and the journalists.
Tucker Carlson of all people.
Tucker early on thought it was wrong. Now he says he was wrong about that. Now he says he thinks the election.
Oh, crazy! When
the lawsuit goes away,
Sank would never want to be here.
Let me add to that.
The answers change.
They aren't sending their best. That is true.
The Democrats do.
No one wants to take that right from you.
Brian, you were saying?
Yes.
Can I say something here because I think
Glenn Greenwald. Glenn, go ahead.
The whole context for this conversation is, again, I mean, you just keep going back to it because it's so easy to see. People have this idea of the FBI, like, oh, they don't do this sort of thing. Earlier, I think it was Ed who said, wait, why would the New York Times run a puff piece? Do you think they're working with the FBI? Like, that idea to him is so different.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. It was me.
No idea what the history of the FBI is in this country. They have no idea that the FBI throughout the entire war on terror did this over and over. They would target and
they can't perceive federal agents acting suspiciously or using informants undercover.
That the FBI was needed because there was a much bigger threat of Islamic terrorism than there actually was. The FBI has been infiltrating and then using provocateurs to encourage groups to commit crimes so that the FBI can gain more power, can spread this narrative. You have to be incredibly naive or only paying attention to the news since 2016 and thinking Donald Trump is the only issue, not to understand that this is what the FBI has been doing for decades.
Replace Destiny with Kirsche. Why would I be on that side?
Working with the FBI, that is what the media in this country has been doing.
But you have no evidence of it. You're just making theories up.
By the way, if I can just add a nice little colorful detail there.
Holy shit.
The author of the Ray Epps puff piece that asked none of the questions that would get to the core of his involvement there. It's total puff piece. You can read it yourself. The author of that, his previous work includes the CIA authorized account of the Sinaloa cartel.
Yeah,
so
the idea of the New York Times. The idea of the New York Times is doing cleanup work for the deep states is insane. What Glenn Greenwald was saying is key. I remember the New York Times headline. They
puff
pull
piece
it
is that like a Reese's puff? A puff piece is like
it would be too much.
When somebody only asks softball questions and they sort of act sympathetic to the person they're interviewing instead of trying to get to the core of the problem while they're interviewing.
We're getting so far
including the first World Trade Center bombing, by the way, which is
it's like make the person not necessarily look good, but like sympathetic at minimum.
One of the last to be charged. He isn't the last to be charged. There's 1,200 people that have been charged. 1,250, I believe.
Who said he's the last to be charged?
Alex said they waited 3 years.
Yeah, they waited 3 years.
Do you realize that they're still indicting people and they expect that they're probably going to...
They had puff pieces. He was on ABC.
Let me finish my point, Alex.
Oh, my God.
So do you realize that they're still indicting people?
This reminds me of like when I was arguing with the German schizo about the Washington Post puff piece, and he was like, but you skipped parts of the article! I skipped them because they were filleting that fucking idiot.
He addressed me.
What would the charge be?
Let me respond.
It's so blatant. When I went back and read those parts, it didn't do anything to prove what I was saying wrong.
I want to hear Darren's response.
My God. The man is like a chicken with his head cut off for 3 days, including the day of the event, running around saying, go in the Capitol. He's ramming signs into people. He testifies, I orchestrated this attack.
He did not testify.
And then that was a Jan 6
It's a bizarre debate. I don't know what anyone is trying to prove about January 6th. Yeah, it's like nothing's really getting anywhere, and I think this is maybe this is the point of the debate, where it's like you can't.
You keep
You
interrupting
can't
us. You
consolidate these things.
I'm
If
not
people
telling-
believe
listen,
January
I'm not gonna
6th was an
slam on you.
insurrection,
And what's gonna
and if
happen is
people
everybody's
show
gonna get
them
this clip.
why it's
He
not an
testified at the
insurrection,
Jan 6 committee.
they're not
They
going to
said,
believe
"Is
it.
this your text message?"
They're not.
Yes.
They're not
Yes.
going to
I said, "Yes,
believe it. They
I
have
told
already
my nephew
accepted a
orchestrated it."
narrative that
Now
you
stop.
can't
Let me
change.
finish my point.
Thank you for being honest with us.
You keep honest. He said I orchestrated it.
Oh, that
you
can't
keep
be.
acting like
He testified that he said to his nephew that he said that.
Yes.
Yes.
In a text message.
There you go.
And he did
So
orchestrate
he
it.
did testify. So the point is, you keep acting like my victory is a failure.
Wait, where's the evidence that he orchestrated it? I'd love to see
He
that.
said it.
But
Oh
to
my God.
his nephew, I
Oh my
text
God, to
I
nephew,
text my
doesn't
friends
matter.
things all the time that are
Let me finish my point.
embellishments.
Because you guys, let me finish my point. They're all over every major corporate channel saying this poor little baby. They're saying he was a Fed or an operative or a provocateur for some NGO. He didn't do anything wrong. And when it got so obvious, they finally indicted him with a slap
The whole
on the
debate is
wrist.
here's the evidence.
And
I
then
don't
you're
believe
sitting
that.
there
Where's the
saying,
evidence I'm
"He
willing to
didn't
believe?" Yeah, pretty
testify.
much.
He just testified. Whoa.
No, he said he didn't testify that he orchestrated it. He testified that he sent that text to his nephew.
That he orchestrated it.
But no, then they asked him. No, Alex. Then they asked him if he actually orchestrated it. What was his
Why
answer?
do they think that this guy
in
can
the
lie and
transcript,
embellish
he
in
said,
text messages, but they don't think
it
that
wasn't
people
that he
would lie or
orchestrated it.
embellish
So
while
if I
under
send somebody a
oath?
message saying,
If the
"Oh, bank is
people
wrong,"
who are
I'm not
under
lying.
oath
Have
know
you
that
ever
nothing's going
embellished
to
a text
happen to
message to
them,
anybody that you
if
know?
they kind of fudge the
Like
truth
you,
under
like,
oath,
maybe not you. I
why
can't
would
see you
they?
doing
Why
that,
would they
but
not take that
maybe.
opportunity?
Actually, I'm
Oaths
kind
are
of understanding.
magical.
Yeah,
When we
you start
have
bringing
people
up the fact
taking
that I
oaths of
sent text messages
office
saying, "I robbed the
on like
bank."
gay porn,
Can I get
I don't
charged
think
with
the
robbing banks
oaths
if I didn't
mean
do it?
much
Yeah, they got
anymore at this
evidence.
point.
Exactly. They need the
And
evidence.
he's not like he's there saying go into the building.
They need
it's
the
not like he's
evidence,
there
though.
saying go into the and ramming signs. You're right. He's not there saying
But
go
it's
in for 3
illegal
days.
to
But
lie
he's not
under
there
oath.
ramming
Yeah,
signs.
nobody's ever
You're
done
right.
anything
Rams is
illegal.
innocent. He's not
How are
there
all those
ramming
gun-free
signs.
zone signs at schools doing?
You asked a question.
Yeah, so my question
You guys
is,
are indefensible.
my
Well,
question
Chink, same
is,
brain cell.
what should Ray Epps have been charged with? What law did he break that instead of what he was charged with, I think, was obstructing the proceeding?
Let me respond. Let me
No, he
respond.
was not charged with that. That's the interesting thing.
He was charged with
He
what
was
it?
not
Well, I
charged
think
with
the
obstruction
brothers
of
sound like a
an
couple of
official
candy
proceeding, which would have
asses.
been a very
I feel
easy
like they would be the
charge
people
and a
to play the
fairly
coffin of
typical
Andy and
felony
Lele and
charge
ask why they
given
can't be
to-
two brothers
So,
instead of a
let me
brother and a
answer this
sister.
comprehensively. So, first of all, it's extremely strange given how conspicuous and egregious and concentrated his behavior was that he somehow was able to avoid the obstruction of official proceeding charge. Number one. Number two, there are even more serious charges they could have given him. In fact, in the series of videos that we put out, there's one specific exchange he had with another guy. He said, when we go in, leave this here. We don't want to get shot. The when we go in, leave this here, he's referring to that individual's bear spray. That individual ends up going into the Capitol, committing violence, and doing a whole bunch of other things. And this is a bizarre case because this guy, who is super egregious, has to this day not fully been charged. His case hasn't even gone to a district judge yet.
So the obstruction case.
So
he
let me
couldn't be
give
charged
you a
with that.
sense. Let me give you a sense. Because when we're evaluating these things, we have to compare them to standards applied to others.
You're still alive.
let me
Yeah,
stop
I'm
you. You'll
watching
go
the
next.
debate.
Owen Schroyer, I've known him 8 years. He's a badass guy that helps disabled children and is literally like a super good person. No criminal issues in his life other than protesting. He is with me saying, don't go in. They charge him, and in the charging documents say, Owen's lying. He doesn't work for InfoWars. That's in the charging documents, the sentencing documents. The judge says, I'm putting you in these months in federal prison because you just questioned the election again and gave 3 examples of where he did it. So Owen spends months in a federal prison.
Why don't you talk about the deferred agreement that he had in 2019?
No, I agree. I will. Code Pink runs around and protesting. He put tape over his mouth when they were letting leftists run around and throw red paint in Congress, and they said, "Sir, you can't do that."
And he agreed that he wouldn't do it, and he did it.
And then he didn't protest. He went there to cover it as a journalist.
They're really going to argue about red tape over his own mouth being too far over the line and a reason for him to get months in prison? There's no fucking way. There's no fucking
Don't
way.
go in the Capitol, and you're not going to defend him going to prison.
But he pled guilty to everything that he got charged with.
You know, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I can't remember if it was fucking Chile or Peru, but there was a place in the last few years that had a fucking huge protest against their government. They dragged journalists and other political operatives out of their office and doused them in red paint to paint them as commie sympathizers. Where's that fucking energy? Where's that fucking Latin American uprising energy? They didn't harm anyone. There was no violence. They just dragged them out of their offices and painted them with red paint.
Your case. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's an innocent fight. If you have evidence that you're innocent,
we need some of that energy.
He broke the agreement that he signed, and then he pled guilty and said, "I broke the agreement that I signed," and agreed to the sentence that the sentencing guidelines.
And Trump shouldn't be able to run for office.
Also, this entire argument has been you again arguing for an insurrection, for rebellion. All we have, everything we have over here is actual testimony under oath, actual judicial rulings, actual rulings by judges, actual rulings by Supreme Court. I can't finish. I have to be able to finish. I gotta be able to finish. Well, I gotta be able to finish. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We can provide these arguments. We can provide the evidence. We can provide the testimony. And all you do is go, oh well, I don't trust the courts. Oh well, I don't trust statements made under oath. Oh well, hasn't the FBI done this in the past? You can skirt by providing hard evidence. I gotta be able to finish one thing.
You know how much a criminal?
You can skirt by. You can skirt by on providing any hard evidence for literally a single claim that you've made.
So Destiny's entire argument is just believe everything the feds tell you.
And you are hand brushing away every single other claim that's made, literally testified under oath by people that were loyal to Trump, by people that Trump trusted over and over and over again. And at the end of the day, like, what could you possibly
Hasn't Trump even admitted that he trusted people he shouldn't have?
I think it's because when I talk, you get really afraid. I actually respect. I appreciate that.
I don't think anyone could be afraid of Destiny. What the fuck is he talking about?
You just said, here you are advocating for insurrection again. Exact quote. A guy saying, don't go in the Capitol as a reporter. And you don't
Come on, you lost your wife to a literal twink. Who is afraid of you?
I don't think most Americans do. And that's when you have real revolution.
If you don't trust the court, real revolution, what do we do in a real revolution?
Hey, listen, we're not trying to go there right now.
What do we do in a real revolution? I'm going to invoke my French heritage, bring back the guillotines, make politicians afraid again?
Where would you...
In Minecraft.
Sure, okay, we'll see, okay? Where is the... Didn't like 4 people dying on January 6th from obesity and meth? If these are the people we have to fight, okay.
Ashley Babbitt, you're dehumanizing her? Was she on meth?
I don't think she was one of the 4 that died from meth. She died from the gunshot.
No, did she deserve to be shot?
She was trying to climb into an area where federal agents were saying, if you climb in here, I'm going to shoot you.
Federal gods?
Federal
if
gods?
It was your house,
I'm sorry, do federal agents not have the right to shoot people?
So you would have pulled the trigger on her. You like that?
If I was one of the federal agents there and I thought it was appropriate to do so,
Their job is to protect the people inside.
Do I like that? No, you guys were the ones cheering on the other side of that.
All right, I think we got a little derailed.
You guys were cheering for it the entire time.
Talking about Owen, we got a little...
Wait, I want to know, what do we do if we don't trust the courts? We don't trust the courts. We don't trust the president.
We don't trust... Assange deserve to be in prison.
What? I'm not here to talk
about
Julian Assange.
We are a fractured country. If we can't trust the courts, if we can't trust the political system, if we can't trust anything that's set up right now, insurrection seems to be the only real answer here.
I talked about Owen, who was there peacefully and said, don't go in, and he said, you're defending insurrection. Everybody's going to play that quote. That's not true.
Okay, I think, and you know what, I agree. I think claiming that is a defense of insurrection is different. You were defending maybe Owen?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get back to Darren because there was a question that was... we took a tangent, and also Glenn.
Was Destiny accidentally arguing in favor of an insurrection? It really seemed like it there, didn't it?
Darren, go ahead first on just to close the Ray-Apps thing, but I do want to say something as well about what I've been hearing.
I'm fine.
What charges do you think he should have gotten?
Oh, I think he could and should have gotten far more serious charges. The first example is the easiest and most readily available: obstruction of official proceeding, which is basically the standard charge for people who've done far less egregious things than Epps.
No, but it really isn't, though, because the only people charged with that, I believe, are the people who went into the House chamber.
No.
The people that walked through the Capitol did not get charged with that.
First of all, that's not the case, and second of all, that's not an ironclad law. That's not an ironclad law pertaining to the application of that charge. Secondly, there's a far more serious conspiracy charge that the government had available to them if we use the standards that they've applied in similar January 6 cases.
Yeah, he was way worse than Joe Biggs or Stuart Rhodes. I mean, he's literally, we're Stuart Rhodes saying invade the Capitol. We're Stuart Rhodes attacking people or ramming signs. Ray Epps did that.
Stuart Rhodes literally said that if Trump doesn't impose the Insurrection Act, that we need an insurrection. And he said, storm the Capitol. And he went into the Capitol, and he hurt police officers.
He did not go to the Capitol.
He called for people
That
to...
is like not-
Joe Biggs did. Joe Biggs went into the Capitol.
You just said
Joe Biggs or Stuart Rhodes. Either Joe Biggs or Stuart Rhodes.
Stuart Rhodes did not do that.
No, one of them, I forget which one it
Joe
was.
Biggs.
He said that.
Yeah, Joe Biggs.
No, you don't even know what I'm going to say.
He deserves a year in jail. He doesn't deserve...
You don't know what I'm going to say, though. One of them called for people to defend the White House and shoot to kill the National Guard.
Let me just answer really quickly.
By the way, that's
let me say something.
Stuart Rhodes did say that on air, and I told him he was wrong to his face. So I'm going to be honest.
Wait a second. One thing.
Before it happened, he did say, if Trump calls us out for a civil war, and I was like, dude, I'm not for this on air.
One thing,
you're right. That's true.
very quickly.
I agree. There's a lot of rhetoric on both sides.
You wanted
That's
an
true.
example of somebody who didn't go into the Capitol who got obstruction of the official proceeding?
Yeah.
That's Caldwell. That's one of many.
What did he do? I'm not familiar.
Well, I'm going to be honest. Stuart Rhodes did say what
Enrique?
he just said.
I can't remember his last name,
yeah,
right? He wasn't there, and he got charges, didn't he?
So if you put that together with...
No, I get there was some rhetoric.
Right.
It was dangerous.
So I mean, if you put that together with the planning, him and Biggs were planning.
Enrique Taro, thank you.
One Oath Keepers, one.
There's no proof they planned it.
Well, if you look at the telegram messages,
An undercover agent recorded the conversation in the garage.
But have you looked at the telegram messages where they're basically instructing people where to go and where they're at and that saying, hey, we stormed the Capitol, we took the Capitol.
Yeah, there's no doubt there was LARPing without Trump's directives of some people talking about that.
All right,
wait, why don't we trust their messages, but we do trust Ray Epps bragging to his nephew that he orchestrated?
Good point.
Well, no, I just said they were talking about it.
We're gonna go. Yeah, Glenn.
She's being honest.
Let's let Glenn finish this one off because then I have another question for you guys.
Yeah, the whole thing, like listening to them, honestly, it's like listening.
I feel like it's definitely more believable for some guy to just randomly brag about something he orchestrated than it is to believe someone who has a reason to lie under oath to not be lying under oath.
And the courts are very honest, and the courts are apolitical, and the courts make rulings, and everything that has happened in January 6th. And you can even look at the people they picked and choose who to expand the law. The people who ended up getting prosecuted on felony counts, even though they were nonviolent, had these incredibly novel interpretations of law that were used against them to turn nonviolent demonstration and nonviolent political protest into felony by taking this post-Enron law and giving it a stretched meaning that it never had before. And the reason so many of them plead guilty is because they know that if they go into court, they're going to have rulings against them, because a lot of these judges, especially in Washington, are not only Democratic Party judges, but the entire system is furious to watch people go and put their feet up on Nancy Pelosi's desk. So the entire system decided that this has to be punished regardless of what the law provides. You had the FBI with their hooks inside all of these groups, but I do understand that if you believe in this like story of American propaganda, that the FBI is these upstanding law enforcement people and they don't do that, and then the courts go and make rulings, then you're going to end up with this image of what the three of them have, which is this idea that this was one of the worst attacks in American history. The courts have ruled. Everything the government did in this case is consistent with
they need it to be one of the worst attacks in American history. It's another way to pit people against each other.
Trump's movement is a threat to the United States, and the entire part of January 6th.
Everyone knows that we have to play the game. I'm sick of the game, dude. Can we just light it on fire already?
809. I want to respond to Glenn real fast.
Owen didn't have the money for a criminal trial.
890 convictions or guilty pleas. 2 acquittals. 890 to 2. So is that go ahead, Glenn.
Yes, I also believe every single conviction from my government saying that people were bad operatives for looking at the government the wrong way.
A tiny number, a small percentage.
Yeah, and the Supreme Court is, and they should be.
You got to make.
Let Glenn talk. Go ahead.
Understand that usually what happens in the United States with nonviolent protesters or even with violent protesters is they don't get charged with anything. A tiny percentage of people who use violence throughout all of the Black Lives Matter protests ended up in jail because the ideology in which they were protesting was one that was considered positive and friendly by the institutions of authority. They were on the side of Black Lives Matter. They didn't prosecute that. The Trump movement and the right-wing extremists, as the government calls them, are considered enemies of the state, and that was why the entire law enforcement mechanisms were distorted.
If you want to actually make these...
Let me just back up Glenn briefly, and I'll shut up.
Let me finish.
I'll take a 5-minute break.
One second. Well, let me finish. It's not the same to compare Black Lives Matter protesters and protesters who entered the Capitol building during the certification of the election. Those are not. That's like
Democrats have bombed the U.S. Capitol. Democrats have bombed it.
That's true.
Burned down police stations, and they had within them people who were insurrectionary.
And they got charged, and as they should have. They got charged.
Barely any of them got charged.
There are plenty of them that were charged.
There were not plenty of them that got charged.
I'll just say one thing. I'm going to say one thing. I'm going to take a break here.
Yeah, we're actually all going to be taking a short 5-minute
I'm
break
gonna go
here in
to
a
some more
moment.
iced
But
tea.
Alex,
I'm
you
just
wanna-
Short 5-minute break. How long is this going?
Ladies and gentlemen, we saw billions of dollars of stuff burned down. We saw all the killings, and we never said all Democrats are involved in that.
That's
Biden
true.
gave a speech yesterday that was Hitlerian, in my view, literally saying everyone in D.C. was a terrorist. They're all bad. You can't vote for Trump. We're taking him off the ballot. America's going into martial law to stop him. Our republic is in danger. I got the transcript right here.
Yeah, what quote him where he says that? Everyone in D.C. is a terrorist. That's a Biden direct quote.
No,
is that Hunter Biden or Joe Biden?
I know you love Hunter, but the point is, this was a hysterical diatribe. This is dangerous.
So, Alex, what if instead of the Capitol was the White House, and there's thousands of people at the White House fence, and they push through the fence? Do you think those people deserve more of a criminal penalty than people that were rioting in, I don't know, L.A.?
No, I mean, if it turns out they were under the directive of a foreign power.
No, it was just a bunch of Americans.
No. Did they kill a cop? It's the crime they commit.
If a bunch of Americans, when Trump was in the White House, stormed the White House fences
guns,
with weapons, and made it past,
like Ashley Babbitt got shot?
No, made it past the fence.
The Trump supporters shot Ashley Babbitt. Okay,
made it past the fence, and they were at the doors of the White House. Do you think that they would act?
When Trump asked for the National Guard to stop that, Milley said no.
Trump didn't ask for the National Guard.
He didn't ask for the National Guard.
Milley's on record saying, I threatened to resign if Trump puts troops.
That wasn't January 6th. That was weeks before.
You just said about the White House.
Yeah, but nobody.
See, I'm giving you specifics.
Nobody was actually.
I'm giving you specifics.
Did anybody cross police barricades into the White House?
You know what I saw was the police, after a little bit of a fight, open the doors and wave people in, and a bunch of.
They didn't wave people in.
Oh my God! Everybody, get the footage.
There's one clip out of 40,000 hours.
Well, you can't just say it didn't happen and then be like, what, you only have one clip?
What I saw were people breaking the windows, climbing through broken windows, unlocking multiple doors, and letting other people in. Once in, police were forced to basically de-escalate the situation and make sure that the Congress people were protected. At that point, they were outnumbered 10-1, the Capitol Police to the rioters. At that point, those videos where they're walking alongside people, they're funneling them into the rotunda.
I was there.
You weren't in the Capitol, and I give you credit for that. You knew when to turn around.
The Wall Street Journal said I was cowardly on top of a car commanding people to invade. But thank God Jack Posobiec, because I didn't have a Twitter then, put the video out of me saying don't go in. I got there in the middle of it. Man,
I'm glad you didn't, and you made the right decision.
When you're there with 300,000 people, it's 1 million in town, and they don't even know what's happening in front of them. They're being guided in. A lot of those innocent people that just walked to the Capitol have been sent to prison.
All right, we're going to take well, no, actually, we're not going to be taking a break. Might be. But I want to ask you guys, talking about these people in prison, these prison sentences. So we're going to,
Is there a break or not? They can't even decide on that.
People are getting are justified or not. And then we're going to be taking questions from the audience from Zero Hedge Premium. So if you haven't signed up at zerohedge.com, sign up for the premium service.
What was the point of the Twitter questions then?
We'll get a question and before we wrap. But what do you guys think? I mean, let me start with you, Darren, because I haven't heard from you.
By the way, I don't want to wrap. I mean, I say take a break. A lot of people are tuning in now. I'll keep having this debate all day long.
Yeah, we might keep going. But Darren, what do you think about the prison sentences in general that these people have been getting?
I think they're completely overblown, and they're, it's consistent with what we're talking about, this amplification of January 6th into this false domestic terrorist act. And, the stakes, what are the stakes involved? The reason it's being amplified in this fashion is to justify the further weaponization of the national security apparatus against Trump supporters and to suppress the energies associated with Trump's movement. Therefore, you have these crazy sentencing. I think they're all crazy. Even those top sentences for the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, 20 years, 18 years. Yeah. It's simply insane when you think about, again, all of it has to be comparative. There are people guilty of murder who get less prison time. And the self-described, self-professed posture of the DOJ in the immediate aftermath of January 6th is one of shock and awe, which ominously but kind of unwittingly, accurately recalls the Iraq War and the war on terror. This is not an accident. It's very fitting that the Department of Homeland Security is the tip of the spear when it comes to this repurposing of the national security apparatus. It was the Department of Homeland Security that said white supremacy is the #1 national security threat, and by white supremacy, they mean Trump. All of these people have also said January 6th was a white supremacist insurrection. Hillary Clinton
Which made no fucking sense when they said it.
Supremacist slogan, so that helps to contextualize and clarify.
And all these movies are coming out.
What they mean when they say white supremacy is the #1 national security threat. And so basically, these people, even the people who committed illegal acts, are in effect political prisoners because of the political context of these prosecutions, which are vastly overblown and could only make sense within this political context of the weaponization not only of the national security state, but unfortunately now also the legal apparatus.
And let's go on the line with Glenn again and then all you guys. But I just want to say something. This is important, folks. In June of 2021, Biden put out a national security memorandum, which you just mentioned, saying right-wing extremism is the #1 threat. Then he defined that as white supremacism and then said questioning open borders, questioning elections, questioning lockdowns, questioning forced shots. That's in the report. I've shown it hundreds of times on air. It's literally declaring
if you have questions, you're a white supremacist.
Background with Marines. I thought I was watching Adolf Hitler. And then yesterday he gives a speech and saying they're taking over, they're a danger, we're at war, all off a riot at the Capitol. At best, it's a riot and obviously provocateur. So this is a branding of 80 million
I would say, even if you want to even call January 6th a fucking riot, stop being disingenuous about the Black Lives Matter and Antifa riots.
I know. You're in a crowd of hundreds of thousands. Tear gas is coming down. You can't even see what's happening at the Capitol. You're saying, don't go in there. We've got a stage. I go there.
Have a good night,
There's a stage, no one there. I mean, we were set up, and I was set up, and thank God that I waited 30, 40 minutes. I didn't know what to do. I was like, this is weird. How do I lead a crowd that's already left? I was there. And so all I'm saying is this is not the basis to indict populist Americans and say they're terrorists. And if the U.S. government spent the equivalent of $10 trillion, they spent $1 trillion.
It's a way to demoralize you. If you feel like everything is pointless, if you feel like you can't even protest
in Vietnam,
and the Vietnamese people are going to give up their principles. They're not going to try.
F-16s, we'll just kill Americans. We'll take your guns. F-16s don't take guns, folks. I don't want a civil war. I don't want violence. But the entire deep state couldn't defeat the Vietnamese. And now they want a war with the American people while they have one with Russia and while they have one with China. This is madness. It needs to stop. I don't want a war with Democrats. I don't want civil war. I don't have some dream of this. But this is the election strategy of Joe Biden is civil war.
Glenn, did you want to say something?
I think this is really the nub of
Look,
everything.
Glenn, this is live right now. This is a live show.
Actually believe what they're saying about actually realizing this, and the reason they believe it is because they don't know the history of the war on terror. They don't know the history of the Cold War. They don't know what the CIA and the FBI and the U.S. security state have been constructed to do and the role that they played in our domestic politics. Every single time that there's some new crisis, the CIA, the FBI, the permanent power faction in Washington, and it's not like some crazy conspiracy theory. Dwight Eisenhower warned of it on his way out of the presidency in 1961 when he called it the military-industrial complex because he had seen how it was growing beyond all democratic accountability. Every time what they need to do is convince somebody to be scared of something, to be scared of communism, to be scared of terrorism, to be scared of domestic terrorism. And they convince people that some minor event, relatively speaking, in the history of the threats to our country, like the 9/11 attack, which is a terrible thing, but they exaggerated wildly the threat of foreign terrorism to
the Patriot Act was another double-speak term.
And warrantless eavesdropping and all of the things that turned our country more authoritarian. They were announcing that before 9/11. They used 9/11 to do it. They were announcing before January 6th that they wanted to turn right-wing extremists into domestic terrorists. And they used January 6th and this extremely inflated narrative about what it was. It was a riot of out-of-control people, a few hundred of them, that they turned into an insurrection, that they're now weaponizing the justice system, and they're creating a precedent. I hope you guys understand this, where they're now taking a nonviolent protest. Remember, most of the people charged on January 6th are charged with nonviolent protest, and they've made it now so that they can charge those people with felonies and put them in prison for years. That was the Q shaman, 4 years in prison for a nonviolent protest. That's the precedent that you're endorsing with this narrative.
So Jacob Chansley got 4 years, but he served, I think, 1.5 years. But I do want to go back. So
But that doesn't matter if he only served 1.5 years. He still got charged for 4, and that's a problem.
Biggs, Stuart Rose, and Enrique Tarrio. They were sentenced to some of the harshest sentences out of all the January 6ers. Who was the judge? It was a Trump-appointed judge, Timothy Kelly. Now, if you look at the worst convictions, the ones that received the largest sentences, 80% of them were actually
the way they
under
downplay legitimate concerns
the sentencing
infuriates
guidelines.
you. Yeah, it's
80%.
awful.
These people didn't receive sentences that were any more harsh than anybody else in other crimes. And these were people sentenced from a Trump judge.
Only 1.5 years for protesting.
So
all right, well, where's all the
you're
protesters from Black Lives Matter and Antifa getting arrested then? Where's that happening?
Or Trump supporters. But these are Trump judges. Many of these were Trump judges that actually not charge these people, but sentence these people.
I think that if we want to talk
like they
about
don't believe,
knowing
they
history,
don't believe that
understanding
these people
history,
just
contextualizing
hate.
history, I
It's
think
like
if
a
we want to run with
uniparty,
that
dude.
argument,
Like,
then we
please.
need to do real journalist work while we do it. It's not enough to say the FBI or the CIA has done this 10, 20 years ago and then blindly assert it every single time it
Don't
happens
believe
to
your
fit
lying
whatever
eyes.
political
Don't look
narrative
for
you wanna
pattern
tell.
recognition.
If you wanna
Just
tell a
go
story,
on. Just
the
go
person
on
telling the story
blindly.
needs to find evidence to support it. Sure, if you want to say the FBI or the CIA or any other domestic agency has been involved in spying on Americans or doing bad things, that's fine. We all know that it's happened. That doesn't mean that you don't have to find evidence in the future of it happening. And so far, there is no evidence of it happening on January 6th. As many times you want to throw around the follow politics before 2016 or whatever, well, we're in 2024 right now. Find some information from today or find some information from January 6th to today. It's not enough to just keep appealing to the past and pretend like that's going to do
No,
your homework for
you have
and
to
that
appeal
somehow
to
you
the
can make
past.
all
And the
of
fact
these
that you only
accusations
started
without having
paying
any real
attention in
evidence.
2016 is
As far
part
as
of the
this claim
problem,
like, there are
Destiny.
novel uses of
You don't
charges, that
understand
people
the
don't do
connections they're
charges like
making
this.
to past
As was said over
shit.
here, like most of the sentences have been within sentencing guidelines. A lot of these have been done with a Trump-appointed judge. The idea that these charges are novel or that people don't face prosecution like this, there's some element of truth to that, but this is also a novel situation. We have never had a president in the United States try to resist the peaceful transfer of power like this. This has just never happened before.
That's just not
You can keep
true.
screaming about Hillary Clinton.
That's just
you can keep
not.
screaming
Again,
about
you
BLM all
guys
want
discussed
and talk
Bush
about the
versus
blown-up
Gore
fire stations and
earlier.
congressional halls. The reality is that none of those situations were like this one. If you want to keep appealing to those and saying those people should have been charged with crimes, we agree they should have been charged with crimes. But to even do the whataboutism, you have to already concede that you are wrong on all of the merits about the current people you're talking about. Every single time we talk about Donald Trump, you go, well, what about when Hillary Clinton or Biden did it? Oh, okay, then you admit that Trump did? Because if you want to admit that Trump is guilty of every single thing that we've been accusing him
Yeah,
of,
it is
which
really
is what
weird
you're
that
doing when you
the
go, what
people
about
on like
the other guy?
Destiny's
'Cause it seems
side
like
will
you're
be
just trying
like,
to appeal to
hey, yeah,
hypocrisy
fuck
at that
all
point rather
cops.
than the
Cops
facts
are
of the matter.
shit, but I'm
Then
gonna
do that.
believe
Say,
all
yeah,
the
Trump
feds
did
without
try to start an
question.
insurrection. Yeah, Trump did fail. Yeah, it was a riot. I don't know why you keep
Well, let
saying
me
it
ask you
mostly
this.
peaceful. No, don't ask me this. Let me finish my one point one time without being interrupted by you. You came
constantly
running
interrupt.
back because you heard me talk. You had to interrupt me. I know you came running back and you were so excited for it. Okay? I don't understand this rhetoric of mostly peaceful riot. Yeah, it was mostly peaceful.
What's that meme? What's that meme where like the final panel is like, I don't even think about you at all? That's like Destiny and Alex right here, dude.
Or 1,000 people
And
riding.
Destiny's just like, I'm living in your head rent free, and Alex is just like, who are you? I don't think about you at all.
So let me just add some context here. Well, they had 3 trials in Michigan, and one of them it was a mistrial, and they let most of them off another, and they finally got a few convicted. It came out in court that the feds went and found a bunch of basically homeless potheads, and just like Glenn was saying, the New York Times article, they were more accurate, 97% of Islamic plots were hatched by the FBI, including the first World Trade Center bombing, and they admit all that. And I've interviewed the people involved, Ahmad Salam, all of them, that knew they were going to do the bombing. He came and said, why have I cooked a real bomb? And they let it go forward. With Whitmer, the same team involved in January 6th from the FBI went and set these people up, and that came out in the mainstream news. Right. So we know this isn't, you guys were saying, we don't want to go back to 10 years ago. You know, I'm sat there for 6-7 minutes, you know, out there smoking a cigarette while you're just going on and on, acting like you're being censored. You're like, there's no example recently of them doing something corrupt or bad.
Never said that.
It's a great example, Alex. And if I can add some detail to that.
I said find J6 evidence.
He said you can use stuff.
No, Destiny, this is a great point. This is a great point that Alex is making. You don't need to go back to the original War on Terror. You don't need to go back to the ample antecedents that exist going way back into our nation's history. Just go back to the Michigan case, and the parallels to January 6th are striking. Look, almost half of the so-called plotters turned out to be either informants or federal
Chat,
agents.
if my stream goes down, blame
One
the
of
cats.
those federal agents had to recuse himself from the trial because he's beat his wife on the way home from a swingers party. The second one had to recuse himself because he was moonlighting in his private security firm and leaking details of investigations in which he was involved. But in every single, it wasn't just that there were informants. Every active step instrumental to this so-called plot was undertaken by one of the informants or one of the agents. One of the informants, as I mentioned him, Steve Robeson, in the context of, does the government ever burn its own informants? Almost all the time. And
How many
in
of
this
the
case,
BLM riots were instigated by FBI?
What?
How many of the BLM riots were instigated by our own intelligence agencies?
Well, they had agents in there. In fact,
That's not what I asked.
one of the guys, Sullivan, one of the guys, Jake Sullivan, he had a very complicated relationship. Antifa basically excluded him because of his relationship with the government, and they thought he was a Fed. Absolutely, the Feds infiltrate BLM. Absolutely, they
got
did that.
excluded because of his relationship with the government. He got excluded because that guy was insane. Because he was screaming at people to do all sorts of violence.
Stupid question, Destiny. I mean, I'm sure he expected people to be like, there were no Feds there at all.
Capitol saying, I told you we were
Where did
gonna
those
stage
brick
it.
pellets
I told
come
you it was
from?
gonna happen."
Black Lives Matter funded the bricks.
These guys haven't talked to me.
Why is it that when BLM pro rioters, I guess you could say, aren't arrested as much as you want? Like, you say the January 6ers were arrested at a much higher rate than the rioters.
They were. It was all over the news. People from Black Lives Matter weren't getting arrested. And the ones that did had their bail paid by politicians and by celebrities.
For those riots of being federal agents.
Well, in some cases they probably are, but at that scale, it's hard to.
Maybe they just have more there. How do you know?
No.
Like, if you want to go conspiracy theory, I mean, let's touch all the bases.
But I mean, Michigan is on record.
Can I interject? First, the idea again that for the FBI to be infiltrating these groups is a conspiracy theory. Again, it requires an understanding of the FBI that's childlike. And what Destiny was saying before is, oh, we're just using what they've done in the past and therefore concluding they must be doing that in the future. He just ignored all the evidence we've been presenting for the last 2 hours, including the fact that the FBI, by their own admission, had informants in all three of the leading groups that organized January 6th and were talking to informants on the ground at the Capitol on that day.
Who is the head of the FBI? Who's the head of the FBI?
Appointed him, it's okay.
As far as the January 6th defendants are concerned, it is true that they're getting sentences similar to what people get when they're charged with felonies. The point is that it is insane that nonviolent protesters are being charged with felonies in the United States. That is what never happens. And pointing to Black Lives Matter is not to say, oh yeah, that's whataboutism, so we're admitting that this was an insurrection, and that is too. The point is that what the government is doing, if you look at the disparate treatment between the two, is picking and choosing which movement they like ideologically and politically and which they don't, and punishing
Which is why the January 6th people are the ideological prisoners.
January 6th is about.
Going into the Capitol building with weapons saying, hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence. No, that's not a violent crime, but are you saying that doesn't warrant a felony conviction? That's absurd.
No,
People are actually calling for the hanging of the vice president of America.
I'm going to be honest.
The majority of people, no, Alex, hold on 1 second. The majority of people who were charged with felonies in January 6th are non-violent offenders.
And what did they do, Glenn? What did they do?
An interpretation of the law. They created an interpretation of the law that was enacted after Enron that was designed to criminalize accountants from obstructing fraud at the corporate level. Every single meaning of it to mean that if it's a nonviolent protest, any nonviolent protest now at the Capitol can be charged with a felony.
You're glossing it.
It's really weird how Glenn is trying to say the majority of the people charged with felonies were non-violent, and it's written as non-violent, and the Kuckenstein guy is just like, but what about this one guy who called for hanging of Mike Pence?
Being waved in by police.
No,
that's on record.
No, but here's the facts. The people who got the felonies were either violent, they were taking part in a conspiracy, or they went into the House chamber. Those are the people who got it. The people who walked into the Capitol building.
Again, Enrique Tarrio, 20 years, wasn't there.
I just gave you a specific example earlier.
Like one or two based on conspiracy. Give me the example. What did he do?
Thomas Caldwell. He was not violent, and he did not go into the Capitol.
He didn't go. What did he do? What was he charged with?
What was his conviction? What was his conviction?
Yeah,
What was Caldwell's conviction?
Let's talk about.
Did not go in the
Let's
Capitol.
talk about Thomas Caldwell for a minute.
And then also, real quick, to Glenn's point, keep in mind that when you're saying that BLM wasn't treated the same because of the government and how they, you're not just alleging the federal government at that point. You're alleging every single state government and city municipality that's in charge of arresting people are all.
Oh, holy shit, Destiny! You're so close to getting it.
The feds are in charge of prosecuting everybody in every state.
Thomas Caldwell was part of the seditious conspiracy. He was part of the conspiracy by the Oath Keepers.
Let Glenn come in,
That's
and then I
why
want to
he
hear
got
about
charged with a felony.
He's almost there. It's almost as if the thing that people want to claim is happening is actually happening, but not by the people that they're claiming are doing it.
Because they were petrified of being demonized as being racist if they didn't support everything the Black Lives Matter movement did. So yes, the Black Lives Matter movement had corporations sponsoring them. They had Kamala Harris urging and raising money for people to get out of prison who were imprisoned and prosecuted for having.
They had celebrities raising funds. There were streamers I knew who were donating to funds to get Black Lives Matter protesters out of jail.
The establishment hated the January 6th defendants. That's the reality of our government that you don't understand. Because
the reality of our government that you don't understand. No, the reality of our government that you don't understand is that police orders don't come down from the federal government or even from the governors. Policing is done at the municipal level. The idea that governors are dictating. The BLM riots are not all federally prosecuted. These are state crimes that are happening within states. That are happening within states. The idea that the governor themselves, the governors are dictating. The governors themselves are dictating the policing policies to all of these different departments. Where's the evidence of any of that? One message, one email, one memorandum, one thing saying don't arrest protesters, don't convict them. Not a single shred of evidence.
See, we actually had that evidence. What is happening?
Weird. That's the most you guys have. Isn't that weird?
And got arrested by George W. Bush against
why are we forgetting something? We're forgetting one thing.
Politicians were donating themselves. Yeah, politicians were absolutely donating themselves.
A felony, and it doesn't have to be violent. There's plenty of felonies on the books that aren't violent, including breaking into a federal building, breaking through police lines and going into that federal building and going into the Senate chamber as Congress people are trying to certify an election. How is that going over your head, Glenn?
Let me ask you this. I'm asking you this and everybody. Please answer my question.
This is literally the definition of like V-tweeters seething at a group of people that actually have done something.
Is this Biden announcement that currently the number one threat is the Trump supporters, and Trump must be taken off the ballot. You can punt to the Supreme Court, but they're literally trying to preclude Americans for voting for who they want. That's the election theft in our face.
Why do we have to keep going back to that?
That's the third time that question was asked and unanswered.
Yeah, I mean, who cares?
I want to go
They're
to
taking
Caldwell.
somebody off the ballot.
I want to talk about Thomas Caldwell, and Darren, maybe you can answer this. Who is he? What did he do exactly, and what was he charged with?
Seditious conspiracy.
I mean, we don't need to get into that so extensively. I was just saying, here is somebody who is not violent, who did not go into the Capitol, who is charged with obstruction of an official proceeding.
Seditious conspiracy.
Well, there was later a superseding indictment.
That's a felony he was charged with. So
Biden's entire campaign is January 6th. Not inflation, not war with Russia, not open borders. I mean, give me a break, man. We had 1 million+ people there. A few hundred got in fights with the cops, and you act like it's the biggest thing since
It's a pretty big deal when a president tries to overturn a legitimate election. That's a really big deal. That's a really big. You had all your investigations, and you lost every single one. When you lose in court, you go to the next day. That's what you do. Remember
There's no corruption anywhere. Don't worry about it.
If we would have lost the election, you know what we would have done the next day? We would have went to work. Well, here you are 4 years later, still crying about the outcome of the election.
So if Biden's going to win by landslide,
why didn't even go to court.
It's up to the Supreme Court to decide.
Can I just say what my dream is? My dream is that Ed and Brian and Destiny have to actually live through a real coup so that they can then come back to the set and be like, oh my God, you know what? I'm so sorry for saying that what happened in the Capitol for 3 hours against the most militarized and powerful government to ever exist in human history got anywhere near
Does anyone remember?
Insurrection.
There was an uprising in Egypt, and there was a female journalist who was in the middle of the uprising trying to report on what was going on. And she got swept away by a violent crowd and raped in the middle of it. Does anybody remember that?
Can everyone describe a coup to me? Because usually it's helicopters taking over media, killing the opposition, troops. and then you're claiming women with American flags. And
Nobody
being
said
waved in
not
by
my
police is a
president
coup.
for years.
So define to me, all of you first, and then Glenn and then the professor. What
Is that the one that
is
Tim
a
Pool
coup?
won't shut up
Since
about?
this was
I'm
the
not
most
sure when the last time you
devastating
mentioned it was.
ever,
A coup is when
explain to
you
me.
enact a scheme to try to circumvent the peaceful transfer of power.
Like
That's a
Russiagate.
coup.
No, they didn't take any action. It was.
They tried to remove him on a line.
There's nothing illegal done there to try and remove
The
Trump. There
intelligence
was a- it was an
agencies
impeachment is
censoring,
not
putting out fake
illegal.
dossiers. Oh, that was illegal?
The dossier was
saying his election wasn't legitimate.
Did they try to remove him? They took it to the
So
they
wait,
took it
do you
to
admit
Congress.
that, wait, hold on. You admit then that Trump tried a coup, and you think Russiagate was also a coup then? Do you want to do
No,
it? 'Cause
no,
if you're
no,
gonna
no.
whataboutism,
No, I don't-
If you're
I
gonna-
don't
if you're
agree
going-
Trump
if
did a
you're gonna
coup.
play-
I'm
then
asking
fight-
you-
Wait, fight
I'm
on the
asking
merits.
you,
Fight
like,
on the
Glenn-
merits
do you
then.
know about
Fight on
Pinochet?
the
Do you
merits.
know
Destiny,
about Hitler?
shut the
Fight
Do you
on
know
the
about?
merits.
Do you know about the
Fight
attempt
on-
to coup? Do you-
I
what
doubt
is it-
Destiny knows about
Why don't
Pinochet.
you fight on the
You're the
merits
smart
of the
guy.
argument instead of doing the whataboutism
Stop.
without even owning that Trump did something
No,
wrong?
no.
Focus on Trump.
Define me a coup.
I just did. Did you not listen to it?
No. Let's start with Glenn Greenwald. Glenn, you're a well-respected journalist. You look at
Used to
coups
be.
around the world. What do they usually look like?
Destiny, how are you taking shots at these people? You are literally a Twitch streamer.
And the constitutional scholar I used to be, as Destiny said. But anyway, a coup is generally when people in power or people who are trying to get into power marshal the force of the armed factions.
Oh no,
of
he
that
went
country
there. Imagine
and use it
attacking
to
some of the
eliminate
journalists that
legal
still have any
process and
ounce of
take over. So,
integrity
for
left.
example, if Trump had called in the military on his side on January 6th, or he had gotten the military to block people from trying to remove him from office on January 20th, that is always what we say is a coup. Nothing that looks like what happened on January 6th. The other thing I just want to correct, Destiny seems to have this like debate me sort of point that he thinks he keeps making that's so smart, which is when you
Why
say.
does he waste so much time on catty comments? There must be something better for him to say.
No, you're the one that does throwaway
There must be
lines.
something
All right,
better for him to say.
We're about to change gears. Let Glenn finish this thought, and then we're moving to our.
He's like trying to be so fucking catty and insulting. It's not gonna get him his masculinity back. It's just making him look like a cuck even
And
more.
it's wrong. And then someone else says, well, what about this person, this politician you love? He did the same thing. Destiny says, oh, you're admitting that both of them did something wrong. No. One of the reasons why you say things like the Black Lives Matter protest was never considered an insurrection is not to say that January 6th was also an insurrection and therefore you should treat the Black Lives Matter one like an insurrection. The point is to say the Black Lives Matter wasn't treated like an insurrection because people like Ed and Destiny and Brian love the Black Lives Matter movement because it's aligned with their ideology.
Finally,
These
someone
are
explains
liberals
it in
who
like
hate the Trump
basic
movement
first grade
politically and
English since they
therefore
didn't
want to
understand
criminalize
it.
But pointing to other examples
I'm
where the
against
same
all rioting, just to be clear.
isn't admitting that the one that you start with is wrong. You're just trying to show that you're not applying consistent principles when your ideology is at
If
stake.
that was the case, then when you're accused of defending a coup, then you argue why it's not a coup. That's how the argument works. If somebody says, I think that Trump engaged in a coup,
One of the ways that you show that it's not a coup is by saying that the things that you like that are done that are far more insurrectionary are things you won't call an insurrection because those things done to advance.
Glenn, I'm
political
sorry. No, Glenn, that's called an appeal to hypocrisy. The way that you
What?
argue against something being a coup.
You actually believe what
Why
you
has Trump not been charged with it? Why have they not charged Trump with insurrection? You just say
Jack Smith already said why. Go read some of his documents
It's
if you
like
haven't
the
already.
main Secretary of State. She says
God,
he's
I wish
guilty.
people on Destiny's side could be fucking consistent with the shit that they
If you
say.
don't agree on the definition of a coup, which you said it requires
didn't
military
Jack
presence,
Smith
I don't know if
indict
anybody
him,
would
as
necessarily
Glenn
said.
said?
All right. Well, it's not going to get resolved tonight, although we have tried to resolve it.
Why are we shutting this down? I'll go.
We're not shutting it down. We're just moving to the next phase of the organization, which is
Let Destiny and Glenn finish his point because
Actually, we're going to comments. I think this.
Fine, if you want to shut it down, that's fine.
I do want to shut it down. I want to
Shut it down!
In fact, he's been
The
instructed
hippie
to move
man
on, so
said
that's
to
what we're
shut it
doing.
down!
By who?
By the producers of the show. Let's move on.
The producers.
ZeroHedge.com. I mean, we can, if you guys want
The
to go in circles and yell over
producers.
each other for another 10 minutes. I don't want to do it. I want to go do
Oy
comments.
vey,
But
Chad.
There was a 6'3" Marine, ex-Marine, that told you to
Thanks,
shut it
dude.
down. Yeah.
Thanks, dude. Shut it down.
No, but I mean, listen. This is the heart of it. Coups are militaries seizing the telecommunications and the government institutions and killing their opposition.
You could do lots
Trump,
of different
if Trump
types
was going to do that, I would
I
be
mean, a
against.
federal
Trump
judge
did
said
not
it
do
was a
that.
coup.
That
A
a
federal
bunch
judge
of
said it
fucking
was a
people
coup.
being led into the Capitol is not a freaking coup, man.
We have an electronic
judge
coup,
said
you know.
otherwise.
But let's go on. These are from ZeroHedge.com from some of the premium users of the website have sent in some of the questions. This one's actually a question for what they call the blue team, which right now is going to be the three of you guys, Ed, Brian, and Steven. The
Blue
question
team.
is, The New York Times acknowledged that there were FBI informants in the Capitol on January 6th, and then they give a link to the New York Times article. Given the agency's history of entrapment, is it a stretch that some agents may have provoked the riot? And then there's a follow-up question. Why was law enforcement so ill-prepared for the insurrection, in quotes, despite the presence of informants? So the first part of the question is it a stretch that some agents may have provoked the riot?
So informants are something the FBI has been using for years, decades. Is it illegal? No. They can do it as long as they do it within the legal means. If an informant is in the Capitol breaking the law, that doesn't mean that the FBI is behind it. Informants are also people who live their lives. Like, I could be an informant for FBI. I could go and murder somebody. That doesn't mean the FBI had me murder that person. So I think there's
this man is so fucking disingenuous. There's no way. There's no way he believes the shit that just came out of his fucking mouth.
Do I think it's possible that an FBI agent could have done that? Sure, anything's possible, but it put out the evidence. There isn't evidence of this. The whole Ray Epps thing. Show us the evidence that he actually works for the FBI.
He orchestrated it. He just said I orchestrated it.
I robbed the bank. Come arrest me. Should I get arrested? I just said I robbed the bank.
But you didn't rob. You weren't at a bank that got robbed. So why does that matter?
You guys are just coming to that conclusion.
We're not saying he works for them. Probably. If I had to guess, I'd say Southern Poverty Law Center.
If Ray Epps set them up, why isn't a single other person there attested to that?
Out of the
if he whispered into people's ears, if he was leading breach teams, why didn't any of the arrestants? Why didn't a single person come out? I'm asking why. I'm asking this though. The next reasonable question: why isn't a single person come out of testimony?
We exposed him.
Hello, good evening.
He's the leader there, and he's there doing it. He did it on video. He said, "I led this. I did this."
You're not answering my question. I'm saying why hasn't anyone else come out and attested to this? Not a single person.
You know what an orchestra is, right?
I went to school for music.
The conductor.
Holy shit, Destiny!
And all the musicians have to see the conductor and would tell you that's my conductor.
He says go into the Capitol.
Why doesn't anybody else say that was my conductor?
You know, the follow-up part of this question, why do you guys think law enforcement was so ill-prepared for the insurrection, again in quotes, despite the presence of informants? This is from Space Worm, just so you know, Space Worm from Zero Hedge.
Well, half of them were sent away for crowd control.
I think the ill-preparedness came because Trump's deployment of the National Guard in the past, especially in D.C., had caused a lot of people to be uncomfortable with National Guard being present in the Capitol when the certification of the vote was happening. So as they were having conversations prior to establishing security, I think they took a lot of extraordinary bureaucratic measures to make it so that I think that day, if the National Guard was going to be deployed, it either had to be, I think, Miller or Walker. I think one of those two had to be the direct authorization.
Let me respond briefly.
Which is novel.
We have you,
to go that way. Let me.
We have you 1 hour ago saying Trump never called for National Guard, and you just said they refused it. I got your ass.
You got me. Yes, that's correct. You got me. So when the National Guard was deployed, the only area that they were allowed to do.
They blocked it.
Yep.
The Pentagon blocked Trump.
Yes.
You just admitted Trump wanted it and didn't get it.
You got me. They only deployed 340 people.
Because you look at the clip from an hour ago, he said it wasn't
That's
true.
right. You got me.
Got him.
That's right.
Got him. You want to do
scope of the mission. The scope of the mission. You know, rhetoric like this is why Ashley Babbitt got shot. You realize that, right?
I'm gonna get shot?
No, people like Ashley Babbitt died because of people like you driving people onto this, right? It might be funny for you. I don't know if it's funny
murdered
for them.
Ashley Babbitt?
You're more or less responsible with this kind of talk, yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Play in a factual world.
You
At
love
least,
the
tie yourself to the crowd.
You said an hour ago.
That is very ironic coming from you, Destiny.
National Guard. I can show 50 articles. It's on record. And then you just admitted it. Gotcha.
Guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the thing.
340 people were authorized to be there, but in order to actually call them to themselves, it was an extraordinary process. So when you read the J6 committee in the Situation Room and Sund and everybody else complaining, where's the National Guard? Where's the National Guard? There was a whole bunch of stupid bureaucratic red tape and optics concerns that people had to cut through to get them there. So if you believe the official story and the 15 to 20 people
1 hour ago he said Trump never won National Guard. Now Trump wanted it, but he didn't get it for a good reason.
We're talking. Okay, so Alex, so you're claiming
he's a leprechaun, chat.
You're claiming the FBI was behind it. In 2019, you
specifically... the Gulf of Tonkin?
No. You specifically said, I almost had like a form of psychosis where I thought everything was staged. So do you still have that psychosis?
Well, I said almost a form.
So do you almost still have that form of psychosis?
You asked a question. Let me quote it for you. That's out of a larger context about when you're lied to.
In a court deposition.
You're not... I said a larger context of deposition.
About Sandy Hook.
Which is a larger...
Why is he bringing up the Sandy Hook deposition?
Hoax, and you said it was fake because of this.
Sure, so you let me talk now?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I said a larger context, which is a larger 5 hours, 8 hour deposition, right? Okay. So I just told the truth. I said a larger context. I'm explaining that the public's been lied to so much, there's a major loss in confidence where people then don't believe anything they're told, and that's dangerous.
That's not what you
Yeah,
said.
it
That's
is
not
dangerous.
the context
No,
you said
that's
it.
actually-
That's not the context you said it.
I know what I said.
But I read it. I read the deposition.
Oh, so put the full thing out.
I don't have it with me, but I read it.
The point is, stop.
Somebody Google it.
You're scared to talk?
Oh, go ahead.
So that's a whole nother PR firm thing, things out of context to blow that stuff up. All that.
PR firm is telling you what you say in court under oath?
You're not.
We got to
listening.
let Alex finish the short question, and then we're going to go back to the user's question.
I mean, Madeleine Albright told Leslie Stahl of 60 Minutes, I ordered 500,000 children killed because I thought it was a good thing to do. I'd do it again. She's a great person. I question Jussie Smollett. I question WMDs in Iraq. I question everything, and I'm proud of everything I've done, and all that stuff is PR firm garbage. When I talk about the general public, because the media lies about almost everything, loses trust in anything, that creates a general form of psychosis, and it's very dangerous. I talk about that every day on my show, and Joe Rogan just last week said, you know, Alex Jones isn't totally right, but he means to be right. He's more informative than CNN. They lie on purpose, and the public has lost trust in the system. That's dangerous. What do you do? So that was the full discussion. Let me give you another example. They say in court, Jones in a custody battle said, I'm an actor, everything I say is fake. I've offered a $1 million reward for that. I didn't say that. They wanted to put, like now, a 15-year-old video, back then it was like a 9-year-old video, of me as the Joker saying all these horrible things, take drugs, kids, you'll die, it's great. So kids wouldn't take drugs. It's reverse psychology. Okay. And then, hold on. They wanted to introduce that in court, and my lawyer said when Jack Nicholson plays the Joker, he's not really the Joker. And when Alex Jones is in Waking Life or Scanner Darkly or any of this stuff, when he's being an actor, it's not what he really means. In the scope of when
Are you being an actor now?
No, see.
How do we know? How do we know?
No,
how do you know?
See,
maybe you still have psychosis.
But see, that's the game you're playing.
No, I'm not playing a game. I'm serious.
No. I am 99.
Psychosis is a serious problem.
No, when I'm on this show, this is Alex Jones, the analyst, Alex Jones, the pundit. Alex Jones,
I'll get to you in a moment.
Covering.
Yeah, Glenn's about to jump in.
I mean, this game that I don't mean when I say Ray said I orchestrated it. That's a real thing.
Yeah, we're all playing a sort of character right now. We're all on a stage.
I was actually in that Twitter space with you, with Elon Musk. What was it? 4 weeks ago or so?
He was in Scanner Darkly. Forgot about that.
You tried to claim that you didn't push the Sandy Hook conspiracy theory.
We're getting a field here.
I'm basing this on the whole psychosis thing. I have a
This is a field. This is not in the scope of the discussion.
Yeah, we really got to stick with the question.
Personal attacks, and they can't argue the facts. Yeah, exactly.
You did push it.
It's like it feels like they're disingenuously trying to misinterpret what he's saying about the psychosis thing, when he's completely right. If your journalists lie, if it's been proven they have one narrative that they all push, if you find that they're putting out misinformation, you find that they chop up videos and they only release small context. If you lose this faith, what are you supposed to do? How are you supposed to believe anyone who's reporting things?
No, if I'm on the air.
You said after examining it for a year, you found that it was fake. That's what.
All right, you know what? That's it. We're done with this fucking conversation. We're moving on to the user questions. As told, Glenn, you had something to say?
Oh, Funny Parody Music Man got angry.
We are out of time here because it's been 3 hours, but I did just want to say I do think that attack on Alex is a bullshit attack. We are here because we want to talk about January 6th. We want to talk about whether
we're talking about something.
And to try and make it about Alex when there are 6 people here presenting all kinds of evidence that you're not equipped to deal with, I think it's just a pathetic way to try and end this debate. And the last thing I want to say is it's really given like a kind of amazingly vivid mindset into the minds of Trump-era liberals who have really come to see the U.S. security state and the courts and prosecutors as their political allies in their war that they're waging against people who
they see them as infallible because they agree with them and they push the narrative that they want to see happen.
What the DOJ is, how the court systems work, how the federal government works, and all of this reveals this so well because what's happening here is so manifest, which is that all of these agencies are being abused because the Trump movement is considered the gravest threat to establishment power in this country, which is why the bipartisan establishment is against it. To try and make this about Alex and Sandy Hook is a really pathetic way to end the debate. I think you guys have done a good job defending your views. I think you should leave it at that. And we definitely have to go because it's been 3 hours. And I
Well,
can't.
we're not done. We're going to keep talking with some questions. No, not right now.
Can I answer the user's question?
Yeah, I would love to,
about
but
the
give me
lack of
1 second.
preparation?
The only reason I scream is because I don't have a mute button for the people right now. I would prefer not to have to use my voice.
I think you did a great job, Ian.
Thank you.
And I really
I think
appreciate
Glenn
it.
needs to go. We'll stay. Glenn,
Oh,
give
yeah,
us, give
Glenn,
us,
if
give
you're
us a
about
3-minute.
Absolutely.
Does anybody like the Craftsman Steve? I'm still confused how this was
I didn't lie about WMDs.
literal Who 1 and literal Who 2 plus Destiny
There's a point to it, though.
versus like 3 really large journalists.
If you were lying about that, or if you had psychosis about that, how do we know that that's not coming back? About half the show we talked about.
I did not say I had psychosis.
Half of the show we talked about feds, and you.
No, I talked to. If you look at the full clip of the transcript,
We talked about things being
I said
staged.
there's a group. There's a larger lie when we're lied to and lose trust. Then out of that, when no one knows what's
They're
true,
sending
it
their
creates a lot of
worst,
problems.
unironically.
The reason I went back to that
Like
is because in
again,
that Twitter
literally,
space,
Sank Uger would make
you
more
said
sense
that
to
you
have
didn't
had on
push
this
it.
panel.
You said that you just regurgitated other people's information, and that's not true. Because you
No,
told
that's
Megan-
not true. I want to shut this down. So I want to move to the next thing. It's not that I'm scared of this. I'm sick of
No,
it.
no,
I didn't make my bones on
Okay.
this. I barely ever talked
I
about
just
it.
wanted you to correct
They
that, because that
introduced
wasn't true.
22 minutes in these court cases over
Sank
a
Uger. I
decade.
don't know how to
22
pronounce his
minutes,
name. I'm
dude.
trying
No,
my
I
best.
didn't. That's not what I'm doing. You guys bring it up. And fine. Hey, Madeleine Albright said she killed 500,000 kids. She'd do it again. I killed no kids. I'm
I just
sick
wanted-
of
Come
it.
on, guys. This is cheap as fuck. Let's talk about what the people are paying. They have
Let's get a
questions. They
final
want to.
comment.
We have some legitimate people.
I know, but Glenn says he wants to leave. I love
That's
Glenn
okay.
Greenwald.
No one's
Glenn's gone.
No one's
Glenn's
going
gone.
to be
So
forced
we're
to
here
hang
now.
out with me tonight. Okay, we're going to the second question. Unless Darren, did you want to follow up?
I wanted to answer the user's question about the lack of preparation, because it involves a lot more than the question of the National Guard. You know, for additional context, there's the Norfolk memo coming out of the Norfolk office of the FBI, extensively cataloging threats to the Capitol, including maps of tunnels, all kinds of indications that there was going to be a major event at the Capitol on that day. There was extensive government infiltration of every single militia group imputed to January 6th.
And there was a stand down?
Wait. Up to the very, very highest levels.
didn't know about
We
the,
know that Enrique Tarrio
the blueprints.
had an extensive conversation with the head of Metro PD Intel.
Oh.
And that's just one example. We know the VP of the Oath Keepers was an FBI informant.
If
We know
Enrique
there are at
Tarrio
least
was
8
an FBI
other
informant, why
informants
did
in
they
the
throw
Proud
him
Boys,
under the bus
including
for 20
informants
fucking years
who
is
were
another
texting their
question.
handlers simultaneously as they were in the Capitol and as the events unfolded. We know of the Oath Keeper Jeremy Brown, who has been attacked and persecuted by the government. Why?
They do that to the informants
Because
regularly. They
when
do,
he
but why was he
approached
given one of the
by
harshest sentences when he wasn't even
JTTF
there?
agents
Wouldn't that make
in
people notice that he's an
December
informant
of
even more?
2020, to recruit him as an
Oh.
informant, he recorded the exchange and the encounter.
Is he the one that
and
blew the
put it
whistle
out
on
there
them?
on the internet. The JTTF agent said, there's something going to happen in January. We want you to be an informant for us. We know that there were several influencers, including Milo, who Parlered, or whatever the tweet version is for Parler, put out a message on January 5th saying, I was just approached by federal agents. Whatever they have planned on the 6th is huge. Don't go there. That's just a number of examples. Oh, yeah. And there was Donnell Harvin. He was the head of the Homeland Security Office for the DC Fusion Center.
I also
His
haven't heard Milo's
predictions
name in
were
ages.
remarkably specific and accurate. His office came up with the idea that we need to have body bags. We need to focus on the Capitol at 1 o'clock. Specifically, we need to be concerned with explosive planted on side streets that could serve a diversionary effect, therefore allowing for an attack on the Capitol. These are just some of the highlights of examples of the government being in a position to know in advance what was going on. And it wasn't just that there was an ordinary level of security at the Capitol, which is inconceivable when you think of the fact that there was a major proceeding there, that Trump was there giving a speech. Ordinarily, there would be threat assessments, which there weren't. it's not just that there was ordinary level of security. There is a uniquely absent security on that day, uniquely poor security on a day with a major certification proceeding, on a day in which President Trump was there to give a major speech on a very controversial question directly pertinent to that proceeding.
So Darren, there's 1,250 people who were indicted thus far. How many
Alex
of them
chain
brought
smoking,
up as
dude.
evidence in court that they were enticed or led into the building or led to do crimes by federal agents?
Well, there are actually quite a few.
How many of those?
Well, I wouldn't count them, but it's not.
But was any of that evidence actually admitted in court?
In some cases, yes.
And
as you
actually
can
determined to be
imagine, the judicial process is very aggressive in pushing against any types of entrapment defenses. And many defense lawyers, in some cases reasonably so, want to dissuade their clients from entrapment type defenses because their goal is not to uncover the truth about entrapment. Their goal is to do the best for their clients in those specific cases.
So out of 1,250 cases, not one of those defenses were actually pushed forward by any of those defendants.
I didn't say not one.
No,
there are some, but not as many as you would think, but not because this isn't relevant to the truth, but because if you're a lawyer, even a good faith lawyer, you are required to give advice to your client that's not, what's most likely to uncover the full truth about the broad event of January 6th, but what's most likely to keep my client out of jail or to minimize the time that my client
the truth is exculpatory.
Right. I would think that evidence that a federal agent led you to commit a crime or acted in a way that made you want to commit a crime would be pretty exculpatory evidence right there.
Yeah, it would in certain cases. And like I said, there are people who are pursuing that. There's a significant backlash to that within the judicial system. So even given how much it's rigged now, it's additionally rigged when it comes to those specific types of defenses because they're so subversive to the larger narrative that the government's trying to promote.
Why wouldn't McCarthy put any Republicans on the J6 committee then and investigate this?
Well, McCarthy isn't exactly someone who's aggressively interested in pursuing the truth on this either.
Okay, why not appoint like a special counsel or appoint something separate then from Congress?
Well, I think that would be a fantastic idea, but again,
why didn't Trump do it?
Where's Glenn? He had to leave.
Trump do it? Trump's not in a position to do it.
Yeah,
right
but
now.
right after J6, before he gets kicked out, why not appoint a special counsel? Or why not in the days before if he thinks that there's?
I mean, there is not a really window of opportunity for that to happen. A lot of other stuff is going on.
So doesn't it suck then that like you can provide absolutely no smoking guns?
I provided a ton of evidence. No smoking guns. I provided overwhelming evidence.
You have not provided evidence for anything. You've given you've given a lot of stories, and now you've got an escape for every single way that you might actually discover what happened. Congress would never hold them accountable. McCarthy.
I've been long a proponent for an investigative committee, but not the sham J6 committee.
Well, they tried.
No, the J6 committee is total sham.
Why is the J6 committee a sham?
Well, you really want to hear a good faith answer to that? Why it's partisan? Well, let's start with Benny Thompson. Now,
no, I know the people on it were all partisan. That's true, but that's because McCarthy. But that's because McCarthy wouldn't put forth his nominees after Pelosi said no to 2 of 5.
Well, first of all, I think those 2 should have been allowed.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking why didn't McCarthy put forth 2 other ones?
Because he didn't want to legitimize a process that was totally illegitimate.
So how convenient for you then that now we can also say the entire J6 committee
no,
that has
not
hundreds
convenient.
It is
it's not convenient for me.
None of the evidence we can point to
for the
is
regime.
No,
it's convenient for the regime not to have a legitimate and disinterested fact-finding commission to truly get to the bottom of the real questions that matter in relation to January 6th.
But there is no disinterested fact-finding. You guys say Comey was biased, even though he was a lifelong Republican. You say Raffensperger was biased, even though he's a lifelong Republican. You guys say that Barr was biased, even though he's been a lifelong Trump supporter.
Destiny's getting close.
Yeah, you say
he's getting close to understanding.
So
do you think he'll really understand what he's saying, though?
I didn't say there are none, but the specific names you mentioned, absolutely.
How about William Barr?
And
how about
So all these Trump appointees, he
made terrible appointments.
Ever to hire people, right? That's
well, I didn't say that's not my contention here.
Who would be able to investigate this?
I think there are some people who could. I think Jim Jordan who could.
Jim Jordan would be your example of an unbiased party.
Jim Jordan was literally part of the investigation.
I would say for there to be a legitimate committee, it would have to include people who are genuinely interested in pursuing not only the questions that Benny Thompson and the hyper-partisan Democrats wanted to find out, but people who are sympathetic to the other side, who would be willing to pursue the questions that I've raised and have been raised that were not addressed at all in the committee, because all they were interested in was demonizing Trump and setting up a criminal proceeding for Trump. They weren't interested in getting to the bottom of the questions. Why was there uniquely poor security? What was going on with
these
the
guys
level
about
of
Second
federal
Amendment?
action?
Jesus Christ.
These questions are all asked as
Trump
part
is
of the
going to jail
847
either
page
way.
report.
It doesn't
I invite
matter
you to
what
read it at
happens.
some
Can I
point.
have the
The
drugs
reality
that
is
you're
that
taking in
McCarthy
your
at any
reality?
point could have put
I feel like they
5
might be able to
Republicans
help.
He chose on that committee. But because Nancy Pelosi said no to
What kind of
two
pizza
them,
did I have? I had
like Banks and
leftover
Jordan, they were
Chicago
being
deep
they were
dish with
actively being
Italian
investigated
beef
or
in
would
it.
have been the subjects of the J6 committee. He said
Italian
no
beef
to
is just
anything.
thinly
And now
sliced
we get to
steak.
say it was all a sham, even though the majority of the people interviewed were Republicans, even though, as was stated
Well, that's not
earlier,
that you're,
every single
you're
person
banking
near
a lot
Trump
on the Republican issue, but it shouldn't be a surprise to you. Many Republicans' institutional apparatus of the party is not necessarily friendly to Trump. There are many Republicans that are hostile to Trump.
If every single person in government, if every Republican, if every Democrat, if every judge, if every person in the United States that is in Trump's peripheral ends up hating Trump or not wanting to work with Trump, at what point do you
we're not
say,
saying every.
at what point you are?
At what point,
At what point do you just say,
I've been gone for 10 minutes.
Maybe
Let me
the
respond.
problem. No,
I've been
you're not. You
listening.
can't just run back into your cut me off. Okay.
No, I've been
At what
listening.
point can we not
I
say
am.
maybe Trump was actually genuinely a horrible person? Or
Holy
maybe Trump
shit!
actually
Now,
genuinely
how
tried
do you come to
circumvent
that
legal processes in order
conclusion?
to coup the government? Or at
How do
least,
you go?
whatever you would call him
Everyone in
asking Pence to
government
do
who
the last
who works together for things hates this one guy that refuses to play ball and be part of their cabal. They hate this one guy who wouldn't be involved in any of their weird government things. They all hate him. Therefore, he's the bad guy.
This is a question not from
Holy shit! How do you get that fucking
And the question is,
close?
will Destiny
How,
address, quote, is white supremacy the
Destiny?
biggest domestic threat faced by the United States? And I open it up to the panel after you give an answer there, Stephen.
Domestic threat? I don't know how the FBI judges domestic threat. It wouldn't surprise me if there's a lot of crossover with like white supremacy groups and then being like organized like a domestic threat. But my guess would be domestic threats in the U.S. is probably fairly low to the total security of the U.S. So I don't really care that much about it. I don't know.
But that's the official policy: is white supremacism is #1 threat.
That's what is that? That's not a policy. That's a statement.
No, that's an executive order in June of 2021, put out by the
What are
White
the
House.
negative policy choices, or what are the bad things that are happening because of that declaration?
They
What do you? There doesn't have to
try
be
skew
bad things
crime
for it to be a
numbers.
bad
They say
declaration. What do you
everything is
mean?
that. I mean, this is like a major
They say
deal.
they skew crime numbers. Say everything is that. What do you mean? Do we not
Yep.
count crime by black people anymore? Didn't
No.
we just get all of the
No,
hate
the
crimes
FBI
against
says the
Asian
#1
people?
crime is white people.
They say the #1 crime is white people.
But they do it statistically by manipulating the numbers, yeah.
I don't
And
think
also
the
they do it
FBI is
statistically
in
by
charge of
manipulating the numbers because they add
manipulating the
light-skinned
numbers.
black people and Mexicans
I
into
didn't
the
say
white people
involved in
statistics when it
crime
comes to
statistics. I'm
crimes.
pretty sure you can go to the federal. There's a name for the site that has
Destiny,
like
I
all
don't
the
believe
shooting
you're
and
like
everything.
hiding under a rock somewhere. You've got to know he gave a speech for an hour yesterday saying
but
the
yours-
MAGA people are terrorists and are about to take over. I mean, you don't know.
Black Lives Matter committed more actual violence and larceny than any white identity group in current year. Yeah.
I think Jan 6 is a huge deal. Yes, the president trying to circumvent the peaceful transfer of power is a really big issue.
And that's why he can't be allowed to be voted for. We've
No,
got to take
that's
him off the
not why
ballot.
he can't. He's not allowed to be voted for because
He's
Section 3 of the
claiming you
14th
can't vote
Amendment
for
says
him.
that if you have been a
Trump is
prior oath
claiming they
taker
wanna steal
and
an
you have
election,
been engaged in
so
rebellion
we've
or
gotta take
insurrection,
him
you're
on
not
the
allowed to
ballot.
run for office again.
We have to be clear about what's really happening. The standard Democrat voter, these people don't care about the so-called insurrection. That's not Biden's audience. Biden's audience is to speak in support of this phony legal theory that's being served as a pretext to remove him from the ballots. And therefore, in the defense of democracy.
I agree. He's trying to rally the deep state, saying Trump's going to persecute us and arrest us if we don't stop him because they've committed all these crimes.
So I mean, fact is, the Supreme Court's looking at it. They actually decided.
Hey,
to take the
Malari,
case, so
thank you for the
it doesn't
raid.
matter what
Welcome,
any of us
Raiders.
think. The Supreme Court's going to rule on it, and I think whatever they decide is what we're going to live with.
Let me ask this: what happens if Trump gets reelected?
What do you mean? What happens?
Well, what do you think? They've still got criminal investigations, criminal trials.
Oh, so you mean if he gets reelected before being sentenced, if he is convicted?
Yeah.
I think he just takes over being president. He'll pardon himself or give the presidency.
And I don't. He didn't persecute his political opposition when he was in. I don't think he's going to try to do that.
He asked Barr to investigate Hillary. I mean,
quite the opposite. Trump's own bureaucracies were undermining him.
Well,
it's far from him using the
There is
bureaucracies
glowing
to go
in here,
after others. His
Himawari.
own
We're glowing pretty
bureaucracies
fucking
were
hard.
circumventing his own president.
Well, that happened with Biden as well, wasn't it?
But everyone can see
No, Comey doing the investigation on Hillary's
establishments
emails.
after Trump.
No?
Yeah, Hillary's emails.
Yeah, Hillary's emails was under Biden, right?
What about the Hunter Biden investigation?
There's no acknowledgement there? Yeah.
Hunter Biden investigation. That's Biden's DOJ.
Hunter Biden. He was charged. He was
Hunter
convicted
Biden.
on the grind.
And that's because the Democrats want him to step down for Newsom.
Oh my God! There's
And they also hid Hunter Biden's story for years when Trump was trying to get an investigation into it.
Who are the Democrats?
The debate continues.
Are you sure you want to talk about the Hillary emails?
Biden to step down. It's been all over the news.
Bleach? Like with a cloth or
You're
something?
saying that's made up?
He's not going to step down. That's not.
How does he step down? Because you still need to have a primary.
And it's
And
past
have you
the
noticed
deadline.
he's frozen out the other candidates in his primary?
The deadline has passed, so if he was to step down right now, Harris would likely be who the nominee would be.
Well,
it's too late for Newsom. Like he'd miss out on several states. Go ahead.
We've really
answered that question.
we hammered that one right to the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is coming to a close. Zero Hedge, thank you so much for putting this debate on.
I got through
and everybody
two
on the
fucking
panel,
user
man,
questions.
Darren Beatty, Alex Jones, Steve Bonnell, Brian Krasicide, Glenn Greenwald.
Tell us about your show, what you do.
Oh, I'm the co-host of Timcast IRL on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard
Well,
Time.
that's why I don't know him. I don't watch Tim Pool's podcast. I only watch the videos.
And
Darren, you? Yep. My website is revolver.news. We broke a lot of these January 6 stories. Take the challenge for yourself. Go to revolver.news. Look at the pieces, in particular the Ray Epps series and the Pipe Bomb series. Decide for yourself whether or not there's overwhelming evidence for federal involvement.
And then I do 7 days a week, live on air, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. weekdays. Saturday, we do special reports every times. Sundays, 4 to 6 p.m. Infowars.com/show. Now, Real Alex Jones back on what was Twitter, now X. And we're here. We're fighting hard. We're promoting freedom. And we want everybody to tune in and see what we're doing.
Tell me about your day, Stephen. What do you do?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube. You know, you should check out the last few videos. I do a lot of arguments over a lot of the goofy Ray Epps conspiracy theories, or a lot of these J7 or J6 conspiracy theories. I've been doing that. YouTube.com/Destiny. Yeah, check me out.
What about you, Brenton?
I'm on X, Krasenstein.
I don't think anybody cares if I talk over the Krasenstein brothers because they literally don't matter.
About
I just feel like it's really weird that there's an actual journalist up here who's like, we've done investigative work into Ray Epps, and we have this entire series of stuff that we've done for investigation. You can go check out the proof. And Destiny's just like, yeah, I talk about how that's actually nonsense and it's a conspiracy theory. I was like, I don't know. If any of the journalists that I talk about and I fucking complain about on stream had done extensive, like, on-the-ground research instead of, I don't know, repeating Trump peeing in Obama's suite in Russia, maybe they'd have a leg to stand on. But it feels really weird that Destiny's just like, yeah, I don't do investigative reporting. I just say it's a conspiracy theory on
Ladies and
YouTube.
gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. Again, ZeroHedge.com. Thanks for putting this on. To everyone at Zero Hedge and everyone in the audience, we love you. I love you. We will see you later.
And we're going to run an hour on January 6th on the Infowars feed.
A peaceful protest.
I will say I do like Ian's shirt. It reminds me of the shirts that the Yakuza guys wear. Not like actual real life Yakuza guys, but the video game ones.
Never. It has no place in a democracy. None.
Give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country.
So let's start marching, and I salute you all. USA! USA! USA!
That's what happens when election lies are pushed through the media.
Who has the ultimate authority to deploy the National Guard? The ultimate authority rests with Trump. He saw people saying, hang Mike Pence. He was instigating violence against Mike Pence.
The U.S. Department of Homeland Security had already declared that the greatest threat to the U.S. homeland was not ISIS or Al-Qaeda, but instead domestic extremists, far-right extremists to be exact.
So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America.
I feel like that wasn't much of a debate. That was more just like that was more just like Glenn and the other guy, Darren. I don't really know who Darren is. So I'm gonna forget his name a whole bunch. I've never read his website. Well, it was like Glenn and Darren presenting facts, And then people on the other side just being like, no, I just don't believe that. And then Alex Jones yelling. Like, that was the weirdest fucking thing I've ever watched. Okay, now it's replaying. It's replaying now. Let me post this in chat in case anybody wants to, like, the VoD of it. Here's the thing we just watched on the Twitters. You can see my tabs. That's me. Don't look at my tabs.
The kind of pride.
Don't look at my tabs. There's a lot of them. I can't find my browser. I'm literally lost. There we go. There we go. I do want to...
That's what happens.
Oh, I have to close it. I have to close this because it's going to autoplay. You're looking at the tabs. Don't look at them! You're going to see them again because I wanted to bring up... one more thing. I wanted to bring up one more thing before we go, because we are hella past my normal stream time. But I feel like this is a good time to bring it up since it is relevant to what we just watched. Don't perceive the tabs. There's something called 11 Films. Something called 11 Films. I don't really know what this is. 2020 United States elections were held on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. The Democratic Party's nominee, former Vice President Joe Biden, defeated incumbent Republican President Donald Trump in the presidential election. Despite losing seats in the House of Representatives, Democrats retained control of the House and gained control of the Senate. And the description is, this video aims to illustrate a potential future for America under the hypothetical scenario of Donald Trump's re-election in 2024. It draws upon his public statements, media reports, party policies, and various other sources to construct a speculative vision of what might unfold during his tenure. AI audio was used to demonstrate Donald Trump declaring martial law.
I love this guy. He says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, no, other than day one. As my first order of business, I hereby declare martial law.
Citizens of the new America. Here are today's announcements. Supreme Leader...
There are unironically people who believe this is what's going to happen. How do you have a conversation with someone who lives that fucking far out of reality? Like, at this point, if a politician unironically put out something like this, I'd be like, fucking based, let's go. I'm fucking sick of what's happening now. Let's see what you do. This isn't the fucking purge, bro.
Donald Trump proclaims the 4th of July will no longer be celebrated as Independence Day. In honor of our 2021 Patriots, January 6th will now be recognized as our great nation's birthday. All citizens are required...
My spacebar's not working, but anyone who unironically thinks that Trump would, like, stop having July 4th as our holiday... I almost said my fucking birthday. I almost was just like, July 6th? Anyone who thinks he would remove July 4th as, like, America's founding day and change it to January 6th is on some level of LSD that would probably kill a horse. I just... How? How do you get here?
To participate in quadrant festivities. Failure to do so will be met with harsh punishment and immediate incarceration in your...
You want me to believe that Donald Trump making January 6th the birthday of America would also mean we're going to descend into the Hunger Games? This is just like when we're forced to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance in high school. If we don't participate in patriotic festivities, they're gonna round you up and re-educate you.
Local detention camp.
I'm tired of this separation of church and state junk.
Effective immediately.
I hate when people bring up the separation of church and state because most people don't understand fundamentally what that was. Separation of church and state wasn't to keep the church out of the state. It was to keep the state out of the church. It's backwards from what most people believe it to be.
All children are now considered spiritual soldiers of MAGA. Regardless of rape, incest, or health of the woman, abortion is now illegal.
Oh my god. How does it feel, chat? How does it feel to be spiritual soldiers of MAGA? This is MAGA country. No abortions.
Anyone caught providing or receiving an abortion will be charged with murder.
Do you believe in punishment for abortion? There has to be some form of punishment. For the woman? Yeah, there has to be some form.
Due to previous liberal indoctrination, all schools are hereby closed.
Not a single Republican has ever said that we need to close all schools because of the indoctrination. It's to fire the corrupt teachers and have new ones help come in.
All citizens must participate in their quadrant's book elimination celebration festivities.
I also hate that they say that the Republican side is for book burnings when it's the leftist side that is now rewriting books to not have any things that might hurt fifis inside of them. They're removing slurs, removing context, removing full sentences from books because they don't like how the book was written historically. While Republicans are just like, hey, maybe we don't show porn books to first graders. How do people believe this fucking narrative? Like, I am out of my mind. I'm out of my, like, there's things to actually criticize the Republicans for fucking sure. This is not one of them. Fuck localizers, fuck censorship. The left quite literally said you're not allowed to read To Kill a Mockingbird because it has the N-word and was an allegory for lynching of Emmett Till. Yeah, like, the book burning is a progressive tactic. How do you get people to believe that this is what people on the right are calling for?
Failure to do so will be met with harsh punishment and immediate incarceration
You will
in your
burn the
local
books.
detention camp. All migrants, refugees, and dreamers are now considered enemies of the new America and will be
Based?
rounded up, incarcerated, and deported immediately.
They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. And we will.
How is that a detraction point? How is that supposed to be bad? We have been arguing about immigration for how many fucking years? The Democrats have done nothing. The Republicans have done nothing. The Uniparty does not want deportations. They are working together.
Root out the radical left thugs that live like vermin. Vermin.
You can't have spent every single fucking day since 2015 dehumanizing people who voted for Trump. Dehumanizing people on the right, calling them maggots and shit, and now get upset that you're being called vermin. Ain't no fucking way. Get out of my face with that bullshit double standard hypocrisy.
Your curfew and freedom to travel will be determined by your quadrant's vermin surveillance system score. The vermin surveillance system has proven to be invaluable in detecting and squashing liberal uprising.
Hold on, hold the fucking phone. The vermin surveillance system has been instrumental in detecting and squashing liberal uprisings. Excuse me. Who were the people who turned in their parents for their role in the Capitol attack? Many young Americans are still reeling from their parents' involvement in the violence of a year ago, and some reported them to police. You want me to believe that it's the far fucking right who is surveilling you liberal cunts? Ain't no way! When you have children turning against their parents like we're living in fucking equilibrium! Ain't no fucking way! Get out of here! Get out! Honestly.
All citizens must continue to report any progressive or liberal activity. Failure to do so will be met with harsh punishment and immediate
These people are
incarceration
fucking
at your local
delusional!
detention camp. Your unwavering loyalty to Supreme Leader Donald Trump is mandatory and essential
Thanks, Hitler.
in keeping the new America great forever.
Oh my god, he kissed a flag! Oh my god, how could he? How could he? This video was funded by the resistance. It's funny. I had my rant on fucking subversive language yesterday. They call themselves the resistance while literally being the fucking establishment. You are supported by corporations. You are supported by the justice system. You are supported by our politicians, both on the left and the right. Absolutely fuck fuck you. And if making abortion illegal, despite me thinking there should be a right to choose, all right, I'm gonna upset some of you there because I know you fucking disagree with me. Fuck you. I think you should be able to choose abortion in certain cases. I disagree with it being used as a form of birth control. That's disgusting, obviously. But if I have to make abortion illegal in order to get everyone illegal migrating here deported, I'll fucking agree to that. I'll fucking agree to that, all right? I don't want abortion to be completely illegal, but I'll take that fucking trade. It'll be a 15-week ban nationally. Oh, God. That's not subversive language. They actually think they are the resistance. Yeah, the useful idiots think that they're actually the resistance. The ones who are maliciously lying know that the resistance is actually just the establishment. The abortion tax. What is the comment section in the video like? Good question. We definitely need most of this. Y'all really think this sounds like a dystopia? True and real. America unironically needs this. Can't work out if this is meant to be pro or anti-Trump. Great Trump ad. Glad to see you're working for his campaign. After watching this, now I really love Trump. This makes me want to vote for Trump even more. A dream come true. Most unintended hype job ever. I'm gonna give you guys this link. I don't know who the fuck made this thinking it was like a hit piece. Especially when they brought in the like, you must surveil and turn in the liberals under the vermin surveillance system. When we have Massachusetts teen turns in her own family as Capitol rioters. 18-year-old turned in her own family. At the same time, if I did nothing, I felt that I was as bad as them, Duke said. Duke called her mother out on Twitter saying, "Hi, Mom. Remember the time you told me I shouldn't go to Black Lives Matter protests because they could get violent? Is this you?" In a separate tweet, she specifically pointed out her mother, uncle, and aunt in 3 different pictures that surfaced on the internet, accusing them of violent acts during the riot. Hi, this is the liberal lesbian of the family who's been kicked out multiple times for her views and for going to Black Lives Matter protests to care about what happens to me. So, here's my mom, uncle, and aunt. Since Duke's tweets went viral, she has received immense love and support from several people. But that's not all. I had no qualms the people turning in their loved ones for the Capitol attack. The majority of more than 140,000 tips sent to the FBI about the attack have come from friends and family of those involved. But it's the vermin surveillance system of liberal America that's the problem. 1984. She should be disowned. Imagine hating your own parents this much. Don't think loved ones is the correct term. I don't disagree. Friends can't trust anyone. She was a good girl. She didn't do nothing. Thanks, you're reminded why you need alcohol. It's just if you haven't seen Equilibrium, I would highly recommend watching that movie as well. It's a bit different because it's more about suppressing emotions than political ideology. But it's still a fucking crazy ride. Good flick. There's a reason why the Ninth Circle in Dante's Inferno is reserved for treachery. Yeah. This is identical behavior to the USSR and East Germany. Yeah. Your family is also someone who can possibly be an enemy. Do not trust your family. Turn them in. And this wouldn't be possible, right? If they hadn't destroyed the nuclear family, if they hadn't made all households in America fractured, if they hadn't said, you don't need a family unit, single mothers are powerful, if they hadn't made this fracture, do you really think this many kids would be turning in their parents? It's a long-term plan, right? People should take a closer look at East Germany and the DDR. You don't need a family, you have us. Yeah, your loyalty is with the government, not your family. Why do you like the Antichrist? Holy shit. That daddy government, please keep giving me checks. These people are truly evil. Yep. Yeah, that's just like, that absolutely fucking stuns me. Absolutely fucking stuns me. I'll post the link again, just in case people didn't grab it last time. Destiny and the Krasensteins, the perfect example of daddy government lovers. Everyone, be on guard against your neighbor and do not trust even your brother. For every brother is a betrayer and every neighbor is a slanderer. Thank you, Bible, a Jeremiah 9:4. Holy shit, bad times. You're sleepy now. Have a good night. Have a good night. You've been trying to read the on-screen Twitch chat looking for trolls. It's a shame I can't read that fast. Reminder that, well, McCarthy was a piece of crap. And he was a piece of crap who happened to be right. Even assholes can be correct about things, after all. It's because they assume that once they have full control, they'll have some of the power. Yeah, useful idiots are called as such for a reason, and people like to forget that feminists were the ones who were useful idiots under the USSR. They weren't able to divide them on racial lines like you can in the US. Because they assume... Oh, I already read that. Do you want the background music back on? It is 10:30 p.m. I should probably go. I'm glad that when Glenn brought up the Black Lives Matter riots, he actually worded it basically the same fucking way I did in my tweet. He probably didn't see my tweet, but I'm gonna choose to believe it. That's my reality. That's my truth. Let me find someone. Is Peba streaming right now? Is she streaming? Y'all went on so long you were able to come back. Oh man. So true. Yeah, on YouTube, Peba streaming. Okay, let me find my my fucking, where's my YouTube tab? Let me find my YouTube tab. All right, okay. I can figure out how to send you guys on YouTube over there while I find someone on Twitch. Actually, fuck it. I'll just you guys on Twitch, you're gonna get cucked. You're gonna do what the YouTube people have to do. You're gonna click a link. We're all gonna go to Peba. We're all gonna go to Peba, and remember, do not go in Peba's chat too hard, okay? I get very political here, but you gotta remember, Peba not a political streamer, so just say cute things to the Benoy. Say cute things to the Benoy. Let me find how I send people over on YouTube. Give me a second. Usually they wait to limit my monetization until my stream is over. I'm already limited. Redirect! Peba! Idiot calls 911 on himself. That sounds like a Peba stream. Let's be real. Can I copy the link from here? No, I can't. Fuck you, YouTube. YouTube's rating system is so fucking garbage, dude. Oh, I hate YouTube. Alright, let's go to my channel and then type in your peepkin Peba, alright? So I can give you guys the link. I can give you guys the link to schmoove on over there.
I think it just escalated.
She's even wearing a jail setup. Alright, thank you. Thank you guys for hanging out super fucking late with me tonight. I enjoyed watching that giga fucking train wreck of a debate. I'm looking forward to watching presidential debates with you guys later this year. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. I will see you fucking tomorrow. And also, Binary Mind has thrown up some events in the Discord. Check out check out those events. Check out the events, dude. Have a great rest of your night, everyone. Here's link to Peba. Everyone's spamming it. YouTube should be automatically taken over there.